oTISwHO, what it do?
Grand Rising. How are you, sir?
I'm
I
doing
was
good.
going to come on cracking jokes or whatnot, but this is not the time to crack jokes right now. I'm up here listening to you. I really am. I'm listening to you. And right now, I know you're venting and you're getting everything off your chest. You have every right to feel the way you feel, and you are human, and all that is definitely respectable. But let me ask you a honest question, if you don't mind. What was your purpose of starting your platform, the solution based group, not game, but what was your purpose?
Right. So my purpose was to like deal with issues, and so we can get down to some real truth and then use my experience,
Okay.
so people can understand that it's not as dark as they think it is.
It's not. I mean, well, you do know, and of course you do, and I know you're just venting, and I get that because I've been in dark places myself. I really have, and this is why, for real, you don't realize the space that you offer right now, just by just the mere fact that we're able as men, because let's be real, men don't have spaces like this to say what you're saying. The
Mm.
average person would take what you're saying as let's keep this real. Oh, he up here spazzing, he weak, he this. We all heard it before. I know I have. So to hear another grown man speak and emote his true feelings in a safe place, because this is a safe place, because this is your platform, it's a safe place. You have the right to feel and express the way you feel. My only concern is after you emote and feel and express the way you feel, what's next? Because I'm letting you get this out. That's fine. You have the right to get it out. But then we're going to continue to move forward because this is the solution-based group. This is why I'm here. We're going to work this out. You're going to vent. You're going to vent. You're going to say what you have to say. We're going to let you vent. We're going to be here for you because this is your platform. And then after that, we're going to get back to what this group is for. It's a solution-based group. I don't care about the naysayers. I don't
Mm.
agree with all the stuff you say, but I'm here every morning because it's a solution-based group. People are going to talk about you, yeah. They're going to talk about me. I'm used to it. So, and yes, I get in my feelings sometimes, and I could come here to let it out, to let discourse out. But the end result is it's a solution-based group. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. So let it out. Let it out. This is fine. We're not here to impress nobody. And for the naysayers, who cares? Again, not to sound corny, this is the solution-based group. We're here to discuss things. We're not going to agree all the time. And I like what you're doing. Everybody can't do this. I agree with you allowing anyone to come up and say their piece. And then we can discuss what they said. That's the fair thing to do. But it's hard for an average person to do that. So, of course, it weighs on one's soul and energy. I get that. I promise I do. It's not a one-sided conversation here. And that's what people don't understand. If it was a one-sided conversation, of course, the conversation would be easy.
Yeah.
But since it's not a one-sided conversation and you allow both sides, of course it gets turmoil sometimes. It gets a little muddy. It does. But we're here for you, bro. Nobody perfect. And I do mean that. But I land my plane. I just wanted to open up with that. How you doing, PhD? Have a good day to you.
Good morning, y'all. Okay, so I came in kind of late, but so are we just speaking in generalities or are you being specific? Because I don't know what happened. So
Yeah, just in general.
okay, all right.
It's just just in general. So what's your thoughts?
Well, I just think that the nature of this space is that the men keep up a lot of shit, right? I mean, it's all every week is something. And so if it's not you, it's gonna be somebody else, right? They fall out with each other. And and so that's just I think you should really just kind of let it roll off your back. Although I know that's easier said than done when it's a constant onslaught, right? But these people, they really don't have lives off of YouTube. And so that's what you're saying. When you have a life off of YouTube, then you can't spend this much time watching folks, worrying about what other folks doing, talking about what other folks doing. And so I think to some extent you have to be able to kind of block out all that noise. Because people have, said shit about me. I wouldn't even know what they said because I don't even pay attention to it or them, right?
Yeah.
So I think you just kind of have to understand that it comes with the territory, and just understand that it's more of a reflection of them than you. Because you can't always have something to be gossiping about or to be trying to expose people about. I mean, it's just weird. And so again, I think you just have to understand who the people are and what they got going on, or more accurately what they don't have going on, and just kind of block out all that noise.
I guess. Yeah, I guess. Shout out to 187. Let me see what he said. Shouts out to the solution-based anarchy. Right, that's what I say?
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to you with the $2 Canadian. Appreciate you.
Well, another option is you can always meet folks where they at. I actually, prefer that option, but a lot of people more civilized than I am. So, hey.
Yeah, that's the thing that is always finds it. But if I was to go ahead and do that and meet them, they would say I'm the more vicious one.
Too bad. It's like the incident with the two high school girls who was fighting. The little white girl initiated the fight, and then the little black girl banged her head into the concrete and put her in a coma for a minute. Like
this here in St. Louis, yeah.
Yeah. So when you initiate something with somebody, you can't dictate how they respond, right? And so that was the issue with a couple weeks ago with me. Somebody initiated some shit with me, and then when I responded to them, you can't have boundaries for how somebody's going to respond to your initial transgression, right? You don't get to set those rules for other people. All you can do is set the rules for your own personal behavior. And so it doesn't matter. I mean, if you want to meet them where they at, however you respond, that would be what they elicited because they initiated the interaction.
Right, because like people say things like Miss Jill, right? She says, Sharon, they will not leave your family out of it. Either. If people see it as a soft spot, they will use it. Know this, how you going to respond to that. I don't understand how people see that. So, but I do not even
respond to it.
I don't. I really don't.
Right, and you're not supposed to. I mean, you have options, and one of your options is not to choose. I mean, not to respond to it. So, don't respond to it. Yes, it's easier said than done. Yes, I know it's easier said than done.
No, but the thing is, Otis, is that like I did the whole the higher road thing and be the bigger person shit.
Okay.
And even though I'm doing that, people still acting like I'm being messy. They still come to me. So what are we going to do about how we're going to get all the platforms to apologize? What the fuck do y'all mean? What do I need to apologize for? How can I apologize to somebody that's doing something to me? That's the craziest part to me. That's why I'm like, I don't know. Like this whole narrative painting and all this shit, that shit is just annoys me. I don't carry myself like that because, not to say anything about females, but I think that's like on some female type thing. Like that's what they do. They do the gossip and the reputation destruction type thing because men, we just get to it. We start shaking. And so because these people that are trying to always come at me, we cannot get it shaken. Ain't nothing I could really do. And then like if I go like what PhD was saying, I go meet them where they at and I start talking about them. I'll say something about whatever they got going on. I'm looked at as the bad human being. It's like I cannot, and it's just annoying that everywhere is the same shit every single time. It's hella annoying.
I don't know. This, to me, it's like you, and I'm not talking you in general, I'm talking about everybody, including myself. We all know what this platform is about. We had this one idea of coming in of grandeur that it's going to be beautiful. I'm going to get to say what I want to say, how I say it, and I'm not going to get any feedback. We all came in with that naive concept. That's not reality. You need to focus on the people who rock with you and leave everybody else alone, period. Because everybody's going to have an opinion, no matter what. They're going to have an opinion. Just say what you have to say. I wouldn't turn off the comments per se. Don't do that. But say what you have to say and try your best to tune everything out. I know it's easier said than done, but that's what I do. That's what I do. And it's hard sometimes, but you just got to keep moving. Real life, perfect example. This platform here. And again, thank you for allowing me to come on. I know PhD and I have our exchanges every now and again. I promise you, it might seem like I take it personal. I really don't. It sound harsh sometimes. We go back and forth. Sometimes I get off and I reflect. I'm being real, because that's what this is about. This is solution-based group. Sometimes I reflect on what was said. I take all the loudness out of it. I'm like, damn, she did have a point to a certain degree. I wonder if she heard me, though. Did she really hear me? I ask myself those questions. So you're doing what you're doing. This platform is doing what you meant it for it to do. Ask questions after we leave this platform. If you're real about it, will you have your naysayers? Will you have your quote unquote spies, whatever that is? Of course, you're going to always have people looking at you, because their platform is always based on not always, but some people platform, if they talking about you, that means they didn't have any content to talk about that day. So they have to go back and pull something. If they're talking about you, you're doing something right, whether it's good or bad, unfortunately. This is the society that we live in. You know what you got into, not to pick on you, but you know what you got into. So get this out, get it out, and we're going to be here. Get it out.
Sharon, please highlight, please highlight JC. I'm over here crying. Am I the only one who finds that hilarious? Oh my God, I'm over here crying.
Otis has a 1090s NBA power forward face. Oh. hey, PhD, explain that to me.
He said you look like Olden Polynice, who apparently was a power forward in the 90s. I just found that hilarious.
Is he ugly or something? I don't get it.
I don't know. I don't even know how the man look. I don't know how the man looked, but I just found that hilarious.
Shout out to Sherry Berry. She says, when doing construction, do you get dirty?
Good question. Nice metaphor. Nice metaphor. Beautiful.
Thank you, Sherry Berry. That was a great question.
Nice metaphor. Yeah, you get dirty. Stop playing. But go ahead. I know it happens. Go ahead and let it out. We good. I ain't finna let you get all like that now. Stop it. But I understand though. But come on, bro. Get it out, and then we're gonna keep on moving forward. But I wouldn't recommend meeting them where they at. Me personally, you can do what you want to do. Everybody, this is your platform, but I personally wouldn't meet them where they at. I keep doing what you're doing, make your little sarcastic remarks because it's you, and keep on moving. People that rock with you gonna rock with you. It's YouTube, it's TV. People can watch what they want to watch. They have a choice. And that's what it's about. The people that rock with you, they rock with you. The people that rock with whoever you're talking about, because I have no idea, they rock with them. Yeah. Or people rock with both of them because that's their right. So that's what it is, bro.
Yes, I don't even have that's the craziest part about it. I don't even have no problem with them rocking with both. I think you should be able to watch. You should be able to watch the Bulls and the Knicks, right? Me, I'm just only watching the Knicks. You know, that's just how I was. That's my team. So I'm not.
But a lot of people watch both, though, right? You do that. Yeah, you know, there's more of those people than those that just watch you and those that just watch whoever. It's way more of those that watch both because they're waiting for their collision. They don't care. They just watch. And sometimes they fuel the fire, as we see here sometimes. It goes both ways. You got to know that's what they're doing.
Yeah. But it's just after a while, it's just I guess the real problem is that like I don't have to.
I got you.
So like, you know, I know a lot of people they fame and they stardom from being on the internet.
Got you. I understand.
They got their riches from being
on
a face
YouTube
on the internet. I didn't come in this motherfucker needing the internet to say I'm who I am. You know what I'm saying? When I came in this space, my wife was already retired.
So that should make you be more emboldened.
When I came in this space, she had a brand new car that nobody else drove. When I came in this space, I had a brand new drop top Benz. And as I moved out through the space throughout the years, I improved as well. Bought her another brand new car that nobody else drove.
All right, man. I'm about to actually go down your little portfolio and shit.
You know what I'm saying? So like, it's just so crazy to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
but can I ask you a serious question? Should that make you feel even more emboldened to say what you really want to say? Because, like you said, you're not like the norm. You didn't come in trying to get monetized and you need this to take care of your bills and to overlive the lifestyle that you're amping. You're not like that. You really was already set up. So you come into this space just to speak your mind and trying to do something with like-minded individuals.
And I don't even come in this space talking about the things that I accomplished. I really do not. I don't talk about none of those things. Like when out of all the conversations we had, we barely talk about any of those. We talk about relationships and how things make people feel, how we can improve. That's what we mainly talk about. In my opinion, I don't even brag about what is going on in my life for real. Because I don't think it's fair. To be honest with you.
Now see, you take your that was the Sharon that we all know and love. You make your little subtle jabs. That's as rough as you would go. You make your little jabs. Sometimes you put a name on it, you know, and then you keep on moving. Yeah. That's what it's all about. No more, no less. Who cares, bro?
You do realize that, like, you can't win, right? And so whatever you have going on, they'll try to shift it and turn it into a negative, right? So if you're single, you can't get a man. If you got a husband, your husband, what do they say about Bomb Cherry's husband all the time? Like he a cuck, or, you know, he lets you run him. It, you know, if you doing well with money, then is, you know, something else. So there's really no way to win. So if you're trying to like win with these people, stop it, right? Because
so I don't think I'm trying to win, but I just want to be not attacked. Like I ain't trying to win. I ain't trying to win nothing. Like it ain't no prize at the end of this shit. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to be able to I want to be able to speak as well. As like it seems like the only people that can speak is the people that is doing bad.
Man,
as soon as you're doing just as soon as you're just doing decent, all of a sudden you're a simp. I'm called a simp. I'll call her this. My wife did this for me. You a cuck. You know, all these other things. You ain't this. You ain't that. You ain't this. I just want to have my voice heard. That's it, and not get attacked. Like you can attack my words and say, "Hey, I believe this part of this and this is and you wrong about such and such." All right, cool. I just want to have the conversation, not this.
Man, stop playing. You can't have it both ways.
What you mean?
You cannot say what you want to say and then don't expect to get attacked. Stop it. Now, I'm being real. You sounding naive now.
My words,
say what you want to say.
But the thing is, what I'm saying, like me personally attack versus just my words attack.
Right. In this space, you don't expect that. In this, even though I don't agree with it, I hear what you're saying. Let's not be naive. I hear what you're saying. Okay. I agree with it. But let's also be realistic to know that that's not the real world. Even though you're not attacking them personal, we never heard you say anything personal about nobody. We know that. We know that. The opposition is going to always play dirty 9 times out of 10. I just expect that. You got to expect that too, though, correct? Yeah, I know you're not that naive. You know they're going to hit below the belt. You know they are. The option is, are you going to choose to do it? That's the question.
So for example, like I don't understand like how somebody like the Crown Prince, he could say, Sharon, you're referred to as a simp because you come off as soft and argue just like a woman respectfully. And I just want to know how. What is your reference point to that?
But so the thing is, you have to also look at the source. The Crown Prince is a malcontent, right? He's an ex-con who worked security overnight. Like, so what are you really expecting to get from him? You get what I'm saying? You got to consider the source. And he got a problem with everything and everybody. Anything somebody say, he got a problem with it. So he the smartest motherfucker on the planet, but he working security overnights. Brother, don't stunt your genius. Share your genius with the world if you got it. Right? Don't spend your whole life working overnight security when you smarter than everybody else. That don't make sense to me.
Shout out to Brownsville, New York. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Solution-based group. Thank you, cuz. So, like, that's the thing. I understand that, you know, the weapon is still going to be created. The weapon is still going to be used. I get that part. It's just that the weapon is not going to prosper.
Right.
So I understand that. I do. I really do, but you know what I'm saying? I get it, but it's just that so many weapons and so many people click it up and team it up like I did something wrong to them. That shit is just crazy to me. I was just like, I guess maybe because I'm just from a place where I just would love if these people was actually available in real life and talk to me in person and have that same energy. And I guess it's bothering me that.
But that's another part of it too.
I went to a lot of these places, a lot of people that I had this, that people was talking shit. I went to see them. Like, it was a dude in Jersey. He was like, okay, where you at? You said you where? I went straight over there. That's what you said. Oh, you was a fan. So just say that shit. Like, what you fronting for the internet for? Crown Prince, just say you love me. That's it. Because you know, when you face, you wouldn't have that fucking energy. You talking about I'm like a woman? Like, that's fighting words, bro. That's real life fighting words.
Okay, I see what you. Why? Okay, damn, Sharon.
Like, what makes you think that you can say that to me in person?
But you know, those are just words over the internet. And
it doesn't matter where it's from. Like,
yeah, but it does.
Like,
though,
I have conversations with people that really did things to people that won't talk to me this way, and he think it's okay for him to talk to me that way.
But he's not talking to you. He's talking to the internet. You understand what I'm saying? I get what you're saying though, but come on, man, stop it. He's not, just like you said. He would never say you that in your face. You saw what happened. You said you went to him and you realized it was a fan. So most fans are trolls. They show their head by trolling, making comments because they want to see your reaction, because they love to see you react. Someone right now is enjoying the way you're acting right now. They're enjoying it. They're purposely putting stuff in the chat because they know you're going to read it and react to it. They're purposely doing it, and they're a fan.
I'm glad you said that, Otis. It's true. I'm speaking from a decade of experience on these, I guess, channels. There's a pattern where it's exercised. Disgruntled fans will act out, and they will cut so low as to talk about things personal to you in order to get your response, because they want more of you. They want more of you. They want it. They want it. They want it. And so someone mentioned in the chat room previously that when you got haters, that's when you know you climbing up. It's true.
Yeah. And they living right there in the chat. And I fall for it every now and again, but I learned to internalize it. But I get what you're saying though. Again, I'm not to marginalize what you're going through. I promise you I'm not. I'm just here for real as a because we haven't met at all. I just know you through the internet. And I feel your energy. So, and I know you're a genuine man who loves his family.
And as a man, you are stoic. You are stoic. Thereby, this will pass. You're stoic. It's as simple as that. You're stoic. And that. Just, it'll pass.
Shout out to Brownsville, New York. Ignore the lames and haters, Sharon. Play my sound. No doubt.
Jones.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey,
hey. Get your own sound.
When somebody can't gather you for themselves, that's when they really come hard. It's like, okay, I can't figure out a way to lasso this brother and into what I'm doing. So I got to come after him. He's my opponent now, as opposed to
Mm,
actually admitting that they admire the traffic you attract. Like it's significant when your name rings bells. That's significant, no matter who you are. It's
mm,
significant, and when you become significant and people say, "Hey, I want this individual on my team," and you're like, "No, I'm not here for that. I actually am financially independent. I'm not here for that."
yeah.
That's when they get mad and they rev it up and they start attacking. They make these presumptions. They do all kinds of crazy stuff. It's a trip.
Yeah, I just wish that people would just say that to the people that's just be saying the crazy shit and say, "Hey, listen, if you're a fan of Sharon, just say it."
Man,
Like, I mean,
stop it.
I literally got people saying
Stop.
in they stream. Somebody sent me a video of them in they stream saying, "I'm the solution based group," even though he was saying it in a way where because he's saying that I'm not. Like, just say you're a fan, you watch everything, and just it's okay. Just say that you love it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't understand
Listen,
it sometimes. And
just
then
wait till they get a, just wait till they get
it's
a
just
load of
it's
this.
just it's just so fucking weird to me, and I just don't get it. And it makes me contemplate because I really like before I got here, I was fine, so I'd be fine without it too. 100% fine.
But wait,
You know what I'm
but just
saying?
wait till they get a load of this and chop this up. So you're gonna get more views, that's all, and they're gonna have something to talk about.
I don't know.
Beautiful.
Mm,
It's a beautiful thing. Yes, it's gonna happen. Whoever it is, I don't know. Like I said, I don't have a dog in this fight, but it is what it is.
yeah. So and then
I too,
it's just so
I
difficult sometimes just to get like support with the show sometimes, and it makes me feel a certain way. Like, nah, maybe I'm
that's
not doing this as good as I think I'm doing
that's
as well. Too.
another thing I was wondering if you could answer out loud, or you could just tell me to be quiet. What is it that you really think you expect in terms of subscribership and notoriety?
That part.
Do you have a goal in mind that you're attempting to reach?
I was
And if so, just
yeah.
keep it to yourself. But I was just wondering,
Right.
Mm.
because
I
you're
think
not doing this for frivolous play. You're doing this with a goal in mind, I would like to believe, because you're
right.
stoic. And if so, are 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 you demonstrating a disappointment that these haters are
Mm,
interfering with your goal?
mm.
Mm, mm.
That's a great question, Mella.
You better answer it too.
I am the great Mela.
That
Mellow the second.
is a great question. And she said I didn't have the she
The
said I didn't have
second.
the answer. She said I could answer it in my mind and figure it out.
Oh,
So
that's what you're doing. Okay, I got
Mhm.
you. I like that. I got
Don't share it with
you. Okay.
nobody.
You don't have
Sometimes silence is golden, baby.
yeah.
I just wanted to give you something to think about.
Sometimes my wife have a problem with me being silent. She says, I don't got no goddamn emotions. She said, you thought you crazy, goddamn
And silence is golden, man.
it.
Forget
yeah. Yeah.
shit.
It doesn't always represent acquiescence. If you heard, yeah, you see how
Silence
I
is not
reversed that?
compliance. That is a
You
yeah,
see how I
silence is
reversed
not
that?
compliance.
Yeah, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I agree with that 100%. A
Golden.
lot of times people think that silence is compliance, but it's not.
Yeah, for the most part, it is, but in some situations, it's not. Most definitely.
You
Yes,
have a
sir.
right to your own thoughts. You know, you touched something in my spirit about spouses that expect you to always say what's on your mind. Like,
Mm,
and sometimes they even start arguments for God's sakes. It's like, well, what do you got to say about that? You know, type of
Mm,
thing. And it's like, hold on. I'm not plotting against you. Let me assure you of that. And I'm just contemplating my next move for us. Are we cool now? That's the way you answer that question. When they challenge, why won't you tell me what's on your mind? Because that happens in a lot of marriages. Why won't you tell me what's on your mind? You have to, be able to answer that in a way that reserves the right for you to keep what's on your mind but explain to them it's not plotting against you. So chill out.
Well said. Damn, that was good.
That was really good. Shout out to the Cash App.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to J Marsearch. He says, for the haters, low key be the biggest fans.
All day.
Straight up. And then the other time when there comes a moment when your spouse is like, what's on your mind? And you say, I don't want to talk about it. They trip about that too. And it's like, look, I'm not plotting against you. Relax.
Wait,
How many
okay, so
women in
is
the
the
chat?
conversation
Yeah.
shifting now? So are we moving on to something else?
Sure, I don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, the conversation is shifting. Nice to meet you, Diva.
Nice to meet you too.
Thank you. Did
Yeah,
you know that it's Aretha Franklin's born date?
I did not know that. Shout out to Aretha Franklin. Shout out to her.
No, let's slow our roll because
Uh-oh.
Aretha Franklin, in my humble opinion, and I'm ready for the smoke, she is responsible for all the mammying that's going on
Holy shit.
throughout
I did
generations.
not see that coming. I did not see that coming.
Look.
Mammians, can you? I don't even know what that is.
Man,
mammy?
listen, I'm talking about people that just will put up with a man's BS no matter what. That's
Okay,
what her song
got you.
reference.
Who did RESPCT?
She did.
I'm about to give you all my money, and all I ask in return, honey, is for you to give me my proper. Come on now. What kind of crap is that?
Yeah, I think that's how the women of that
Let's
generation
start the
were
topic now.
socialized in general.
Oh man.
But we definitely know them days are over with, don't we?
Yeah.
Thankfully.
What up, Big Mufasa? What up, C Spread? Brittany B, glad to see you here. Well, I was gonna talk about
On me the moment you get there. You know,
mm,
it was just always a pleading type of lead in
dang.
her lyrics, man.
So you would say that those are some common mistakes that women make is what listening to Aretha Franklin?
I think that she gave too much emphasis on it takes a man for me to feel like a woman. Period.
Don't you? Do you believe that's how it was back in that day, back in the 60s and 70s, or even I think the 50s, whatever, from the 70s on back?
I'm sorry. Let me get that clear question out. I'm sorry. Because I stepped away laughing at myself. What? I didn't hear you, Otis. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was asking, even though I know it's changed now, obviously, but do you feel that was just the majority mindset of most women from the 70s on back? And now it's just, so I don't think they even had I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna say they had a choice, but the thought process of them believing that they had that choice, overwhelmingly, the numbers wasn't there.
She's so gifted, right? She's so gifted, so extraordinarily gifted that it compels you to listen to her grooving and moving. And next thing you know, you're subconsciously hypnotized by the lyrics that she's relaying. And what you don't know while you're being subliminally hypnotized is that you're conditioning yourself to believe that a man can do no wrong. Well, maybe I overstepped that. Let me take that back. What I'm saying is, you might, and I'm speaking for myself, right? Because when somebody tells me certain things that her lyrics introduced, it gives me the propensity to overlook discretions, indiscretions, I should say. And that's what I'm saying. It's like Aretha promotes giving a man every chance
Wait a minute. Wait. So have you heard, Betty Wright, right? Because she was saying, like, he just admit, don't blame Mr. Charlie for stepping out and cheating
Charlie's
on you.
just a man.
Mr.
Yeah.
Charlie is just a man,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
so there, and even in back in that day, they had a saying like, a man gonna be a man, meaning he gonna cheat. That's just part of being a
Damn.
man.
Yeah.
And so
Listen
was
to
the
that. The I don't want to spend time with my family. I don't want nobody hanging around with me and my man. I don't mind company every once in a while, but when that man gets to loving me, I don't have time to sit and chit chat and smile. And
Who's
another
on the
thing,
song? Hey, Mello, who's on the song? Ain't nothing going on but the rent.
I some other woman. It
Oh,
wasn't Aretha.
okay.
But damn, I lost my thought. Look,
I'm sorry.
no, it's cool because she has a catalog of all types of evidence that she is about forgiveness. She's never sang a song, leave that motherfucker. She's never sang that, right?
Gotcha.
She's
So,
never said this is where you draw the line. She's never sang a this is where you draw the line song.
okay,
And
so
that's my
good.
point.
So Mello, I got a question for you. What would you say is a common mistake women make in the dating scene?
Not
Mm.
not knowing what they want in the first place. When you know what you want, there is no substitute.
I like that.
That's good. I like that. There's no substitute for the things that you want. Stop
I
selling.
like that. It's so simple. It's complicated, but she said it's so simple.
Yeah. PH Diva, same question. What do you think are the common mistakes are making in the dating scene today? You on mute, by the way. Maybe Diva gotta wait. Maybe we gotta wait for Diva to come back.
She researching Aretha Franklin songs.
Hey,
Diva, I'm just making jokes. I don't mean no harm.
Hey,
We'll wait for you, baby. We'll wait for you.
What's up, man?
What do you think from the conversations that you were hearing and whatever you going on and you hear women speaking? What you think are the common mistakes women are making today in the dating scene?
Not even based on the way you said it. I'm just going to say just from my core belief. I believe the women are, in my opinion, giving it up way too soon, in my opinion. And they're not, well, one aspect, they're giving it up too soon. And also, two, tied into what Mello II said, I agree. You have to know what you want, and there is no substitute. So all that goes together. Now, and I'm being so serious. I know it starts with the man as well. A man has a lot to do with that. But since we're talking about the woman aspect, I believe it starts with the woman knowing that they're not going to give it up too soon. Most men would respect that, and they are willing to wait if a woman presents themselves like they are worthy of waiting. I'm not blaming the woman. It's going to come off like I am. I'm not. I'm just saying, me personally, I would respect women a little bit more if they wouldn't give it up so soon. And that's based on my experience.
Damn, before you go, Mello.
Just like Tupac said, I land my plane. I don't want it if it's that easy.
That's a tough one. Before you go, Mello.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Fincel Jack, aka Mr. Get No Cheeks. Cheeks? Get No Cheeks with the 5-bar. Thank you, Fincel. So you got an interesting name, sir. Oh, ma'am. I'm not sure which one are you. Just got here. What the topic again? I'm hearing about old songs and husbands stepping out. All y'all talking about how old heads lied to us. Well, we're talking about what common mistakes women make in the dating scene is what we actually talking about. And Aretha Franklin played into it because Mella, she brought it together so we could understand it. Because Aretha was singing that no matter what, you need a man by your side to feel like a complete woman. Is what Mella was saying.
And
so
today's her born date.
So,
As far as
so
men,
now, Bella, I want you to attack the talking point of that he believes is because women are giving it up too soon to the men that are chasing it down because the men want to put their thing in them too soon as well. But the women are opening their legs. They're making themselves way too available for the men that are chasing them down. Do you think that is a common mistake that women are making, that they are allowing men into the sexual world too soon?
it is a common mistake. You know, a lot of women fall into the love at first sight trap. Um, you know, chemistry and the moons are aligned. The moon is aligned with Uranus, and you might as well get in minus. They just be tripping, man. And you know, they into astrology and they think that means something about who they seeing. Like it's crazy. It's like it's important. Any event that you are dating intellectually, okay, you have to be mindful that first impressions matter. If you want your first impression to be him impressing upon your private parts, you know, he's going to suspect that you're whimsical, right? And I would caution that's a mistake as a thought. You can't be whimsical when you're dating.
So
You have
now the issue would be, Mella, how can they determine when is a sufficient time to allow
That's
their
a whole
body
another conversation.
to the man?
okay, there first of all, you have to exchange medical records, okay, at some point.
Mm,
Right.
So you saying, so you are suggesting before any
Not
woman
on the
lay
first
down
date.
with a man,
Yeah,
before
yeah, before she lay down with him. Yeah,
before she lay down with any man, you should say, hey, let's go to the doctor first to make sure everything's okay, just in case the protection pops.
before we exchange fluids,
Mm.
we need to see whether or not we're cool with whatever's on this paper.
Who is doing that?
That's what I'm saying. People are doing it too fast. They
I
doing
agree
it
with
too
you.
fast.
Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you, but I don't know. Well, I'm not gonna say my age anymore. They hate when I
I
say my
said this
age.
5 years
I
ago, and
ever
people
did that
threw
much.
me off the panel talking about ain't nobody waiting to exchange medical records.
And you know that's interesting because that is something that we did speak about on the show before. Is that like you should go ahead and go to the doctor with each other first, especially if you're not planning on using protection, because for some reason, see, like nobody uses it.
Even kissing somebody in the mouth is a threat, believe it or not, because
Yeah,
from what I heard, there is something to suspect. I think it's called mono or something like that. But
yeah,
I think it's called the kissing disease.
yeah,
And
mono, yeah.
yeah, so here's the guy that's taking you out on this, you know, $200, $300. I'm trying to impress you and getting your draw date, and he bring you back, and the least he expects is some deep throat tongue kissing.
Mm.
Okay, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna sacrifice exchanging fluids with this guy for $300? I don't think so. That's
Mm.
why you have to, when it comes to dating, it has to be modest and build up from there. You can't put a man in a position where he feels like he's invested so much in you, he's got to get a return on his
Mm,
investment. It has to be different excursions where you are getting to know each other without the financial bind of, okay, you owe me something now. You know,
Mm.
because money means a lot to people.
It
Okay,
does.
money means a lot to people. So you can do things that are modest and sweet that gives you enough time to get to know each other before there's this buildup of, okay, when we gonna exchange fluids.
Mm. So like when I hear you speak of these two different things, right? You spoke of Aretha Franklin. So when I'm trying to gather both of those things together so far with our conversation, the first thing I hear with the Aretha Franklin thing, right, is a mistake that women make is getting too caught up in the idea of finding a partner. That's what I got from the Aretha Franklin thing, right? Rather than building a strong, fulfilling relationship is kind of what you just talking about to
That's
just now,
safe.
and take time to get
That's
to know someone
it has to
before
be safe.
you rush it into the commitment. And then I also got with a thought pattern with this conversation is one of the biggest mistakes women make in dating market is trying to change themselves to fit someone else's idea of perfection. And they need to be reminded that you are enough. It's something that we always speak about with the men very often on this channel is that you men need to present yourself, and we need women to understand and they need to present themselves as well to the world. And you are enough as long as you keep on progressing through life. So that's the two things I got from this conversation so far. And before we move on, where's it at? There we go. Shout out to
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to the sponsor of the show, Fincel Jack. Common mistake number 1, freaking for love. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Common mistake number 2, dating for love, lifestyle, and physical attraction. Okay. Number 3, dating, sleeping with multiple dudes at the same time. That could definitely be a problem. Number 4, having too many boyfriends. Being a side chick is number 5. And 6, going through whole phase. Wow, we're about to break this down. This is a really good chat right here. This is a really good. Thank you. I appreciate that. So which one we're going to tackle first? I think number 3, 4,
and 6.
It's like all the same thing, right?
Well,
Sleeping with too many dudes at the same time. You definitely should not be doing that because you would not be able to have a strong connection with any single person. Having too many boyfriends. Again, you're not able to connect with somebody. It's too many options for you. And being a side chick, that's definitely a mistake. That man ain't gonna leave you for his wife. He's not leaving his wife. That is not gonna happen. No time. No, so and going through a whole phase is a problem. So all these things are a problem. They all, but from 3 to 6 is really all the same problem. From 3 to 6. What's your thoughts on what was just said, Otis?
I want to stress number 6. I want to clarify something because we're all grown here. Just because a woman, because it takes 2, obviously, just because a woman and a man, but we're sticking to the woman right now, just because a woman has sexual needs at that time and needs to be met, that doesn't mean that she's a hoe. I'm not going to sit there and say that. If you have sexual desires, you have sexual desires like a man has sexual desires. So how you get that off is how you get that off. There's a gray area. I do understand that, and we can be hypocritical, but I'm not going to just say off the rip, being real, before I was married and all that. You might have a female friend that might be sexually frustrated. She just want to get something off. I'm not going to consider her a hoe. She just sexually frustrated. I'm not going to do her like that because I know her character and all that. So I'm not saying that. If you two consenting adults and you want to get something off, you get it off. But there's a gray area. But I land my plane there. The rest of that list, I would have to agree that, again, we do get the dating thing confused with sex. Just because you're dating or courting, which it's already been established that this generation don't do that these days. But back in my day when we were dating, that don't mean you're having sex because we're going out on a date. That means I'm trying to get to know you. If we have sex on that first date, odds are I'm not taking you home to meet mama, but we still gonna do what we do. If I meet a young lady and she don't give it up that soon, I'm more apt to go out with her again, especially if I like her, because she's letting me know she's setting a standard. It's not a good or a bad thing. That's just the way I distinguish the two. So I agree with that part. Don't give it up so soon, especially if you like the guy. So, but that list is very interesting, and I land my.
Yes, it is very. I think So now, what do you think about? Because I think it is a very slippery slope, and that you need to balance. I think women do need to balance this out of having multiple dating partners in the beginning of the dating process. However, they should not have multiple boyfriends neither, though.
Yeah, now that's
And I think
different.
that is a very difficult balance to say, because me just saying it just sounds like it's a hypocrite statement, to be honest. That's what it sounds like.
Because
and it's a very difficult thing to balance. I think you need to have your options so you could be able to compare different men, and you can say this is what I like and what I dislike. However, you also need to be able to create a bond, so you do have to be able to make a decision between those three or those 5 dates in the beginning stages, and then out of those 5 men, you say, "Hey, I'm going to choose this one because he got the best attributes," and then you need to be focused on that man as well. So that is a lot to, I believe, take it. What you think about that, Mela?
They asking for me. Look, check this out, right? I think giving something he can feel to let him know your love is real is the problem. Okay? Like a lot of women for generations have been tricked into their mentality, man. Let's keep it 100.
why you doing it on Riri's birthday? You know,
I'm just
on
saying.
her birthday. Oh
I
my
love the
God.
woman. She's a national
and listen,
icon.
in her defense, she did have a baby by 12. She did have a baby by 12. So
I'm just saying, giving him
know-
something he can feel to let him know your love is real. There are so many women who have that, you know, rotating in their brain while they're entertaining the company of a guy that they don't want to let go. When in fact, they might want to choose a certain strategy called who can do it better. And when I say that, listen to this example. Listen to this example. Give me a moment.
Okay.
Who can pack the best picnic? Who can climb up who can, go on a hike without being exhausted? Like who can point out the different details in a painting museum, whatever. Like it could be something as wholesome as that when it comes to who can do it better. It doesn't have to resort to, giving them something he can feel to let him know your love is real. Like you know what I'm saying? It's like, and I'm serious. A lot.
So Mela, so you are saying that you agree with that women need to date multiple men, but they need to make a decision quick, fast, and hurry?
You can abstain from exchanging fluids and still get to know somebody.
I agree with that. I really do.
That's my message.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying the sex part. So now, but what you consider with the date? Should women date multiple men in the beginning? You met these five,
when you say date, right?
Yeah. Can you please clarify dating? Because dating doesn't necessarily mean
meaning
sex,
that
correct?
you just met these 5 different individuals. You just met them. Y'all exchange numbers. Y'all exchange Instagrams because that's the new thing or whatever.
So you all talk at 2:00 in the morning, and then next thing you know, you going out for coffee at 7. What do you mean by date?
I mean dating in the traditional sense, not anything sexual. That you just getting to meet the person, you know the person. Maybe go to, for me personally,
a coffee date.
That's what it would be for me. But most of these women do not accept coffee dates or
whatever you would consider a date, but you have 5 guys in your phone that you could go on those dates with. You have 5 guys. Would
a
you
rotation.
Okay, well, however you want to consider it. Now,
so a man is permitted to have a rotation, but a woman is not. Is that what we covering here?
No. We just asked.
We're not covering that, but you are also saying that she should not have a rotation in the sense of how men consider a rotation. Men consider a rotation that they putting it down. They are.
And it's not the same for a woman. Like a woman having a rotation is not the same instance as a man having a rotation based on different intentions. Like a woman's intention is to get to know what is the best candidate in terms of socialization and compatibility. But a man's rotation is about who can freak him the best.
Exactly.
And that's why I'm trying to understand this date thing.
So
I
now,
think date means something different for a woman than it does for a man.
It
okay.
does. It does.
I think
Yeah.
dating means the same for both sides. I think rotation means differently. I agree with that part more
Okay,
than the dating part. I think the rotation for sure. When a man says rotation, he is putting it down. And when a woman says rotation, I believe majority of women is just saying they going out on places to eat and have a conversation. That's what I truly believe.
I could believe a woman can go out and have 5 men in the stable and not be sexually active with them 5 men.
Absolutely.
Now I believe that it might. Now I don't know how often that's being done right now. I don't know that, but I honestly believe that. Now to the outside world, now who cares what the outside optics may look like? The optics may look like, damn, this young lady every weekend or every day during the week, she has a male gentleman taking her out. Who cares what the optics look like?
So
as long as you know you're not giving it up.
Yes, my question, Otis, is that a good idea for women to do? To have that 5 rotation just on dating specifically and not anything fluid exchange.
Okay, take it the number 5 out of it. But if a woman is dating, however she can have how many people she could juggle, I don't feel the number it doesn't matter. I don't see anything wrong with it, especially if they're not leading with sex.
Oftentimes we call them buddies,
before you go,
right?
Melissa, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So you saying that yes, she should have multiple dates within her roster?
Yes, because my definition of date does not include sex. I just want that to be known. Yes.
Okay. So you say multiple, and so you saying it could be up to 10.
There you go.
Really, I'm just saying because I said 5.
It could be as many as the woman could handle. Yes. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Oftentimes they're referred to as buddies. And what I want to find clarity in is whether or not somebody's courting indicates sexual activity. Like, at what point does the title "we're not married but we're screwing" comes into play? Because like a lot of times, like, we're courting, does that mean they're screwing? We're dating, does that mean they're screwing? But what is the title associated? So does engage mean they're screwing? Like, what title does it infer upon a woman? Oh yeah, she's screwing that guy because of the title that she identified the guy she's hanging with.
I think it changed for this day and age, but I believe once a woman say is exclusivity, that's when it should be considered like, hey,
that's a good one.
That's my man. I think that's what we should really look at.
My man, we're exclusive. That means legs are open.
Legs are open, absolutely. Right. And I also want to shout out to
about to be a situation.
Shout out to Fenso Jack, aka Mr. Gets No Cheeks with the 50 ball. Appreciate you so much for being a sponsor of today's show. Common mistakes continue.
He dropped some more. Damn.
There's some bread and bacon on the stove if you want it, Mama.
Having and what is this word? Pronounce this word. You know I can't do these multi-syllable words.
Don't get my stuttering ass to do it. Having and damn, where's a PhD?
A systematic STI. Woo! That is,
okay, there you go.
Damn, that is yes. Giving a baby to a dusty, pookie, brokey. Ooh, that is a hard mistake to have for sure. That is a really bad one. Going into credit card debt. It depends how much. It depends how much. Gaining 30 pounds. It depends if she had a child or not.
Right.
I think 30 pounds can be healthy. It depends on how she gaining, because let's not forget muscle weighs more than fat. So sometimes 30 pounds, your waist, you might gain 30 pounds, but your waist got smaller. That is something that can happen. So we gotta be very careful with the gaining 30 pounds. Having a work husband, absolutely. That is a horrible mistake. 100%.
A big one.
100%. Club hopping. Ooh, that's that whole phase. Club hopping, that might be dangerous. Thinking being young is an excuse to be reckless. Ooh.
Yeah, that was a good one. No, that was a good one.
That number
was a good
13 is really good.
Interesting.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
That number 13 is really good. That is not an excuse to be reckless.
On this list right here, number 13 and number 8. That hurts my heart. Number 8 and but number 8 is the number 1. Giving
You
a
know
baby
what?
to the dusty pookie brokey.
Something just came to mind. No more Aretha Franklin shaming. Look, something just came to mind, right? Overlooking a criminal history. That is a dating mistake. Do not overlook somebody's criminal history.
Damn. So now,
see, that's
a tough one, Mella. That's a tough one. So Mella,
I get what you're saying though, but that's a great one. But I'm not gonna go there.
All right, so you know what, Mella? We're gonna give you a chance to substantiate that, and we're gonna attack 7 through 13 as well. So Mella, what criminal offenses that somebody can have that you would say is acceptable for dating?
It's not acceptable, or you want me to say what is acceptable?
Yes. What would be considered like, oh, he went to jail for that, and you were like, oh, okay, I could understand that, and you wouldn't hold it against him.
I gotta think about that.
Oh, you gotta think about it because a lot of people went to jail for a lot of things, and they want to be decent people. Dick Gregory, he went to jail by at least 50 times.
Yeah, I gotta think about it.
You know what I'm saying? Mandela, he went to jail for 30 years.
I get what she's saying, though.
Okay. Let's take arson, right? Arson.
Okay.
Let's take DUI.
Okay, DUI. So now
let's take domestic violence assault.
Okay, that one. I see that one.
Okay, domestic violence, I can agree 100%. But what about the DUI?
You can overlook that stuff.
So now, Mella, what if he says, yes, I had a DUI, but now I went to the AA meeting for the past 2 years. I haven't touched a bottle.
And yet he's ordering a beer while we're at dinner.
But it was not alcoholic.
And what about the arson part? Yeah, I burnt the house down, and just because you see me playing with my lighter. What?
Yeah, he got lighters in the glove.
I mean, what the hell? I mean, you said arson. I mean, come on now. Boo, I love you. I ain't got no be doing burning.
Right, so what about shoplifting? If he was a shoplifter, would you hold that against him and you wouldn't date him?
Yes. Yes.
You would?
Yes.
I'm just saying, Mella, he just said, baby, don't worry about it. You want a bag? Just throw it in the bag.
I can't imagine any. It's just not cool, man.
Like, you like that dress? Just throw it in the bag.
Cool. It's like, oh, thank you for the Christian Louis Vuittons, but how did you get them?
It all depends on the crime. You have to do your research. You have to dig a little deeper. You can't just go off the charge. You have to do
the diamonds, but how did you get them?
You got to do your research. You have to dig a little deeper.
I want to welcome
the engagement ring, but how did you get it?
Oh my goodness. Why does it matter? It shouldn't matter how you got it. And also, I want to welcome Brownsville, New York. What it do? How's your day going?
Yo, it's going good, man. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Simp.
Yeah, peace and love, man. Peace and love to the panel, to you, Cuzzo. Peace and love to the queens on the panel. Queen PH Diva, the Supreme Goddess, Queen Mella. Peace and love to y'all. Peace and love to you, Otis. I'm gonna call you a king for now, but I'm kind of getting a little perturbed by your actions and behavior. So you might be losing that king title here in a minute, man. But so listen. So let's get to the topic, right? You said, what is the biggest mistake that a woman makes in a relationship, right? So I'm gonna break that down real clear. The biggest mistake a woman makes in a relationship is trusting a man too early. Trusting a man too soon. See, women, the reason why they trust men too early is because they really want to believe deep down in their soul that the intentions of a man for them is pure, right? But we understand and we've come to know that men, by and large, have not only nefarious intentions toward women, but also degenerative motives towards women. And Sharon, the reason why I say this is simple, right? So I watched your show Saturday until I couldn't watch it no more. I cut it off, right? Because you had a whole bunch of men on your panel, and we can't even blame it on the young generation anymore, because the men on your panel range from age 60 on down to 25. And majority of those men, including Otis, said that, hey, we need to treat all women like hoes, right? You was on another panel recently where men said, you know what? We don't even think that women have value outside of sex, right? So what I need my queens to start doing is start listening to these men by and large, because they're exposing their intentions to you, they're exposing themselves, and they're telling you that they're not about anything. They're not trying to make you happy. They're not trying to build you up. They're not trying to be loyal to you. Men, by and large, have become lovers of themselves, and we really need to look into if men, by and large, are just turning gay, right? But that's a topic for another day.
Wow,
We're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that
that's a hellified
at a
message, brother.
different topic, right? But hold on, Otis. I see you. Put your finger down. Put your finger down, brother, because I haven't landed my plane yet. You're gonna get a
But you
chance to
busting, cuz.
respond. You're gonna get
You
a chance to
busting.
respond here in a minute. But let me finish, right? So what I need women to do is not only listen to men by and large, right? But when you meet a man and he's desiring relations with you, the first thing you need to do is have an introspective conversation with him and have him detail his value system to you from top to bottom, right? Because we know that men have chosen to put sex as the pinnacle of their value system, right?
Okay, what
So
does that look like?
hold
I
on,
don't mean to interrupt.
sis. Let me
What
finish
does
real
that
quick, and
date
then
look like where she's
sis,
having an introspective conversation?
hey,
What are
Queen. I'm gonna get to that. Hold on, just let me land my plane, and then you
all
can
right?
we'll go into the Q&A session. But let me land my plane real quick. Okay, so like I said, men have decided to put sex at the pinnacle of their value system, right? So once they expose that to you as a queen, it's time for you to walk away, because you understand that that man is a degenerate, right? And you don't need to get involved in any type of degeneracy, right? So the second thing they need to do when they're on a date with a man is you need to quiz that man on his vision and on his plan towards you in a relationship, right? Make him explain from A to Z what his vision is and what his plans are and what his intentions are for this relationship going forward. And if he can't explain it, then you understand that he's been exposed, because like I said, he's one of those type of men that want to treat all women like hoes, like some of those men did on the panel. And by the way, some of those men got wives, they had grandmothers, they have mothers, and even they have daughters, but they still say they want to treat all women like hoes, right? And then the
Damn.
last thing, the final thing you need to do, woman, is you need to ask the man what qualifies him to lead you in a relationship, because these men are expecting you to submit, but they're not qualified as leaders, right? So if they can't give you a detailed explanation or a roadmap to leadership and how they're going to lead you throughout the relationship, that's not a man for you. That's how you will identify and expose the degenerate men, which by and large, these men are becoming degenerate.
Mm,
These men are becoming outclassed,
mm.
outcasts to total men. To me and Sharon, we can't even identify with them. That's the problem. Otis is one of those men. He's going to come on here now and he's going to try to defend himself, but he's already been exposed by the Supreme Goddess, Sherry Berry, Happy, and all these other women.
Here
They've
comes the
really
doctor.
exposed them,
I
and
do
now
what I
he's
do
going to
I
try to
can.
come walk back some of his statements, but we already know. See, woman, let a man continue to speak long enough for him to expose himself. That's the key. Just like Otis did, just like all these men are doing every day on this platform. They're exposing that they should not be trusted by women. And that's how I land my plane. Women, do not trust men too early before you allow them to either expose themselves or ingratiate themselves onto leadership, onto a solid plan, and onto solid morals. Peace and love to everybody.
I'll give you credit for your tutelage.
Otis.
I will give you credit for your tutelage. That's what I will say. I'll give you credit for your tutelage. I would like, however, for us to expound upon the necessity in detail how a man is going to, examine a woman on that said date. Like, because it goes both ways. If she's going to, have this criteria of questionnaire, she's going to have a questionnaire, right? According to you, she has to already have a set of questions lined up. What set of questions should a man have lined up when he's sitting down with a woman?
Wait, is that what we're talking about, though? I thought
we all get
we're
a
not
chance to
talking
go?
about that.
I'm giving him feedback for what he said. If
Can
that's
we
all
all
right.
get a
If we're
chance
not
to
talking
go?
about that, then there's no reason for him to talk about what a man should ask a woman. If the question is what should women be looking for or looking out for,
Okay,
then
we can keep it
what a
one
man.
sided, Diva. No problem.
I would like to, if I may, and I'm going to keep it short, address what
Yeah, there's
Brownsville
no way you
said.
could not address it, so I'm a mute. You're going to have to address that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm going to address this. I allowed this man to come on here and spew what he spewed. And I love this platform. We just talked about this earlier. This is why this platform is here. You could tell there's, what's the word when you allow the family to, what's the word?
Nepotism.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You could tell the nepotism is high. It's high. Now, here we go. What I said was, for the record, a married man who has a 28-year-old daughter who's been with his wife since 1998, February 13th. What I said was, this younger generation, I empathize because I was blessed, which is a gift and a curse, to have empathy. I understand when the young man, mainly either man, I believe that's his name, said that he starts off by treating women with hoes. And then he elaborated, because I listened to him when he said he does that and he allows the woman to prove to him that she's not a hoe, and he will acquiesce accordingly. I heard him say that. Now, I don't agree with his style, but I empathize with it. I personally feel, and I said it on this platform, that all women, including, I hate this phrase, hoes, should be treated with the utmost respect, to have chivalry, open the door for them and all that. Yes, I did. There's a difference between me taking them out in public, but I will still open the car door for them to allow the men to do the service that we about to get done. And I will open up the door for them to have them get out. That's chivalrous. I said that. So that's what I said, for the record, and I stand on that. Now, if you say that by me empathizing with that young man, that generation, if you say, well, since I empathize with him, I therefore believe with that tenet, then I'm not going to argue that, because like Jay-Z said, which I shouldn't quote him because he's in some trouble, but I agree what he said, but he stole it from somebody else. I'm not about to argue with a fool, because from a distance, we don't know who is who. I said what I said. My plane is landed.
And before we
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
shout out to Fincel Jack, aka Mr. Gets No Cheeks. She sounds like that Priscilla Pimp chick. Oh shit. And also Fincel Jack, aka Mr. Gets No Cheeks with the 5 boy. He says, does this chick sell audiobooks? She's putting me to sleep. We get it. Men are evil, selfish. Can you put your misandry away? This here, a family show. Oh my goodness. And that is a man, goddammit. How they said it in I'm a boy, Damon. That was a boy talking, goddammit.
Hey, Sharon, I don't, listen, I don't expect you to correct this gentleman here because he calls himself a femcel. So I don't know if that's a combination of feminine and incel, but that's a hell of a combination. So shout out to that femcel dude.
God damn.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Femcel Jack, aka Mr. Gets No Cheeks with the 5 boys. He said, wait! Brownsville is a man. Holy guts. I thought this was a chick.
Man.
My bad, dog. Bump up the bass in your chest. Yo, no offense. Shout out to Femcel Jack with the 97. He is the sponsor of the show. I appreciate it. So if y'all want to beat Femcel Jack, you got to come with $98 to beat him. Shout out to you. Thank you. I appreciate you so much for supporting the show. Thank you. It is much appreciated.
And I guarantee you, Femcel Jack is a closeted homosexual.
Man,
Almost guaranteed.
see, man, see. See, I got to listen. Yeah, all right. All right, Brownsville. Stop
Why
it,
you
bro.
gotta be all that?
Why you got to be all that? I don't know,
Come on,
Miller.
Brownsville.
Hey, Trigger Mike Show. Good day to you.
Good day,
Yeah.
my brother. How y'all
We
doing?
do
Man?
not know. And Femcel Jack, I'm gonna drop the link if you ever want to come up there and you could say what you gotta say. Did I drop it right? I think so. What's your thoughts, Trigger Mike?
First off, let me say Brownsville was killing it. Aside from I didn't watch the show he was referencing. So aside from all the attacks in that part of the dialogue, I thought he was giving very great advice. And as a father, I could almost feel the energy as if he was talking to his daughter.
I agree with
Right.
that. I agree with that.
So that's the exact energy that I channel when we have this conversation, because you don't really need to make it about men at all. If we're talking about the women we love most and how we want to advise them, our mothers, our sisters, especially our daughters, whom we are directly responsible for, I think he was 100% Johnny on the spot. So I want to start my monologue off by saying, ladies, no man can have more respect for you than you have for yourself. The largest issue that we have is an issue of self-respect. And what I would say, a mistake that I see women making is a lack of patience. And what that means is in the dating game, while we're trying to abide by the laws of attraction, while women are trying to get the men that they like to be attracted to them, they're trying to attract the man for courtship, so on and so forth. They are exercising a lack of patience. And what that leads to is you're abandoning your self-respect in favor of instant gratification and instant attention. All right. There is a reason why unfortunately, most of the women that I went to college with they all take pictures turned around, because I fear that they don't believe they're interesting enough to attract and keep a man with their education, with their intellect, with their conversation, with their femininity. So they got to turn around and show their ass to him. Right. And I personally think that's sad, because they're abandoning their self-respect, which is what will actually keep a man around. So I will jump on the same train Brownville was on, pause, and say, don't abandon your self-respect. Any dude that is not feeling you, that's not looking your way while you keep your value system intact, is not for you. You don't have to cheapen yourself to attract him at all. So, and I do have to tell the women that we cannot rid the world of bad men. They have always existed. They will always be here forever. But you can ignore the shit out of them. You are the valuable one. And I can tell you right now, every woman that I've ever fumbled and I regretted had enormous amounts of self-respect. Right? They didn't let anything happen to them. They established boundaries early. They told me what their value system was. And if I wasn't down with it, I did not get the chance to entertain them. Right. So that's all I'm saying. Women need to keep their self-respect intact and exercise patience so the right men that they want ultimately can find them.
Greatly said. I also want to welcome to the stage the verbal assassin and Dara Long. And also before, I want to also address
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Fencel. He says, can I come up? Absolutely. You are the sponsor of the show. You absolutely can come up and defend yourself.
Yeah,
Absolutely
come
encourage
up, Fincel Jack, and explain to everyone what Fincel mean, what you mean by that, because I got a little bit of idea what you're talking about.
it. Verbal assassin, what's going on with you? What's your thoughts? And then we're gonna go Dara Long right after. Verb, are you there? You on mute, girl.
She's working probably.
So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go with Dara Long. We're gonna let him skip the line. What's your thoughts so far? Dara Long, what are some common mistakes women make in the dating scene?
Oh man, I'm so glad you're happy. I'm so happy that you posed a question because I was just gonna talk shit about bandits. But some common mistakes that you said men make in the dating scene. Women make. Okay.
Yeah, women. I already know we fucked up.
I think that one of the mistakes that women make in the dating marketplace is believe in men. Believe in the things that they say. Right. I had this conversation with B. Taylor maybe a few months ago when she was saying that one of the things that men lie about all the time is their work ethic. Right. As you guys probably know, shout out to Kayla. Her mom is like a financial planner or whatever, right? And through her, I discovered that most Americans, not just black people, Sharon, just to be clear, most Americans do not have savings up to 6 months at the age of 65 years old. Right. So that whole thing about like potential, well, you never know. You might be the man in his 20s. He might be a millionaire. Probably not, based on what these stats are saying. So when these men are saying different things and they're just giving out these falsehoods and these fallacies and these women believe it, I think that's one of the mistakes that they make is not vetting these men more and believing their lies. That's just how I feel. You muted, Sharon, if you saying something.
Oh, I was. Jack, knock it off. Good day to you. How you feeling?
Sorry, pretty good. What's up?
Awesome. Are you Fincel in the comments?
I'm always a Fincel. I'm an incel. Don't you know? I live in my mom's basement. I ain't got no money. I get no bitches.
I had no idea. This is your first time being a part of the show. Thank you for being a part of the show. What are your thoughts?
Well, first off, I want to say Brownsville. Sorry, I really thought that was a chick. I'm terribly sorry. That's cool. Damn, Sharon, I ain't seen you in a long ass time. I think the last time we spoke was on Aaron O's show when I was whatever. Oh, yeah, that was me sending the let's see, the 1 through 13 thingies. Yeah. I was trying to figure out the topic of the show, and then I listened for a bit. And you guys are saying the top common mistakes that women make in dating, right?
Correct.
Well, give me a question. I really don't have nothing off the top of my head right now.
The topic of today is common mistakes women make in the dating scene today. And so far we got trusting women. Another mistake we got is coming up with trying to find a partner, also changing themselves. Those are some of the things that we came up with. Not dating enough people at the same time so they could weigh out the options is another common mistake that we came up with, just to name a few.
Giving up the cooch too soon, that was one.
That was another one.
So what's too soon?
Whatever they feel or deem necessary. Too soon is the first night, first couple of dates, in my opinion, but it's ultimately up to the woman. But If
No,
you
no, no.
asking
So
me,
what is too soon? Like if
Child.
there's
I
a,
just gave
if
you
you
my
can give it up too soon,
the
what
first date.
does
The
it
first
mean?
date. The first date. In my
So the
opinion, the
second
first
date is
date.
okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Nope.
so too soon
Nope.
is a matter
Ain't
of
no-
opinion.
listen, I just
That's the problem with that. That's the problem with when we say too
PhD
soon. It's a very
It's
complicated
subjective.
and difficult thing to say because it just is. You just
It's
never know
subjective.
when you can actually trust somebody. So that's why it's a very
Can-
difficult thing. But before we get into our argument mode, Jack, knock it up because you had some great. You had a 1 through 13, and they was awesome. To be honest with you, they were awesome.
Thank you. Oh, but can I add to what you guys were just saying about the you guys were just wow, that thought just claiming went so fast. You guys were just talking about I was gonna say how you guys are letting women off the hook with that whole subjective thing, aren't you? When you're saying it's subjective, isn't
I'm
the
not
most proper way to do it is you shouldn't have sex with someone you don't know their mother's maiden name? Isn't that the standard?
That's
That's
an
still
interesting one.
what standard? That's still subjective because
She's going to
there are
argue
cultures.
whatever time frame she's going to argue it, and that's
No,
just
So
what
I'm
she
now,
not.
does.
so
Odie,
now,
shut the fuck up.
that might be a good point
Look at
because
you.
that means at least he knows the mother, right? So if they grew up in that same neighborhood, right, that's what pretty much he's saying. So even if it was the first date, but she knew him for 10, 20 years.
The
But they
thing
first date
is,
and they had sex. That is different between you just meet some guy walking down the street and having sex with him on the first date, or having sex with the first date that you meet somebody at a club. Those are two different types of first dates.
right, but if you're just saying don't women give it up too soon, and that's a mistake. Too soon is all I'm saying is like put something concrete on it, right? So some people said it should be a 90-day rule, and that's not, but in some cultures, unless you marry, it's too soon, right? And so all I'm saying is that it's a goalpost shifting. So if you're telling women this is a mistake you're making, then we have to be able to bring it down to something that's concrete and objective, right? So if you're doing it before XYZ conditions have been met, then that's too soon. That's all
So
I'm trying
now,
to do.
PhD, but the way how Jack Knock It Off just said it, it was a very interesting way. He said you shouldn't sleep with somebody until you at least know his mother's maiden name, or I guess we should say parent, just in case somebody's passed away. But he says mother's maiden name. Do you think that should be a sufficient measurement?
No, because then people will just start meeting and be like, "What's your mama maiden name?" Right? Like,
Nah,
you
we
get
can
what I'm
fuck.
saying? So I don't know. I just think
Man,
you
this
have
this
to make it concrete.
But
And take the
PhD, but no
simple
matter
shit out
what,
of it.
but at the same time, no matter what advice we give, it's going to be some bad cards that's out there that's going to take our advice and skip the line. If we was to put out a standard, they're always going to be a bad character out there.
Can I please ask a woman on the panel without being rude or condescending or being disrespectful? Because I mean this. What is a typical time in your mind? Because again, it's subjective. Because if you ask a man, it's going to be different, especially me. You give it up the first week or so, that's too soon to me, especially the first date. That's too soon in my mind. So I'm asking a woman on this panel, if you feel comfortable with asking, what's too soon for you? Or what's the general length of time do you go by? And again, let's exclude the situations where if you horny and you want to get something off. I'm not discrediting that. I'm not judging you on that. We human. But a real somebody that you like somebody, what's your time frame?
Damn, and also before anybody answer, welcome to the show, Mahogany Roots and MJ. Good day. Would you like to answer the question?
I would. So I was saying down in the chat room. First of all, good day, everybody in the chat room. Hello. I think honestly, it has to be based on an individual basis. For instance, it depends on the person's upbringing and their beliefs. For instance, I grew up my family is very, very religious. So in some families, it's absolutely off the table until there's some kind of commitment. You're talking about marriage and stuff like that. Courting goes on for a long time. For another woman, I think it's really important for women, like, who was it, Trigger Mike? He was saying, if you have a standard, hold to it. That's the most important thing. There are some women, their standard might be a month, 2, 3. I know I grew up with my grandmother, and they always told us that, like, everybody says that Steve Harvey came up with that 3-month rule, but no, that's something I've been hearing in the South my whole life. If you give it up before 3 months, you're this, you're that. Now things are changing. Women are changing their standards, and the thing is, who am I to change? Who to tell another woman that I don't know what her standard should be? For me, the first night or the second night, or especially not even having a date, not even really knowing the person, that's not a standard for me. I need a long run. I need a long haul. You need to prove some things to me first.
And I believe so. Now, what if you was in conversation with this person for 2 months, but y'all only went on your second date? Would that still be considered as a too soon? Say y'all been talking to each other back and forth, but y'all schedules just did not align to see each other personally, but y'all speak every day for the past 2 months. But now this is your second date within last 2 months. Would you still consider that as a second date, or would you look at it as, well, I know this person more, so therefore it's okay?
It's absolutely, Sharon, a second date. And let me just tell you why I say this. I don't want to hog the mic. This is where online dating and stuff comes in, because people can present anything online. People can present anything over the phone, on Skype, or whatever people are using. It's a completely different story when you wake up, when you're around the person. I won't say wake up next to a person, but when you're actually around them to see how they really are. It's very easy to present a fake front when you're on the phone and this and that. No. So it is just what it is. It's a second date, because that second date, they're on their best behavior. But by date number, who knows, number 5, number 4, you're starting to see. So I suggest that women be patient and women hold on to their standards, like I'm sure their mother and father would like them to do. That's what I suggest.
Thank you for answering that
So
question.
can I ask a question?
Absolutely, Vert.
Hey, I finally got my mic
I
together.
want you to also answer the question after you ask your question.
Okay. So while we're telling women, what to do as far as how soon and all that stuff, are we also telling men in tandem to stop expecting it so early and pressuring women for it so early, and for them to be patient also, and for them to get to know the woman before they're dropping their pants and hopping in the bed? Because see, this goes both ways. Sex with people that are strangers is dangerous for both sexes, but we never want to talk about that part. Women are being pressured for sex out here, and if a woman is not fortified within herself, or she's quote unquote desperate or whatever, she hasn't had a father, one like Brownsville, to fortify her, then she's going to think that this is what she has to do in order to keep them around, because what y'all men will say is, well, I'll just go down the street. Oh, you're not going to give it to me, I'll just get it for somebody else. And that's a fear tactic that men use. And so we can definitely have these conversations with women, right? I have lots of things that I say to women, but at the same time, we're trying to raise the level of our daughter's behavior without raising the level of our son's behavior.
I agree.
So that's a fact.
So I think with the topic, I wanted to stick to the topic, but I believe on this show we definitely we be holding these men accountable and say that they need to have a standard, that they need to hold it. However, so now when we talk about it, I still believe that women need to hold the standard. And so because what we heard not too long ago when we was attempting to hold the men to a standard, they were saying they want to treat all women like hoes. And so since we know that's going to be a standard, because it's not enough of me, Otis, Brownsville, Darryl Long to be stepping up and bark down these other men's throats, because it's just not enough of us. We're not visible as much as the opposition at this point in time. So the women are going to have to hold a standard, because these men are going to approach you as a hoe, regardless of what we say on this panel today, until we get more people with the same thought patterns as us. So if you hold your pattern, it was going to force decent men around you at a higher percentage than what we are currently.
So men are unteachable?
I wouldn't say men are unteachable. I wouldn't go that far.
Men lack morals. Women are superior in the moral box. Women are superior.
No, so just like when I be having a conversation about the men, I just like to try to keep the topic on one side when we have the topic.
But it
'Cause
never,
you-
but
you
that never
know-
happens. You say it yourself. It never happens.
Mm.
Set that as the next topic.
And
for
then,
the
and
next
I
show.
understand that, and then so it gets very frustrating. This is the thing that a lot of men do not understand. It gets very frustrating for the women because they willing to talk to the younger ladies and say, "Hey, we need to hold these goddamn standards, right?" And then, even though I am on their side for most of the time, because I play down the middle how Verb wants it to be, because we know it got hoes as women, as bitches, and all that shit, and it also got women, and we cannot treat all of them the same. We got to treat them appropriately when we see who they are. We say that often on this channel. When somebody tells you who they are, then you're supposed to believe them.
It's never gonna happen, Sharon.
Mm.
Let me help you out real quick. Cut. I know that you're still working at the light side. You know, you're like a nice little Jedi, like Obi-Wan Kenobi. No. But the truth is it's over with. Men are preaching to other men and younger men. Oh, you ain't have sex? Then it's over with. If you ain't get that vagina out of her, then no matter what you did, you could have fell in love. Y'all could have planned a life together, no matter what it is. If you have sex with her, you wasted your own time. She played you. You played yourself. Men are telling other men every single day, vagina matters more than anything else when it comes to women. And if you didn't fuck, then you a loser. Right? How many times did we grow up in the 80s watching those, well, not me in the 80s, but in the 90s watching those movies like American Pie, et cetera, where they didn't get no vagina, right, Otis? They're not focusing on who get the best grades, who get into college. They focus on who get vagina before prom is over with, right?
And boys in the hood. That boy lied to his father, saying that he got some when he know he was a virgin.
Made up a whole story. How he got the whole story. It was a good story too.
And when
So Daryl is right. Like, for men, it would appear that if you didn't get none,
that he's not a valuable man in the community
you
at this
haven't
point.
crossed the threshold of manhood.
And so, and this is where it gets difficult, because, right, so we attempted to keep the conversation on the mistakes that women make. So one of the mistakes that they do make is receiving the men that are not worthy of it. So the men that Verb was talking about, the men that is just strictly trying to get in your panties, the women got to say no to them more often than not. It's an issue. However, it is, and then that gets to the point where a lot of women, they do not speak about it enough, where they feel like they are scared to say no to a man at certain points.
I will say something that I do want to say something that women do make a mistake in dating, and that is talking too much. Talking too much, not listening enough. If you're talking to a man that you first met, if you're talking at all, you should be asking questions. Because if you let a man talk long enough, he's going to tell you everything you need to know about him. So,
and that's the strategy.
Okay, so there we go.
they
Now we
use
got
for
back to the
women.
conversation. Now let's help these young ladies out so they know the mistakes that they're making. So whoever is making mistakes in the past, they could stop making the same mistake over and over, because we know that is insanity. And we don't want our women to be insane, because these men would drive women insane, without a doubt. They will force them into some crazy situations. So that's why I wanted to have the conversation and give some kind of baseline of thought patterns of how they should start moving throughout this dating
How
world.
do they drive them insane?
You say
I just want the audience to hear you say it. That's all.
you said how they drive them insane is plenty. I will have a show about that, so I can line it out properly, so I can give you my full thoughts on how men drive women into.
So it's a big secret, right?
It's not a big secret, but it's a lot of things that we do that we can do. Otis got a couple of things that.
No, I don't do. No, Otis shit. Nah.
Otis said, "Don't call me."
I mean, can I say I could clearly answer that. Not all men, but a lot of men play games, and you know, so that's really the answer right there, by playing games and not being honest and forefront. And then I wanted to respond to something that you said earlier, Sharon, about dealing with the men that only want sex. The fact is, and people might not like this, but the fact is, a lot of men only want sex, and women.
Damn.
We got to think about that. We got to, when we're dating, we got to realize that they're not going to come out and say it to you, that's what they're thinking about hours upon hours out the day.
Come on.
Women, see, I grew up with uncles and stuff, so I know men, and they're not going to come out and say that even the nice ones, but they're men, and you got to kind of, when you come to the table, you got to know that that's what they're thinking about.
Thank you.
That is so tough. That is
like
so
on a real
for,
level. What man doesn't want sex?
Damn.
None.
I think. Oh, go ahead, Sean. I know you got it. I know you want to.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Coda 314. Elated to see Sharon and Daryl back on a panel together, slinging their swords. Sling, sling. We all killing it. So, thank you, and we appreciate that, Cola. So,
I think that it's less that we all want sex, right? But the men who want women just for sex is the problem.
It's two different men.
Those are two different things, right? We all want sex. I mean, we're human. However, when it comes to people who, if I approach Mahogany and I don't want a relationship, I don't want to actually do nothing else but fuck her, that's different from me wanting to take her on dates, potentially date her, and have sex with her too, and finding her physically attractive. Those are two different men, two different thought patterns.
Yeah,
but then it will be up to, I hate to use Mahogany name, but I'll pretend I don't know, but it's making his name up. So it'll be up to Mahogany to discern from what you just said, because she will be able to know if you want to just fuck her for that night or you want to date her. She will be able to discern that. That's what I'm saying. Now, whatever she chooses is up to her. And that's all I'm saying.
I don't think it should be her responsibility. Shouldn't it be his responsibility to just be honest up front?
Hold on. See,
that's not the game they playing though.
They're not going to be.
So again, that's the problem though, right? That therein lies the problem is you can't just be honest. If you want vagina, but you know you're not going to get vagina because you have to lie and play the game that these ladies talking about. I don't do that. I don't got time for games, right? How about you just be honest about your intentions and you still probably can get it, right? But you have to lie. Now she has to have responsibility over your fucking lying. That's not fair. What should be the situation is you're honest. If you get it, you good. If you don't, you walk away and you do it to the next woman and you be honest. But it shouldn't take discernment. She shouldn't have to discern whether you come in correct or not. That's up to you.
So pretty much what
I believe you guys are. Oh my bad.
So we could bring it in. So it's saying that, like, yes, all men, they definitely want sex. This is something that none of us can deny, even the good men, right? However, the horrible men, they only want you for that is the difference. So me as a good man, I want to have sex and the relationship that comes along with the sex. And some men, they just want the sex and nothing.
Can we be honest for a moment?
To do with the relationship. I also want to get yes, we can, Mela. I want to get Jack Knock It Off. He was trying to say something, and I want to bring in the man Williams in it as well. And then we go with Mela. So we go Jack Knock It Off, the man, then Mela. Go ahead.
All right, shout out to the panel. Also shout out to Edie, man. I'm still over here working on my big ideas, man. But I would like to say there was a lot said. I started to have to take notes because my brain's not as efficient as you guys is. One of the things that I laughed out inside is when the woman said women are morally superior. I wanted to agree, but the way women are moving in this stage, I don't know if we can say that, because if their constant response is, well, the men do it too, then how are you morally superior if you're doing something bad, but you're doing it specifically because men are doing it? So it doesn't even make sense for you to be morally superior.
Who said the men do it too? Who said that? Because I asked a question. No. Just this panel, because you're referring to something.
Oh, this panel? No.
Yeah.
Nobody. This panel.
Okay.
I think you said specifically.
Yeah, I asked the
women
question.
Are more. Right. Oh, it was a question. It wasn't a statement. My bad. You said
no. It was a question. Are women morally superior? Because it sounded to me that what was being said was, we can't do anything about the men. They're going to do what they want to do. A man will be a man. A boy is going to be a boy. You women, you have the responsibility So it's like, okay, if that's the case, then you must be saying that women are morally superior, and you can't teach boys or men anything. They're just going to be wild animals out here.
But when you say that, you gotta make sure you mean sexually though, not just overall. So go ahead, Jack, and knock it off. Do you agree with what Verbal Assassin is saying?
That men are unhinged, uncontrollable
Sexually.
primal beast.
Sexually.
I mean, aren't you guys pretty much promoting that to women to behave the same way whenever you give the excuse of, well, everyone wants sex, everyone has a nature and all this? Aren't you just basically giving everyone an excuse to be that thing? If you guys cannot make a grandstanding statement of no sex at all, and you always got to have a caveat of, well, this is subjective, aren't you just allowing people just to use whatever they got going on to have sex? Isn't that what guys are doing? And now you're saying women should do that too. So then aren't the women just going to be moving like the men? So I'm trying to figure out.
So yeah, that's what kind of like, so I got you. So that's kind of what Verb is saying. She's saying that like, so we need, what Verb is trying to say is that, so only women are teachable and the men are not teachable. The women got to hold the moral high ground because men are just going to be men. And so that's where the difficultness comes for women when we say they are making data mistakes, because they have the pool that they have to choose from. Everybody, all the men that comes to them, they all want the same thing and they have no sexual moral grounds to stand on. And that's the issue that they really have. It ain't them, they saying that every man is pressuring them to do this deed. And if you don't do this deed, well, if he's good or bad, you're not going to be able to find out if he's good or bad unless they open up their legs. That's the issue.
Is that something the guys lied and sold them on? I mean, that doesn't even sound like it makes sense.
So the problem is that both parties want to have relationships. And so the barrier to entry for a woman to have a relationship is she has to have sex with the good and the bad and then figure it out after.
I wouldn't recommend that for any woman. That sounds like a terrible way.
And so now that's why she is asking, do women have the moral standing ground on that? And men cannot be taught. We cannot tell our young men to stop trying to always put their peen in every panty walking. Because we try to have a conversation with the men, but the men clearly ain't listening. They call us simps for even trying to have a value system about a woman past, hey, vagina. She's more than a vagina in the can. That's the issue that they have when they hear these men.
That's literally the only thing you can actually expect from a woman. You don't know anything about a woman. The only thing you know for certain, no matter what she looks like, age, height, whatever, the only thing you know for certain that you can actually get from that woman is sex. Everything else, it has to either be negotiated or you gotta commit some long term. Like any woman can give sex. Any woman. It's why it's the low. It's why they say men settle more than women, because men will more than likely settle for just sex, because he knows for certain that's the one thing that you can do as a woman. Like no one knows if you can cook. No one knows if you can balance books. No one knows any of that. For certain. We know you can give sex.
So this is what I'm talking about.
So therefore, you agree with Verbal Assassin saying that women have the moral high ground.
If you want to be looked at something more than a vagina, then yeah, you do have to showcase something more than that, because it's not apparent to anybody looking at you what you can do, unless I guess you're wearing a business.
And the problem is that when they attempt to do that, they would say that I could get it somewhere else. And so therefore, I'm not going to date you anymore because you're trying to show me that you could cook and clean and have intellectual conversations with me. And all I want is some goddamn vagina first. And then you could tell me.
Well, why would a woman stay there with a guy who's saying, trying to use an ultimatum? That doesn't even make sense. If a woman said, hey, if you don't pay my bills, somebody else is going to do it, I'm going to say, let that broke ass nigga pay your bills. What the fuck? Why the fuck would I sit here and try to outbest you on some shit that I don't want to do? If you don't want to have sex, then don't have sex. Who cares if he got some chick down the way? That don't even make sense. Like it's not like he got a gun to your head. Why would you get with a guy who's trying to? That don't even make sense.
And so that's where it came into the other day when we was having the conversation that the hoes are getting treated better than the wives. Because the women, I got you. So the women that are holding out, They gotta stay at home. They in the house. They cooking and cleaning. They doing all that shit by themselves. While the women that are dropping it like it's hot, they are getting all the benefits of what men are supposed to provide for them. Because the hoes, they buying them Birkin bags, they buying them cars, they paying them car notes, they paying them this, they paying them that. All those things because she is giving it up. And so the woman that is virtuous, she has a more difficult time finding
Well,
a man. And that
it's
is
just
the
a
pressure and the balance that women got to deal with every single day throughout.
well, it's just a simple positive negative reinforcement. If you want a behavior to continue, of course you're going to spend a lot of money on it because you want them to continue doing that behavior. You don't want to actually. I mean, that's why rich dudes say it ain't tricking if you got it, because they're trying to put the idea out there that we want more women to be like that. Like most of these rappers and stuff, they don't even have to like ask women to drop the draws because they put it in their song so many times that I got money and all this. And so when women come up to them, they don't even have to like do any of that extra stuff. They don't even have to tell them specifically what they want from them because they've heard it so many times. It's just simple programming. You want women to do this.
Before I move it to either man, so we can open it, I want to open the channel back up. I'm gonna get you in there. I just want to make sure I understand. I got you, Brownsville. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure he. So knock it off. So you agree with Verbal Assassin on the take that women hold the moral stand ground? That's a yes.
If they choose to take that mantle, they got to take everything that comes with that, the responsibility and the what do you call that, accountability that comes with being the morally superior person.
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Sharon.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So Verb, yes. So yes, you got your answer, Verb. I want to get Either Man Wills and make it quick so I can get Either Man in there as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, Sharon, Jack just articulated Verbal's point to a T. What he said was, what we know from women for sure, the only thing we know that we can get from a woman is sex, right? So my question to Jack, Edelman, and Otis, and to all these type of men who spew this remedial rhetoric is, did you not have a mother? Did your mother not show you any value of a woman?
Hey man,
hey, look, ain't nobody having sex with their mom. That don't even make sense.
What's up with the mother shaming?
You always say that
Hold on, guys, those are
He didn't mother shame, but y'all won't ever even let him get it out. Let him talk.
Well, why are you trying to bring a platonic relationship? And that don't even make sense. Why would you even bring out we're talking about sexual relationships?
Hold on, I got y'all. A lot of times, I understand that certain words might trigger, but sometimes if we let the whole statement out, we might understand a little bit better. So let's not just jump on them right away. Let them get the full thought out and see if we can understand, and then we can attack the point.
Okay,
the reason why I asked that question
with me, Sharon.
The reason why I asked that question.
I got you.
The reason why I asked that question is because when these men get on these platforms and they spew this remedial rhetoric that the only thing that you know you can get from a woman for sure is sex, that is what all women that are listening are hearing from them, including their mothers, including their grandmothers, including their sisters, including their daughters, right? But they don't see it like that because they can't see past the last 5 minutes, right? Men, this is just self-explanatory at this point. They have promoted sex into the pinnacle of their value system. It's number one for these men, right? So Verbal Assassin is absolutely correct. The woman hold the moral high ground when it comes to this social relationship discourse because men constantly, daily, they're spewing this remedial rhetoric.
Go ahead, Either Man.
So I've been studying humans for a while, and when we start talking about dating, the one thing we kind of try to skip over is that we hear women say often that they went through a whole phase in college, right? So when it comes in it, we start talking about men do go through these whole phases too. And the problem with humans is humans try to get someone that's not in the same phase of life that they're in. So when we start talking to these women about dating, if you serious, you ready to date, if you want something more than more than sex, you should be actually aligning yourself with a man at that phase of life. But I know when I went to college, it was a whole bunch of women where they just wanted sex. They
But a
didn't
man's
want no.
whole
Hold on,
life
hold
is
on.
his whole phase. His
Oh,
whole entire
Sharon,
life is a whole phase.
She just
So what are
said.
you talking about?
She just said. Please let Bradville or whatever the nigga name is finish because he
His
was
name
making
is
a woman problem.
Mr. Brownsville to
I
you.
know. See, look, see. That's
His
the
name
point
is
that I'm
King
making.
Swing Daddy to
It's
you.
one
Say it
sided.
right.
The whole point of these arguments is it's only one sided. They want men to follow a certain rules, but they actually break the same rules they ask men to follow. So when we start talking about this whole phase, I don't think that it's actually by the gender. I believe we could take someone like Sharon, who we would call a good man today, and if we fast forward or rewind back into his past, he might have had a whole phase. That doesn't make him a bad man. That just made him into the type of man that was the phase that he was in life. I think this is a horrible mindset that we paint that men go through this whole phase for their whole life. Sharon, you're gonna be a hoe for your whole life. There's no way that you can change.
Yeah, the only thing that stops a man from being a hoe is opportunity, baby.
Ooh,
Let's get it right.
absolutely. And we all know what
Hold
happens.
on. You said
I got you.
absolutely. You agree that the only reason, hold on, Sharon.
it's,
So you said, hold on, no, you held me accountable the other
Right.
day, so I want to hold
And
you
that's what he
accountable.
does.
So
Because he just spoke for
Sharon,
the whole man fucking population and he agreed, and then he gonna let that go.
I just
no,
want
we
to
gonna
talk
hold
about
Sharon to
what
follow. Hold on, Sharon.
before y'all
Let me
go on the
ask my
rant.
question. No, so are you telling me the only reason you're faithful to your wife is because you don't have the opportunity?
All I'm saying is when you have the opportunity.
If you ever have an opportunity where you're like, I'm not sure what to do, then just come inside. Okay?
That part. Oh, where's Mace at? Where's
Wow.
Mace at? I need Mace. I need Mace. I need Mace,
Don't get
Sharon.
mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.
Told you this, nigga.
Hey, can I respond to that? Whoever was talking about, the mothers or something like that. I
Yes,
forgot who it was.
we can get back to that, but I want to talk about the opportunity. So the problem is that with the opportunity, so what you were saying, Edie, man, so when you are in the whole phase and you're looking for a woman, you should let that woman know that you only want vagina and nothing else, right? And so the woman can have the options to be in that whole phase with you. The problem is most men are not going to the relationship honest. They are taking away the ability for the woman to choose whether she want to be with that man or not, because he is going out there and lying and he put on a mask and act like he is something that he is not.
Well, no,
and that's how he's getting all those beautiful women.
That's where you lose me at. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. So what he's saying has some truth to it, because men in the whole phase, there's two types of men in the whole phase, right? You have the player. The player is the person who was designed to lie to be able to trick the woman out of the panties, right?
Correct.
And then the second dude that you have in the whole phase is the pimp. The pimp don't lie. He tell you that he got other hoes. He tell you that he's messing around. And what we have believed is movies done told us that there's more players out there than pimps. And I'm telling you that there's more pimps out there than players that just, especially in Atlanta, that say, you know what? I just want to fuck. Are you Netflix and chill? Like all these turns came because men was being honest. We wouldn't be talking about Netflix and chill if a dude was trying to trick her out of draws.
So therefore, you saying more men are pushing sex more than relationships on women?
Yeah, I think that.
So therefore, now that's what the women are saying. Y'all niggas do not want no relationships, and then y'all get mad when the women are so-called hoes.
No,
this is
we
what
not
they
mad
are
at
saying.
hoes.
So they are telling y'all.
No
this
man.
is the part. This is the part that you are missing. And Verbal and Jack, they did it well because they was both being honest about the conversation. That's why I appreciate Jack. He was very honest about the conversation. He didn't have no dog in the fight. He was just calling it, playing how he's seen it. The problem is y'all men treat those hoes better than the women that are trying to move like wives, is what the women are telling y'all.
Can I please respond to that?
What incentives do these women have to living out their life as being a wife? Because
Thank you.
I was trying to keep it on the woman, but it's almost impossible.
I've been wanting to ask this
It's
question because
impossible.
He been
Sharon,
dodging letting.
when Eat a Man done, I want to address what Bronzeville said. I'm taking my time though.
Okay. So I just wanted to address this comment because he made sure I couldn't answer it last time, and I was hoping that he was bring it back. So when women look at hoes and they say hoes are winning, right? Same thing that people who got jobs think that they're winning. People with jobs think they're winning, and they think the business. If you look at year one, you say that person with a job is winning. That dude who's running his own business is losing, right? Then year two, you might say, yeah, you know what? That guy got some guaranteed income with that job, but the person with the business you look at, you be like, dang. I think when you look at a wife versus a hoe, they might get that Birkin up front, but when you start talking about long term on what a wife get, when you talk about like my wife, she got access to everything. When you start talking about the houses that I'm gonna leave her, when you start talking about the wealth that I'm gonna leave her if I was to leave this earth, them hoes don't have access to those things.
Most wives don't either. Most wives don't either.
There you
You're in a
go.
different situation than most
Situation, yeah.
husbands.
No, but
Either
that's
man.
what most hoes ain't getting Birkins. Listen,
But
that's the point
neither
that
are
I'm
most
telling you.
wives. Most
Most
wives
hoes,
aren't getting them either.
the whole point, the whole
So
point
here
that I'm
you go.
saying
Eat a
is
man. Eat a
when we
man. This is
start talking about
Eat a man. This is the part that you're missing. Is that it got more 9-to-5 millionaires than it is business owner millionaires, right? That's the part that you're missing. And this is the part. This is how women look at it. So yes, the 9-to-5, so to speak, it got great Elon Musk. You the Elon Musk of this shit. Cool. It ain't a bunch of those. It's more 9-to-5ers, millionaires, than it is business owners that are millionaires. It's just what it is. So therefore, women are looking at the 9-to-5ers as they winning because guess what? They get all the money without the responsibility because the business owner, he gets all the money plus the responsibility.
But
that's why we both know, and that's why me and you both know it's more difficult to run a business than have a 9-to-5.
So the point that I'm
So
telling you,
therefore, we are putting
Can I
it
get
out.
in when you guys are done?
Yes, I'll let you. And I want to go. So we're gonna go. We're gonna let either man get a chance to rebuttal. Darren Long, then Jack knock it off. And ladies, let me know when you want to jump in as well. Sorry for hogging it up. So what I'm saying is that so y'all are presenting it the same exact way, and you're not hearing it.
No, so the whole point that I'm telling you is a hoe got access to what you give her, right? So say if it's a Birkin, $100, whatever it is, a wife have access to everything that you have. Like your wife have access to everything. So the idea that we're talking about a Birkin bag versus everything that's in the account, it's almost like we paint this picture that the hoe got access to more. No, she only got access to what the
I got a
man
question
gave
for
her.
you, Either man. This way we could, so this way we
Everything.
could tie it. So this way
Half
we
of
could
his
tie
Hershey
in.
bar. Stop
Let's
it.
tie in this whole analogy. For most people, would you suggest them to have a good 9-to-5 career or start a business?
Start a business.
All right, cool. Go ahead. I'm not going to even entertain it. Go ahead, Daryl Long, jump in there. Then we go Jack, knock it off, and ladies jump in right after Jack and knock it off.
Yeah, for me, I was going to just comment on what I wish Eat a Man had stayed so he actually can rebut this, but I hate when
Either man, come back, please, because
then Brownsville left her, no, Brownsville down there. So when Brownsville said, "What about your mom?" and everybody blew up, "What about your sisters?" They'd be like, "Oh, well, I'm not dating my mom. I'm not dating my sisters." But when you guys say that all women don't have value outside of sex, somebody will date your sister. Somebody is dating your mom. Somebody will date these other women around you, right? So, yes, you're not dating them, but what happens when a young man comes into your daughter's life and he takes on the same ideology that women have no value outside of sex and their vagina? And you feel like that's okay to treat the woman that you're courting like that, fine. I have no pushback. But should the young man that's courting your daughter, should he treat her with the same ideology? Should the young man that's courting your sister treat her with the same ideology? Right? Because of course we're not saying that you're going to fuck your cousin. So I mean, don't be fucking idiots. Nobody's saying that. But if all women have no value outside their fucking vagina and sex, right? Does this apply when other men are courting the women in your life, your daughters, your sisters, et cetera, et cetera? I think that's how that conversation happens. But men don't want to speak on it because it's okay for us to make other men's sisters and daughters nut rags and have that ideology when it comes to them. But once a grown man brings up the conversation of, well, is this okay with everybody else? Then y'all just get quiet, y'all don't want to have a conversation. That's the problem.
Absolutely. So Jack, knock it up. That's why he brought up the whole mother, sisters, and the daughter situation. It wasn't to say that it was a platonic relationship, but to say that your mother, your daughter, your cousins, your aunties, they are out there in the dating world. And if you are spewing this remedial rhetoric, people are looking at your loved ones that you deem as some are good or some are bad, whatever. They are getting treated the same way, and we know we don't want our daughters treated that way. But go ahead, Jack, knock it up.
Okay.
We're gonna let either
No,
man.
I agree with what Daryl was saying. I actually didn't know that was the purpose of that statement. I thought they were saying like, well, the problem I have with that conversation is that men, they grow up with their mothers. They know what women are being taught. And one of the things men know for certain they're being taught is you don't give certain treatment to guys you don't know who's not going to marry you. It'll be ridiculous to expect that from a person. You can't really expect loyalty, commitment, none of that stuff. You can't expect her to pay your bills. You can't expect her to buy you stuff. There's certain things you cannot expect from a woman, basically just based on the fact that we grew up listening to what women are not supposed to do for men. We're the men on the other side of that. It's not, it's not illogical for us to say, okay, what do I know that they were taught? And what can I expect from that? And most of the time, you can't really expect anything because most of the time women are taught like just go with your feelings, and if you want to leave, just leave. So it's like, what can you really expect from that situation besides get in and get out?
So
Like
that's good.
that's what I want to say to Daryl Long. That was just the response to that. But I was going to say is that you were talking about how hoes wives, what are the benefits of being a wife if hoes are winning? That was your question. I was like, so I wrote it down. It says you don't pay hoes for sex. You pay them to leave and not falsely accuse you of anything. And that's a lot more expensive than it is. That's actually a lot cheaper to do than to take on a wife long term. If you could pay a hoe, let's say $10,000 for a good time and for them to leave and never hit you with no back charges like Bill Cosby or R. Kelly or any other weird shit. If you could pay for that and expect to never have, most dudes would do that. It's like no problem ever. Most dudes would do that. But I mean, I don't know how else you're supposed to get out of that situation without paying some money. Most dudes pay for the dinner date just so they don't get called all kinds of crazy names and stuff, even if they know they're not getting none, because they know the price is if you don't pay something, then you can't walk away from the situation without getting burned somehow. So most men are really just paying to leave with their life.
So the problem is that most of the men, when you put it that way, most of the men are treating the hoe better than a wife. They are giving them less responsibilities than a wife. They are treating that woman better. She don't have to pick up the phone. He don't gotta see her every day. All she gotta do is.
What I just already said is,
and she's getting
long term.
And so when women hear these things, right, Jack? When women hear these things, it starts to seem like it is no benefit of being this good woman because men are not respecting the good woman in public. So the problem is in private, either man, he's treating his wife beautifully.
That's
in
bullshit. Public, dog. That's
but
bullshit.
in public, but I got you, E. But in public, he is saying the complete opposite of how he treat his wife.
That's bullshit. Let me tell you why it's bullshit. Because when I talk about my wife, everybody say I'm trying to boast. I'm trying to brag. When I do things,
you miss what I
hold on.
No, E, you miss what I heard. I want to make sure you hear what I'm saying because you missed what I'm saying. You kind of missed it. What I'm saying is that the way how you treat your wife is probably the most. Every woman will want that. But the problem is when you talking, you are saying treat women horribly. Not necessarily. I'm not saying that I'm not talking about your wife specifically. But when you talk about how men should treat women, you're saying it in a horrible sense. Is what I'm saying.
No, so what I was saying in that context, because when you made that context at the last show, I said we was talking about in the realms of dating. We wasn't talking about walking down the street and I see Miss Sari Sue at the church, and I'm just gonna treat her like a hoe. That was not the context of what I was delivering. What I was delivering is in dating. This is how I understand. I didn't say you should do it. I said I understand why men in Atlanta have this actual approach, right? But I get we're on YouTube. It's our goal to paint whatever narrative we want. The whole goal that I was telling people is when it comes down to actual dating, since I believe that you should not date. You should court and you should get married. Dating is designed for women to get fucked. And I think we don't talk about it enough.
Go ahead, Otis. I see you bubbling up. You good?
Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm not. No.
Okay.
Listen, yeah, we good.
So,
we good, yeah.
So
Can I
now,
respond to
so
Daryl?
the problem is that when we had a conversation, sometimes we look at it just as we talking to ourselves. We got 125 other people watching, and like so, how Jack knocked it up, he didn't understand what Browns was saying at first until we had the broader conversation. He understands it now, like, oh, that's what you was talking about. That's the issue that we have, and sometimes when y'all say these blanket statements, y'all don't realize what y'all actually say and what you are actually promoting, because what you say. The way how you say it, you said it as in dating, and most people look at the word dating not the way how you look at it. They use it in a general sense, and when you say when you are dating, you treat all women like hoes, that means all women are hoes. Because this is what y'all said. Y'all didn't say treat the ones that act like hoes. Y'all said treat all women as hoes until they prove otherwise is what was said.
But you're right.
Isn't that how you already move through life?
No.
That's the whole context of
What?
the show, though. See, this is what I don't understand about when I get on YouTube. You make a show and you put the title, and we know that we talking about dating. And then when we take when we make a statement, it's like, oh, he's not talking about the topic anymore. He must be off topic, talking about his grandma at the church that he should treat him like a hoe. Like, it's crazy that we paint these narratives.
No. See, this is where you got that part wrong again. See, this is you missing the point again. Somebody out there, if your grandpa died, is going to be dating your grandma, not you. Somebody else that is a stranger to your grandma is going to be dating your grandma, and they're going to be treating your grandma like a hoe and say, "Do those dentures come out, baby girl? Can you gum it up?"
All right. So first of all,
Hey, Sharon, can I ask you a question before I bounce?
Yes. Yes. Go ahead, Jack. Knock it off. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think where my real issue comes from this is you guys are painting treat a woman like a hoe as a bad thing. So I have to assume that you guys think hoe treatment is like something negative. What is like hoe treatment? Like you yell at her, you call her out her name, punch her in the mouth or something? Because if treating a woman like a hoe, from my experience, is just making sure you don't trust her with anything you wouldn't trust your wife with, making sure you give her a wide berth, some space, and don't expect too much from her because you can't. I always thought treating her like a hoe meant like don't treat her like someone who's going to stick around, because most women are flighty and fleety when it comes to who they want to be with. You can't really expect them to stay around, so you got to treat them like a hoe. And the hoe is like she's probably going to just want you for your money. So be prepared for that. And the only thing you could probably get out of this situation is sex.
So the problem,
if you can get something,
also can
I got it. So here's
but I
the
gotta
problem.
go. Thank you for letting me up. The panel was great. Thank you, Ada Man.
Let me
Shout
just
out, Daryl. Out. I gotta go though. Later.
Okay. Shout out to you. Thank you, Jack. Knock it off. So the problem is that like you said it with some real context. You said most, so you could put a percentage on it. The conversation that we was having before, they said all.
No, but
the way how we look at the whole situation, that means that you are not trying to be committed with that woman is the issue. And you treat all women like they are not. You
removed my content.
You are treating all women the same, and you're treating all women like they are not that they want to be in a committed situation is the issue that we are having.
About to be a situation.
Unlikely. Buenas tardes to everyone on the panel and chat. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon to you as well. Unlikely.
Otis,
So
do you see how he removed my contacts too? Because I had contacts too. We took
no, you said all.
I know. I said treat all women like hoes until they prove that there was ladylike. That was the end of my statement. So I start off this way.
Why
And
would
then
okay?
after,
But if
hold
you're,
on,
But
hold
that's
on.
the problem. And
can the women
get
get in here at all at any
yes,
point?
Apparently
Because
yes,
not.
I heard
go ahead.
PhD trying to talk, and
Yes.
goddamn shit.
Yeah, so,
We're
so
here and y'all just talking all around us. That shit gets annoying
Child.
as fuck.
hell
If
yeah,
it's
go
about us,
ahead.
can we talk about us? Can
Go
we
ahead.
talk about
Verbal
us
Assassin,
ever?
PH Diva, and then Mela the second. Go ahead, ladies.
So he's like, treat a woman like a hoe until she proves she's up. How do you, why would, if you're treating a woman out like a hoe out the gate, why the hell would she want to stick around to show you any motherfucking thing? That's what
Child.
I want to know. Like, this shit is weird. Why would you even think that that's okay? What is her incentive to stay around you to show you anything if you come out the gate treating her like shit?
You the man. Would you like to explain your definition of treat them like a hoe? Because I honestly do believe that the definition is being misconstrued. I don't think, you know what I'm saying? I really do believe that. So can you give us an example of when you say treat them like a hoe? Because I promise you, I
He's not
understand what
here.
The
you mean.
word
He's not
He's
hoe
not here?
cannot be misconstrued.
Hold on,
Everyone
y'all.
Right.
understands
Hold
what
on.
a hoe
Hold on,
means.
y'all. We got y'all. We gonna get
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
shout out to Keep It Funky in Real Life. Where is the Black House and JP? I'm out. Shout out to
He's
Mr.
so
Logic.
silly.
Always
No, that's
starting.
very
PhD
dangerous
is right
rhetoric.
there. The Black House is right there. I think. I'm not sure. I think she's solution based group now.
I don't
She's
think
out.
that all of us as fathers, as fathers,
We
right,
are
Sharon?
claiming PH Diva.
My
So
bad. As
so
fathers,
let's
Sharon,
get down
none of us.
into it. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna let Dow jump in the line. PH Diva want to get back in it. So get Dow jump in. PH
Just
Diva
before
then Miller.
Daryl go, can y'all hear me? My audio was cutting out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can
we
hear
hear
you
you.
good
We
now.
hear you
Okay,
now.
okay.
But as fathers, none of us want a young man to say, I heard an older gentleman on a panel one day and I adopted his mentality. So I'm treating your daughter like a hoe until she showed me otherwise now. I don't think that no father is going to be like, oh, no, that's perfectly fine with me. Treat my daughter like a hoe until she showed me otherwise. I think that's dangerous propaganda.
That is wild as fucking crazy. I don't understand how they look at it. They don't understand that. But for some reason, they want other men to treat their mama, their grandma, their daughters, their sisters, their aunties like hoes. Go ahead, PH Diva.
Well,
So I
did you want me to answer it? Oh no. Answer
Yeah,
it.
I'm gonna get the ladies in there, and you could get ahead
Okay.
and prove your bad point.
so the thing, I mean, everybody's dancing around the fact that people think it's okay to disrespect hoes, right? And that's, they talk about it in these panels all the time. Like, if you acting like a hoe, I'm gonna treat you like a hoe. And so what you're saying is treat a woman with disrespect until she has earned some type of respect from you. And so I think one of the mistakes that women make in dating is auditioning for a motherfucker. Don't ever audition for no damn man. Don't jump through no hoops. If he can, treat you with disrespect out the gate, then you know that that's generally who he is. And so conduct yourself accordingly, because everybody deserves a basic level of human, decency and respect. So for, men to try to act like it's okay to, meet a woman with disrespect until she has done something to earn your respect, it doesn't make sense. And I think a woman would do a disservice to herself to actually go along with that and try to earn some respect from that man.
Shout out to Keep It Funky in Real Life. He said, PZ, but you need to
fuck up in 2024.
You sound damn, Mr. Logic starting his best early.
The whole point of what was said, right? We had already came to understand. See, we pick and choose what we want to, because we said that the hoes was treated according to Sharon. Sharon, out of his own mouth, said the hoe was being treated better than the wives.
Absolutely.
So how can we say these women are being treated better than the wives? So that means that they're being disrespected. Right? We automatically went to disrespect because we said that treat them like a hoe. According to Sharon, this is good treatment. This ain't bad treatment based on what his narrative and what he's saying out here. It's just that people process it the way that they choose to process how hoes are being treated. When I was talking about that, me and Otis had a deep conversation. I said, the chivalry, I think a lady, when you talk about opening the door and doing these different things, I don't think a man should be doing those things. I think a man should be actually sitting back and really evaluating what type of woman he's actually dealing with. And that's typically how men deal with hoes. When men go with hoes, they don't open the door. They don't do all those things. What they typically do is they sit back and they evaluate. Let me see exactly what this woman wanted, what her values, and I'm going to meet her at those values. I'm not going to go over and above to be able to accomplish that. I know Brown got a lot to say.
Again, this is where you are wrong. The men are treating these hoes kind and indifferent. They are doing all those things. This is the part that you are missing. They are treating these women exactly like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what is actually going on. This is the part that you don't understand. And the lady said this.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
One of the ladies said, absolutely not. You cannot treat her that way. She said she's going to keep her name quiet. Also, I want to welcome to the show the general, hey, Mr. Uncle Logic. Good day to you. How you feeling?
Hey, I just came up here to kick PhD off, man. If she ain't part of the Black House, nigga, fuck her. Hey, nigga, you read my $20, nigga, she gotta go. You don't do balance no more?
I did. She got kidnapped, but somebody hit the Cash App and brought her back. They said they don't say my name. Bye,
Okay,
Diva.
Wait. Keep on. Give me a minute. Hold up.
Well, I gotta hide the name. Let me hide the name.
Logic, why you doing that? Why you acting like that with me?
All right, because I ain't see you at the Black House.
And so you got to come acting belligerent with me?
I ain't acting belligerent. I'm just, hey, look, why you ain't been at the Black House no more?
Leave me alone, Logic.
All right. Well, just say good night then. Shit. Hey, look. Nigga, you can get your ass up out of here, nigga. Look, I ain't got no, hey.
So, Uncle Logic, before you go, do you think that hoes get treated better than wives? Yes or no?
Man, I don't care about this nigga pussy conversation, nigga. We got Mexicans on our border. Nigga, look.
I hear that.
Did you say Mexicans on our border?
Everybody's on the border now. They coming from China, everywhere.
That's why y'all better vote for Trump, man. I don't know what y'all doing.
Yeah, we got Mexicans on our border.
Damn.
Y'all talk about some dick and pussy.
He gonna get him up out of here, okay?
It's all about the Black House. Hey, read my super chat, goddammit.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Uncle Logic said this. He said, PhD, you're gonna have to
Fuck up in 2024. You sound
Why y'all keeping PhD off? Come on now.
Fuck about here, nigga. It's Black House and then. I don't like to see no traitors.
That's messed up.
Shit.
That is, oh my God, that's whack.
How's that messed up? That's called business.
Why are you doing that to her?
Hey, what's your name?
Daryl Long. Daryl Long is my name. I'm Daryl Long.
Okay. Shit. Don't ask me that question. Why? Because she was Black House.
All right. Well, I'm gonna be quiet. But when you leave, I'll be talking again.
As long as you don't say shit. Hey, look, I got $10. I got $20 for anybody who they say if she say anything slick, just DM me and I'll come and kick her ass off. Hey, appreciate it, Sherrod. Hey,
you could come to my channel and kick me off my own show like 10 times. You can do that.
I don't know who you is.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm Daryl Long.
I'm just saying I'm asking you. I ain't trying to be an asshole. I mean, I might pop up. Who are you?
I'm the verbal assassin, the one and only. What you mean?
I seen somebody, they name was Verbal Assassin, they was streaming, and I thought it was you, and it wasn't.
No, that for real. That's why I changed my name to the one and only, because I got sent a screenshot, and this lady changed her name to Verbal Assassin and used one of my avatars that I have with the cloak. Yeah, man.
Because I heard you talking. I was like, hey, that's
Jay
not the
Prince
person I know.
PhD but at the Black House. All right, if that's the case, I'm finna pay to bring her back. I apologize, PhD, but I ain't know he kicked you out.
Yeah, see, you doing too much.
I thought you
Relax.
just betrayed it. I thought you just betrayed the Black House. You know what I'm saying? I thought you was over here with Simp Nation and whatever this shit. What is it?
Solution-based
SBG?
group, goddammit. Solution-based group. That's what we are.
Nigga, you niggas ain't got no solution. Give me one solution you niggas got.
Okay, so one of the solutions that we got today so far, we say, women, you need to another mistake that today we was talking about. The mistakes women make in dating. So one of the mistakes that they make, they get caught up in the idea of finding a partner rather than focus on building a strong, fulfilling relationship that take time to get to know someone before rushing into a committed relationship.
Oh, that sounds more like begging to me.
Oh, damn. Another one we said, one big mistake that women make in dating, the dating market, is trying to change themselves to fit into someone else's idea of perfection. So they need to remember that you are just enough as you are.
So you try to give bitches a moral code. So without bitches having a moral code, that's not a solution, right?
Why not?
Because you're giving them, that's not a solution. You're giving them an option to opt into, right? But they can say, fuck you, Sharon.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that's not really a solution.
So we also do it for the men as well. So this way we can get both parties on the same accord. So the problem is that we can't get one on accord and then the other one stay the same. So that's why we're having an argument about the whole situation right now, because men are saying that they treat all women as hoes, and you can't do that if you are absolutely looking for a wife. You cannot treat your potential wife as a hoe.
But that's not a solution. You gotta believe that they would take that. That's not a solution. Am I right, Darrell? You gotta have hope that women will listen to you.
We do, because we are
the
raising
women
our
usually
daughters.
do listen.
Yeah,
man, Darrell, these women ain't listening. Okay, if anybody know these hoes ain't listening to Darrell, it should be you.
But listen, but also we got to say it like this. Maybe the ladies that's already grown, they are out the loop, right? It's too late for them. However, we do have daughters, and we do have little nieces and young aunties and all that's coming up in the dating market. And we need to start talking to them, and we need to talk to our young men as well. We need to change their ideology, because it's fucked up that older men are telling young men that all women are hoes, including their mama. So therefore, when she get a new boyfriend, he gonna treat his mama like a hoe as well.
But I'm saying, do you understand my point that y'all more like y'all asking and y'all hoping they listen, but that's not a solution.
It is a solution when men are having daughters. I have 2 8-year-old daughters, so I'm teaching them the solution now so they can have the ideology that I'm talking about. However, but we got to be able to teach the young sons that as well.
All right, so since y'all gonna do that, so can we pray for these hoes that they listen to us before I leave?
No, we got to raise them. We got to raise adult children into being the functioning adults that we want.
I'm just saying, based on your logic, let's go ahead and do a prayer for these hoes to make sure that they do and listen to us.
Well,
right,
we do.
Can I lead the prayer?
We do have the Sierra prayer. It worked for Sierra.
Can I lead the prayer before I leave?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Logic.
All right. So, dear hoes, can y'all please listen to us? Can y'all do right? We need y'all to fix y'allself. We need y'all bitches to get a moral code. Thank you, hoes, for giving us your ear. In the Sim God, we pray. Amen.
And we're going to let Pastor Bass clean it up for us.
Don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.
God did not hear that prayer, and I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I rebuke you.
Wow. That was crazy. That was crazy.
Man. Y'all are a mess.
Yeah, I don't even know where to go after that.
Oh, man. Yikes. Just yikes is all I can say. Man, we had a good show today. I think we kind of got down to it. I don't know. Do y'all want to extend this? Y'all want to keep it moving? Y'all let me know. Are we enjoying the conversation?
Hey, yo, Sharon.
Otis
Yeah.
has
when
been pretty quiet.
when you say
Brownsville
that
snatched his tongue out, huh?
No,
when
he
you
really
say
didn't. But go ahead. Go ahead,
when you
Brownsville.
so when you say, Sharon, that the hoes get treated better than wives, you're absolutely correct. And these men confirmed it on these platforms, right? Because
Absolutely.
remember some weeks ago when I articulated that yes, my wife works, she makes good money, but my salary goes to pay the house because I provide the provision, right? So my salary goes to pay the bills, and her salary is used at her discretion, right?
And hold on, before you go, we got 3 minutes until the show's over. Unless we get up to 100 likes, we get to 100 likes, and we will continue the show. That should be nice, simple, and easy
That
for
should be
everybody
easy.
to do. Let's get to 100 likes, 2 minutes, and let's continue the show. It is up to y'all. Hit the like button. We get to 100 likes. We continue the show. Go ahead, Brownsville, New York.
So when I articulated that, men like Edelman and Hink got on here and said, "Well, no, you're not even getting any value. You're propping up your wife too high, right?" And so they were pretty much like downgrading me, saying, "Well, I'm not getting out of the relationship as much as I should." And then at the same token, they're trying to say that wives are doing better than hoes, right? When all actuality, they're aligning themselves with your ideology that hoes are being treated better than wives because they're not in the mindset of providing all the provision and allowing their wives to have discretion on their money to do as they please. Because as a man, as a leader, we're supposed to be the ones to provide, right? We're supposed to be the one to hold down the household bills and and all those things. So if that's not the case, then we gotta get the solution. I need Edelman to give us the solution on that because he was one of those men that said, "Well, no, if your wife is using her money to do whatever she wants, then you're losing value as a man, right? So how can both things be true?"
That's not true at all.
30
It's
seconds.
Oh damn, it's not. Yeah, that's not true at all. I would just say, great show, Sharon. Y'all bandits should have got the likes up. Jesus Christ.
Hurry up and hit these damn likes. Damn, this shit is free.
I was thinking that too. These niggas out of
It's
control.
ridiculous.
I gotta beg for everything. All my life I have to fight, nigga.
We need 3 more likes, bandits. Jesus Christ.
Lord have.
Oh, Sharon, they say 108 on my end.
All right, cool. We made it. Yeah, lucky I extended it 17 seconds. I gave y'all niggas grace.
Oh no, it say 101. My
I was about to tell Otis because he's one of my hoes on the stroll. I was about to tell him to get up and do y'all a little shaky.
I want
so y'all can hit that like.
If I may, Sharon, I would like a little, not leeway, but just allow me to speak here. It amazes me how no matter how hard, not even hard, I'm using the right words because with this panel, words are important, So it amazes me how well I articulated my point. I know I articulated it well, but no matter what, they still hear what they want to hear. You still have your cousin who has water in his ear, bless his heart, who still throws my name out and he is slandering my name. Just slandering my name. If I was to take this personally, I will come after you criminally, sir, and civilly because you really are slandering my name because I know you are articulate enough to hear the words that coming out of my mouth. Then you have these women on this panel, the well-spoken verbal assassin, and well, I'm not going to say Mellow the Second because Mellow the Second haven't heard her say anything. But verbal assassin, I respect you so much, I really do. But you coming this close.
What's gonna happen? You're not gonna work for me tonight? Is that what's gonna happen, Otis?
Damn. I only show this body to my wife who loves it. The only thing you will get from me is this right here.
What? I don't even know what you just did, but you better watch it.
Right there. You see that?
I'm gonna put you in the closet.
No Diddy.
I love this panel.
Hey,
Y'all
Otis.
crazy. Y'all
Otis.
crazy. What, man? What, Captain Save 'em? Yes.
So I would respond to your soliloquy like this, right?
Okay.
It is not slander when I call you out on your BS, right? Because the way I would describe you, Otis, and you my guy, right? But you have what I call a switch up spirit. You see, your ideology will align as the panel aligns, right?
Facts.
So
Facts.
if we get guys like Edelman Williams and all these other guys that share his ideology, then you're going to side with him.
So
right?
you don't understand the definition of empathy? Again, I said empathy. Do you know what that means? I admit I don't know a lot of words. That's why I keep the dictionary app on my phone. I will admit that, but I'm well aware of what empathy means. I made that clear. I'm blessed and cursed with empathy. Again, just because I understand where Edelman was coming from, that doesn't mean I agree with it. I made it clear I don't agree with his ideology. I made that clear. But I understand.
No, you didn't.
You damn sure did not.
Understand where he's coming from, where he could be thinking that. That's all I said. Now, if you want to interpret that as me aligning with that ideology, that's fine. And I'm well, and I can honestly accept that. But again, I'm going to make I don't know what else to tell you.
And this is why I'm trying to bring understanding to you, right? Because you're having a difficult time comprehending the understanding, right? Because the switch up spirit has you bound to the point to where when your ideology goes with the wind a certain way, you don't realize.
Stop it, bro. Stop it, bro.
The switch up spirit is wild, man.
I'm gonna give you another example, Otis. So when we had the conversation about the guy who was shooting after the woman in the Uber, right? At first, you was like, yeah, that's wrong, right? But then when Sharon was trying to articulate all the ways it was wrong, then you came out and said, well, we don't know what his intentions were. And
you're taking that out of you're taking out of context. Stop it. Whoa.
He was shooting at her.
Wow.
Go back and listen to the show.
Wow,
that's what I'm
bro.
saying. The switch up spirit has you bound. So the gentleman
you don't know
that
the definition, sir. You don't know the definition of switch up.
It's
you
that demon. That switch up demon.
Switch up. You couldn't for you to sit there and say I'm a switch up. What I am
is the bandit whisperer.
Allow my thought process to change once evidence presents itself. And I'm gonna say it again for those in the back that didn't hear me. I have the right to change my mind when new evidence presents itself.
It ain't no new evidence. It's the same evidence.
Number two, I'm not a switch up. Again,
you are
taking that word and you're switching that, you're mixing that with empathy.
No, that's not empathy.
You cannot tie that in and construe that whole scenario with what I said. I still stand on what I said. Yes, it was done wrong. I don't agree with what was done when the guy was shooting at the car. But I have a logical question. I'm sorry, I am that guy. I am him. I would like to see the whole context. I still stand on that question.
Did you want to see the whole conflict with GF?
With
Floyd?
GF? What is GF?
Floyd, did you want to see the whole context?
I'm not understanding what you're talking about.
George Floyd is who I'm talking about. Did you want to see the whole context? Did you go on panels talking about you want to see the whole complex, the whole context to that and what happened before and why, were you trying to make excuses then or you just saw something that you saw was wrong happening to another human being?
Okay, so she's saying did you need to see the whole scenario to understand that something was done wrong to him?
One, I'm not even familiar with the Floyds. I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to and I hate when we switch.
When the police officer had his knee on his neck.
That situation.
So she's saying that. So she's saying with that scenario, you didn't need to see previous to understand that something was being done wrong. So what she says that when things is being done wrong, a lot of men are not willing to call it out. So all right, so let's put it like this. Do you agree with what Edelman Williams was saying about the hoes?
I don't agree with that.
All right, so now make your claim. Should men treat all women like hoes? Because at one point you was saying that.
Ask me a question again so I can clear this.
Should all men treat all women like hoes?
No. For the umpteenth time,
Yeah, we gotta make it clear
that
for the people.
And I gave it an example. I said that. But if you want to have a discussion like what panels do, I also said I empathize, which hypothetically mean I could put myself in either man's shoes and I could understand his generation on why he made that statement and what he meant by that statement. And he even gave an example. So I even gave this example.
I want to jump in. I want to jump in right there with the empathize. I want to jump in with the empathize. So that means you share the feelings as either man.
I said no. What it means is I can understand how he thinks that way and why he thinks that way.
So empathy also
don't add to it.
So empathy doesn't just mean understand. It means understand and share the feelings of another.
I wouldn't go that far.
But that's what empathy means.
I would stop out. Look up the definition of empathy. Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do that.
You
just
sure?
like let's use a real life example because we playing games
Hold
here.
on.
I'm
gonna read it. I'm gonna read it exactly. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of another.
Exactly. So in that example, a real life situation, you will understand, even though you wouldn't do it, you will understand if a father shoots down the alleged killer the alleged alleged sexual assaulter of your child or somebody close to you. We were out. You would know that will be wrong, but you will understand why somebody would do that. Correct.
No, you gotta reiterate that. I missed it.
If someone, I'm gonna take you out of it because that's the same personal. Yeah. If someone goes out and kills the alleged SA of their daughter, allegedly without no court trial, no nothing. You can understand why they did it, but you would know for a fact that would be wrong, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the difference in what I just said about either man?
Because I would share the same feelings as that father did to do that heinous act. I would share the feelings. I would feel not only understand, but share the feelings. That's what empathy is. So that means when you say you empathize with either man was, yes, Aaron, you are more than welcome to knock on the door. Yes, Aaron, you can hit the link. When you say I empathize with either man, you are saying I share the same feelings. Yes, either man, all women should be treated as hoes because I share the same feelings and I understand you. That's what empathy means.
Wow. I don't agree with that interpretation.
I was going by the definition.
I hear you though. I'm going to agree to disagree. I hear you though. See, because I'm about to get into that. Now, the way I just articulated, I'm hoping that the audience will understand where I was coming from. If not, I don't know what else to say, but I feel that I articulated my point. Now, if you want to take my words and hold me to the true definition, and I feel that way, I believe I feel the same. If that's where you want to go, I can't control that narrative. I can't. I feel like I articulated the way I wanted to express myself. And if people take that the wrong way, it is what it is. And I land my plane.
Not use the word empathize.
No, I'm going to. No, don't tell me what I shouldn't use. I like that word. I'm going to stick with it. I got you, though. I appreciate you.
The wrong use of the word. GBGville, good day to you, sir. How you feeling? And right after you, we got Aaron. Welcome to the show. What's your thoughts, GBGville?
What's the question? You said, should all men treat women like hoes?
We're not going to go back to that because we know Otis is wrong. So what we going to ask you? What we going to ask you? What common mistakes women make in the dating scene?
There's not a big enough blank book to write this shit down.
Give us two.
The niggas they choose. Ignoring red flags.
Ignoring red flags. I can accept ignoring red flags. Do you want to expound on ignoring the red flags? So you're saying they see it, but they choose not to heed to the red flag, is what you're saying?
They see it, but they think they can change those situations. They deal with it for so long until they don't want to deal with it anymore. When they knew they shouldn't have done, they shouldn't have dealt with it at all from the
So
jump.
therefore, women should not give men any kind of chance. As soon as they see a red flag, do not give him any chance. Red flag, done. Cut him off by block him.
Sure.
Okay, so y'all hear that, ladies? You see one red flag in a man, you need to hurry up and run away, block his ass, stiff arm him, quick, fast, in a hurry. Do not give him no second chances, none of that. Correct?
Whatever you say.
It ain't what I said, it's what you said. Aaron, good day to you, sir. Thank you for joining my panel. I appreciate you. What's your thoughts?
What's happening, brother? Thanks for having me. I really do appreciate it. My thoughts are, to take a more holistic approach. I think women, the mistake they make a lot of times is not knowing themselves, not knowing what their role is, not knowing what value they could potentially bring. And I think as a result of that, they misjudge the world around them, not knowing what's expected of them, not knowing what is available to them in the world. It's been evident in this conversation a lot of times, especially when talking about, the difference between treating women like hoes and such, that really shouldn't even be part of the conversation. I mean, I understand why somebody would say that, but then you just divorce yourself of that kind of thinking. But at the same time, I would implore women not to immediately treat women like marks either. And that kind of does happen. And so I think what I'm saying is people haven't elevated their thinking, especially women. But men they're not innocent of it either. They're too focused on toxicity. They're too focused on the wrong things and the wrong people and what to avoid, rather than focusing on how to better themselves and focus on what to attract, what's actually good.
So, all right. So you're saying women have not elevated their thinking. I would tend to say, so if they change the way how they date, so they say, oh, men they appreciate this type of woman more. These type of women get more out of a man, and so and then women are acquiescing to what they can get out of a man. Is that not changing the ideology of how to date men?
Kind of, sort of. Yeah, I think women they don't really value themselves, so that because they don't value themselves accurately, they don't know what value they can bring. The world kind of fucks with them.
What is a woman's role? You said women don't know their role. So what is the role, honey?
In what?
You said that one of the mistakes women make in dating, one of the things you said is that women don't know their role. What is a woman's role?
I'm operating under the assumption that when we say dating, we're talking about dating with intention to marry.
Okay, what is a woman's role?
I'm sorry?
What is a woman's role?
To be a wife.
Is it?
So now, Aaron, why would she want to be a wife when the so-called promiscuous women are getting all the attention, all the benefits of a man, and the wife is not, according to how these men speak within these spaces?
Well, I would push back on thinking that hoes are getting better attention. I think they're getting treated in a way where I think they're getting hush money, but they're not getting full provision, full protection, full guidance, full wisdom, full stability, full structure. They're not getting that. They're getting hush money.
That is perfect. So now the wife, you are saying the wife is getting those full things, right?
100%. Well,
but however, the wife is not getting the full man neither, right? Because all the softness and beautifulness that he's given to the woman is to the hoe, and he gives the wife all the anger, the stress, and all that because he's trying to get out the house so he go and see the hoe.
Well, he's not supposed to give softness and beautiful to anybody, and if he's giving it to a hoe, it's just to keep her on the hook. It's not something that he should offer his wife. He should not abuse his wife by any means. But softness is not his responsibility. That falls within the wheelhouse of the wife.
What you mean? So are you saying that a husband should not be nurturing and caring to his wife?
He should be considerate, but you said softness.
Right. So that meaning like caring, nurturing?
No, he can absolutely care.
He can't be nurturing.
Yeah, sure. But that's not his primary role.
So you don't think that is softness?
Nurturing?
Yes, nurturing and caring.
Yeah, he should be able to, but that's not his primary role. When the situation arises where he needs to be nurturing to his wife, should she, for example, she's pregnant or just had the baby, or she is in time of need, or something is impeding her happiness or not happiness, impeding her peace, then he should absolutely, whatever it is, first combat whatever is impeding her peace, and then recover her and heal her by nurturing. But nurturing is not his default setting.
So that's the issue that a lot of men have. They act, because we both know most men do not have the ability to cure or help their wives through a bad day. That's number one. They do not have
100%. I agree.
They
They're
do
not-
not
they-
have
they
that,
don't-
that skill set. So that's number one. So first of all, we need to allow men to understand that they can absolutely be nurturing, caring every single day, every time they walk through the house. They need to leave whatever happened outside that door. And when you come inside the house, you need to be 100% with your family. So that's how you nurture and care for your wife. You don't bring that mess that happened outside inside. And
No,
that's
that's
how.
more like, that's more like the abuse I was referring to that we should avoid.
And also, when we're talking about caring and nurturing for your woman, we can absolutely do that without trying to fix our wives, because they should be already okay, strong, capable human beings where they could just vent to you, have a communication. That is the way how she needs to be helped in the first place. She don't actually need you to fix it or fix her. She just needs you to listen, be an ear to hear.
So that's why I use the word heal.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. You are not healing her at all. She actually doing it herself.
Do men know how to vet? I want to know if men know how to vet, because y'all talk about it a lot, but you say a lot of hold on. You say a lot of vague things, vague talking points and her role and all of this stuff. And it's like, you are not the decider of a woman's role. She's the decider of that. You don't get to put a blanket statement on what a woman should and should not be, should and should not want. Period. What y'all need to do, what I mean is, y'all need to learn how to vet. So if you want a woman who believes that her only role on the face of the planet from birth till death is to be somebody's wife, then you need to vet the women for that and stop being mad at the women who aren't interested in that, because I'm telling you, y'all are not paying attention. These women more and more are telling y'all they don't want to be your wife. They don't want to have your babies. They don't want to be built-in slaves for you. They don't want that.
Let me confirm what I just said. I don't think you were, maybe you didn't hear me or paying attention. So when I started, the question I was asking or answering was under the premise that we're talking about dating with the intention to marry.
Mm-hmm.
So I've already kind of given the caveat, or I've issued the caveat that there's a desire.
Can I jump in right there, Aaron?
Yeah.
So jumping right there. So when you say most people should be dating with the intention to marry, the problem.
I was answering the question within that context.
Within the context. So
that was just an assumption.
Right. So the problem with that is that even if we do that, even the men that are dating with intentions, they still say treat all women like hoes until they prove.
I don't agree with that. And
that's the issue that we are combating. Is that you cannot treat all women like hoes. And that's why we brought in the mothers and the daughters and all these things, because you are essentially saying to treat your daughter like a hoe until she proves to that man otherwise. When we all know as fathers, if our daughter said, hey, Dad, this boy came up to me and he said something, and we're like, no, you don't deal with a man like that that's trying to treat you like such and such.
So I am raising
now
a daughter.
the men are making themselves unmarriageable at this point. If you are giving advice to young men to treat all women as hoes.
Yeah, I oppose that advice diametrically. And as a man that's raising a daughter, she's going to be raised to be able to easily identify and avoid these kinds of ideologies at all costs.
There we go. That's what we fight against, Aaron. Exactly. And that's what we fight against. But somehow Otis and GBGville was able to understand and sympathize and have understanding and put themselves in the same feelings as the men that say treat all women as hoes.
I can express sympathy, not. I can express sympathy, not empathy.
He's a man.
Well, I mean, they say, Sharon, that shouldn't be surprising, because they say that men, males are more emotionally attracted to other males, not to women.
I think that's a mischaracterization, but you're not off. I think men easily engage in platonic friendship quicker than they do with women, because the psyche is kind of aligned. There's more commonalities. The way we treat each other during times of challenge are different. When a man wants to vent, he's
Priscilla wins
seeking help and
again.
he's seeking a solution. When a woman wants to vent, she just wants to be heard.
Facts, Daryl.
Priscilla wins again.
Yeah,
and again.
Dallo, what you mean? Expand on that.
Priscilla said this. She spoke about it, how when there is a science that breaks down how when men see each other, there is something that goes on with the brain activity that alludes to Aaron Point that makes them want to hang around each other. Kevin Samuel said, I understand the urge that men want to be with other men.
Oh shit.
A lot of people sometimes think that he was talking about being gay, but he was actually alluding to what Aaron was talking about, which is the relationships between other men and how sometimes they would prefer to be around those men instead of other women, which is still considered to some men suspect.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
a
it's
fact.
just
It's
camaraderie.
suspect.
Okay. I can get with that. I think I can understand that a little bit better.
I mean, we always make the claim that men don't associate emotion with sex anyway. So if that's the case, why would we make the assumption that if a man were to have an emotional relationship with someone, that automatically assumes that their sexual preferences follow? The math wouldn't math if that's the case.
That is. Ooh.
When you take sex out of it, which you should, we also have to understand this: masculinity attracts femininity. Both of them should naturally attract to each other, not masculinity and femininity and femininity. Right? You have
Not
to
necessarily.
have the masculine and the feminine. When God created this world, he realized that the masculine needed the feminine for companionship, not the masculine. Okay? What you men are doing is trying to reinvent the wheel in terms of how we've been dealing with relationships for thousands of years, right? And really, it's sickening when I hear it. That men just want to
your
be
interpretation of it is
So
skewed.
we're gonna go. So what we're gonna do is this. What we're gonna do is I want you to attack the point.
Are you kidding me?
We're gonna go Otis and then Aaron. Again, attack the point, not the person.
Okay. Barbershops. Men gather at barbershops, like-minded conversations, sometimes opposing, but that's what I feel Aaron is talking about. Also, not even the extreme. How about motorcycle clubs? I was a part of a motorcycle club. Like-minded men. There was no homosexuality thoughts going on. So how dare you sit there and spew what you spew to make it fit your narrative like you always do. So
the women are always at the biker clubs now. Come on now. The club don't pop unless the women are there.
I just want to throw this in. Besides that part, also that he said relationship. He also said relationship. So that does change the dynamic of the conversation when he says relationship. Go ahead, Aaron.
So I think you are mischaracterizing what masculinity is. You're right. When it comes to symbiosis or balance, masculinity does fit with femininity. However, the relationship that men share, the friendship, I should say, or the brothership, or the camaraderie is different. Where masculine needs masculine like iron sharpens iron, right? The one component of masculinity is the ability to make oneself capable and competitive. And the way to do that is through practice of combat. You have to practice and hone and perfect the skill through trial by fire. You can only do that in the presence with another capable man. Shared wisdom also happens. Advice, problem solution. This is how men learn. They learn from sage elders, and then they practice what they've learned against other capable men. That is a room full of masculinity, but it doesn't say anything about the attraction, the natural cohesion between masculinity and femininity.
Thank you.
Well, I can concede to the competition part, right? Because that part is accurate. But
That's all I'm saying.
everything else you said aligns with a boy, right? So a boy needs to learn those things you articulated growing up on a playground and all of those things.
No,
he doesn't.
Let
me finish. Once a boy becomes a man, right? Then all we need is that competition from men, because we already gained the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding from our parents and also growing up
Wait.
as a child, right? So even back in the day, when it came to going into those arenas and fighting to death or fighting for victory, what happened after the competition was over? The man left the competition and got around women, not other men, right?
No.
So that's what I mean by you guys are trying to reinvent the wheel, and men are becoming lovers of themselves, and that is creating a problem in the dynamic that men get on these platforms and all they want to do 24/7 is denigrate women.
No. What does a coach do? What is sparring? What is football practice? You can't say that when a boy is a boy, that's the period where he learns, and then when he becomes a man, the learning stops. Learning is a lifelong endeavor. The day you stop learning is the day you die, which is why I seek sage wisdom from my father, even though I am married with a family of 3 children. I still seek his advice and counsel. And I bounce off ideas off of my brethren, my best friend, who's my business partner. We formulate a business together, but before we negotiate, we practice and debate with ourselves. So it's not like we learn and then we stop and then we go play and practice. That's it. That's not how it works. You constantly better yourself as a man.
So I would like to jump in right there. So the problem is that even when we go into the professional, it's still grown men and a little boy. Those are still very young men. They are very young. They are in their 20s, 18, 19, 20, 25, right? Those are still very young men. And the men that's usually coaching them are very old. They in their 50s. So it's still a boy to a man type of conversation. And then now when you go with the business partner, that is just competition, friendly competition. That's the competition part that we're talking about. It's just not a physical competition, but nonetheless, it is a competition. So therefore, we are in the lines. But when you change it, you kind of lean towards the opposite. So that's the issue. So everything that you said, it still was in line with competition and a boy to a man is my issue with what you were saying.
But even as men, yeah, you should still practice and hone your skill when not on the battlefield. I mean, that's why football team, the NFL, practices. Before they win the Super Bowl, the week before they're practicing.
But that's competition, so we understand competition is completely different.
That's the relationship.
Because after they finish competition, they go and they be with their wives.
And they go home, right? And that's where the femininity component comes into play. Absolutely, 100%.
So that's the issue. These men are not talking like that. They're not talking about an issue. Then they are not talking about going home to wives. They're saying just put peen in them and leave them, and then go back to your homeboy. Matter of fact, you need to be with your homeboy more because you can relate to your homeboy more. You might as well get a house together and live together.
They don't have a woman in their lives then, or there's no interest in that. Then that's a different story. But that's why I said when you elevate the thinking, you tend to only address and try to emulate the positive and the successful things. As you can tell, like I'm not even thinking about that because I don't anything that's negative, toxic, or counterproductive is out the window.
Right, because just like over here, like when we be giving Otis the beat down verbally, he gets better at his arguments. So you know
you see, right? How
that's a lie. Man, that's
men
a
are
lie.
supposed to suffer.
Oh, you don't get better at your arguments? He said, "No, I stay dumb."
And verbal,
and that's exactly what he should
don't
say.
You put smartness and intelligence on me, Sharon? I stays dumb up on these panels.
See,
that's what he just said.
You see how quick it came around, Aaron?
Just saying.
How he thought that saying that was a disrespect, was actually more of a compliment. What I gave him, right? Saying that he's improving and he's getting smarter, but he took it. So this is how now he know next time to not go that route on the inside. He should accept it. So that's the mental, steel sharpening steel.
That's the chess move, right?
Based on, I'm gonna land it real quick. Based on what Brownsville said, and yes, you could joy all you want, Sharon. Based on what Brownsville said, the definition of what did he say, a switcher upper or switchblade, whatever the hell he said. Would you consider Aaron that as well, based on your standards that he switched, even though he didn't? He really didn't. But based on the gaslighting and the way you guys move the goalposts, it would appear that he changed his thought process, which he really didn't.
So no, what happened was what we had with this conversation, he changed his vocabulary to what he was saying. So this way it could fit more broad, and this way it won't be combated as easily next time. So he changed his whole vocabulary, the way how he's going to approach it when somebody else come to him with it, because we was able to really extrapolate the difference between competition and how it could even fall into later on in life as with business partner. So he'll be able to change that vocabulary so it could fit broader exam arenas. So yes, still was still sharp and still just now.
So I see why I see why people would think, because you empathize with a point, that they would say you agree with it. Daryl and I just had a conversation not long ago where the same thing happened, and we reached clarity. But what happens is, when you argue points and when you look at just the point, sometimes facts do come out of the situation, and from there you can develop a sense of sympathy. Empathy means you feel what they feel. Sympathy means you can understand what they feel from where you're standing. So I think, like, I sympathize with a lot of things, meaning I see that there's a logic set in it. Do I agree with that? No. Is that how I would maneuver? No. Is there more value or merit in something else? Potentially. But that doesn't mean I have to look at a thing and say that is just completely does not make any sense whatsoever. You know what I mean?
Like they do. Now let me
Two
ask you
things can
another
be true at the
question.
same time, even if they conflict.
Hold on, Oz, before you move on, just understand that Aaron, he gave you two distinctive things that you should do. You should not use the word empathy with it. You should say I sympathize.
He didn't say that. He didn't see.
Oh no, sympathy over
Let me
empathy.
ask him. He
Hold
didn't
on,
say
hold
that,
on,
Sharon.
Otis.
He did not say that.
This is where the comprehension, this is where the steel sharpens steel. He absolutely just said in real time that he don't empathize with them, he sympathizes with them.
Ask him his
and
definition.
he said those are two different things.
Please ask him the clarity between empathy and sympathy. Please, Aaron.
Empathy is when you feel what someone feels from their perspective. Sympathy is when you have an understanding from where you are of what they're feeling from their perspective. Sympathy is the ability to see something and understand it. Empathy is feeling what they're feeling as if you were in their shoes.
Yeah, I had a whole argument with a guy years ago who said that he empathized with his wife's giving birth. And I was like, no, you don't empathize with that because you have no idea at all how it feels. You sympathize with her pain.
Okay. Listen, I'm going to say this. Get the sound effect ready. Get it ready. I'm going to be real. Thank you for the clarity. On my part. I get it.
Oh, whew, wow, this is amazing.
I get it. I'll be real.
Wow.
What does my thing say? I am him. When I'm real, I'm real. When I'm wrong, I admit it. So I was using the definition of empathy wrong. I got you. I will. Okay. Thank you for the clarity. Sharon, you did say that earlier, but for some reason, I got you. But when Aaron said it, when he broke it down like that and he tied into what you said, I would admit, okay, I get it now. And basically what Verbal Assassin just said when she said she had a conversation with someone. In my mind, empathy was more of the understanding, whereas more sympathy is understanding and empathy is feeling. So I got you. So I was using the wrong word. I got you.
That actually is why men together in brotherhood is a good thing, because like men can never empathize with a woman can never empathize with a man. And that's a lot of the reason why the gender war even exists, is because they don't understand the cost of whatever value it is they're expecting from us. Whereas men, we seek counsel with one another because we know whatever value we obtain, the cost associated with it. That's empathy.
Okay.
Man, just like we don't know what birth feels like. We can't imagine. We can't empathize with that. They cannot empathize with having to slay dragons daily and give it all away. Right?
Man, this was such a great bill. I also want to get down into some things of some more things that women can do to correct the dating things that they do. I think a lot of times women are lacking clear goals. Since we got down to, I think they lack clear goals. Like they going with the flow without any intentions or purpose, and that can lead to aimless dating instead of defining what they are looking for in a relationship. I think that is a serious problem, even though both sides do it. But I really want to talk about I want the women to understand that they do it as well. Another problem that we already discussed is that, yes, focusing solely on one person is probably not a good thing in the beginning. because while exclusivity is very essential, right? It is to a committed relationship. But during the early stages of dating, I think it's okay to explore multiple connections, date more than one person to prevent over attachment and to gain
Absolutely.
a broader perspective of compatibility.
It's called one-itis. Women do have a more of a tendency than men to have a one-itis syndrome mindset. So, yeah, in the first stages of dating, before that man reveals to you what his true intentions are, or he starts to show the consistency that's going to let you know what he's actually looking for, yeah, you need to keep your options open and go on dates with multiple people, not sex
Not
if you
sex.
don't want to, but dates.
Right, and that's
Most
why
definitely.
me and Otis we made it very clear earlier that a male's rotation and a female rotation is two completely different ideologies. A female rotation should be strictly no sex, but you dating most people, going on dates and get to know a couple of people. And when a man says rotation, he's talking about putting his penis inside of a woman without a doubt. That's what he's talking about. When a
Unfortunately,
man,
unfortunately, how you want to look
yeah.
at it, but yeah, that's the
It should
reality.
include that. But you know what you just did? You identified, you put a slot for the purpose of a hoe. Which is not all women, which should be all women, not even a majority.
Exactly.
But there's a small subset population whose purpose is to provide a man the kind of relief needed for him to have the mental clarity to actually vet women.
Hey, I don't know if he needs that. I don't know if he needs that relief, Aaron. However,
no, as I said, should. Post-nut clarity is real, and a man chasing a woman off of the prospect of a nut, he will chase the wrong woman. That's why his vetting skills are shit. He's not thinking.
And
Get
that's
one
why I
or
think we
two.
have to,
Send one.
and this is why we got to rebel against that remedial rhetoric that men should treat all women as hoes. No, you need to have a blank. You need to have a blank slate with human beings, and then allow the person to tell you who they are, and then you believe them. Is what I say. And so also women need to learn how to be authentically themselves and know that whoever they are as a being is good enough for the world. So this way they don't have a represent. They don't have to code switch when they go on dates. It's very
Now
important.
you see why I said they got to know themselves and know the world they're in and how that jives. Exactly. You just said it.
Yes. And that's why I was
100%.
building off when you said it. That's exactly what I thought. It's something that we preach over here often on both sexes as well. But also I want to hone in that, it is the females need to pay attention to that as well. Not just
100%.
always just beating up on the men all the time because they say I do it anyway. So
women also need to be willing to walk away.
Ooh,
okay. That's the thing too, is especially when you spend too much time with one man and you just close off your options as soon as he takes you on a date and you have good conversation, you like him, you become invested. And then you have to deal with the sunk cost fallacy, because then you do start seeing red flags. But because you've already spent so much time with him, and let's be clear, if you've had sex with him already, now the woman has over invested.
Now you real
Anytime anyone over invests in anything, you will have the sunk cost fallacy. It's just like gambling. You know what I mean? So now you're going to try to extract out of it what you put into it, and you can just keep going further down the rabbit hole. Also, ladies, do never ever answer this question. My last thing, right? Because you're asking, because it's women, right? So I'm a woman. So let me say what I got to say. When men ask you in the beginning conversation, so what kind of man are you looking for? Do not answer that question. You don't need to answer that question, because if you do, for the majority of men, you're giving him a roadmap to play you. Okay? All he needs to do is show up as who he is. He doesn't need you to tell him what you're looking for. He just needs to be who he is. You should know what you're looking for. And if he's not bringing that, then you move on. Why am I telling you all of this stuff? Why? Why do I have to tell you all of this stuff? I don't ask men that, because I am who I am. Either he's going to like it or he's not going to like it. Either I'm the one or I'm not the one.
So I would like to speak a little bit I want to just tweak what you just said just a little bit. So you won't, I think if you say it the way how you said, you're going to bring a point of contention into the conversation. I think this is going to be a little game. I think you should do it, even though it might not be the most honest thing to say. If a man asks you what kind of man you're looking for, she should say, I am on a date with him now. So
Oh
he
my
can
God.
continuously to
Oh
do.
no.
So now you talking about
The reason why,
hell no.
because that will allow him to be himself, like how you said. But when you say, if you was to say, I'm not going to tell you, and I don't want to give you the answers to the test, you're going to bring a point of contention where
But you're not going to say that though, Sharon.
So
You're not
all right,
going to
so
say to
what
him.
I'm
You're
saying,
not going
so
to
that's what I'm
answer
saying,
that
so that's what I'm
question.
giving. That's what I'm saying. Well, if you don't answer it, you're gonna seem like you have a wall up, and then once you put your wall up in front of him, he's gonna put his wall up as well.
No,
So
absolutely not.
You need to give him a player field where he's being 100% himself, and you accepting who he is when he presented to you.
No, you can just say the man that's for me.
No,
Well, you know
And then
what?
you can change the
that's
subject.
it. What I'm trying to
But
explain
see,
to
a
you,
savvy woman can have
what
that.
I'm trying to say,
But you're not
when you
listening
say that,
though, because
when
I'm
you
a
say,
woman
I'm
and I've
trying to
been in these situations, and I'm telling you how it works when I've been in these exact situations.
And when I'm telling you, when you say that as a man, we see that as a wall, and we see
But that
that.
never happened to me though. When I answer that,
Can I say this?
when I address that question.
Can I say this? If you think about it, it actually might work, because what you're doing is you're catching him in a situation where he's offering his best representative. And when you say, what I'm looking for is what I'm on a date with right now, it locks him into his best representative position. Meaning in the future, if he deviates from that, you are no longer the man I'm looking for, which is your backdoor, your exit stage left policy. You're kind of rooting him into exactly
No, that
where he
sounds
needs.
corny. No, that
It
sounds
doesn't matter if it's
corny.
corny. I'm just
No,
telling
it
you.
does matter. No, we're
No,
not going to
it
be
doesn't.
corny on these
Oh
dates. No,
my
we're not
God.
going to do that.
You worry
No,
about, I'm just
because that's
letting
a
you know.
lie.
I'm just
So you're telling women a lie.
Hey, Verb. All I'm saying is that I understand how you might look at it. I'm just telling you, to keep that man for being himself, you need to allow him to be himself.
Right,
Stop worrying about
Jasmine.
if you sound corny. The problem
She
is
will
with a lot
seem
of these
thirsty.
conversations, a lot of problem with these conversations for the men and women, clearly, because corny now is a problem for women as well.
So
too. Now,
Yeah,
what
no,
women
we're
have a
not
problem
doing that in
with sounding
2024.
corny.
We're
you know
not
what
doing
thirsty
that.
does? You know what thirsty does? It eliminates the demand or the expectation for sex, right? I believe that a woman should withhold sex. However, there has to be an exchange for the value that the man is bringing to the woman initially, especially if he's required to pay for the first date and then the second date. If she's not paying for the third date, there's no indicator of interest that that man can use to say, I should continue this, or I'm not being used. But if she has these ways of indicating interest, and back in the day, they called it drop your handkerchief, for him to pick it up for you.
Yeah.
Like you're showing interest. You're showing investment.
Me being there on the date, talking to you, smiling, looking good, smelling good is showing interest. If I let you
No,
hold
it
my
needs to be
hand,
more
I'm
than
showing
that.
interest. I don't have to verbally tell, oh, you big daddy, you're the one I'm looking for. That sounds
Hold
crazy.
on, hold on.
That sounds
Hold on,
insane.
Hold on,
Stop
Verb.
it.
I did not
when you go to the
far
club,
and say call him Big Daddy.
That's what it sounds like, though.
I agree with
Oh,
verbal
what are you looking
assassin.
for?
But
I'm
listen,
right here.
listen,
You're the
You,
one for
goddammit.
me. You sound
listen,
crazy.
when you go to the club, don't you look good and sound good and smell good?
Huh?
When
Yes,
you go
heard
to
him.
social events, when you go to a club or anything like that,
Everywhere
yourself,
I go, everywhere I go.
you look good and smell good. So how
Everywhere I
can I
go. Because
differentiate?
I'm not on a date with you at the club. I'm just at the club with my
Exactly my
friends.
point. How can
So
you?
what are
So
you
how can I
talking about?
differentiate? You're doing something above and beyond to show interest in me, as opposed to just doing your normal routine.
I guess you have to be a man who has experience with women. If you don't have experience with women, then just say that.
No, what
here's
I'm
the
telling you,
problem
I'm
right
drawing
there,
from my
Verb.
experience with women to say these things.
Can I please say this? I want to point out the hypocrisy of Sharon, because when he want to make his point, and when he have the ladies on the panel aligned with him, he gets very adamant and animated about, you see, you got the women on the panel and you're not listening to them. You're not listening to them.
I don't sound nothing like
We
that.
have verbal assassin.
Thank you, Otis.
On here telling you that shit is corny.
Corny
and you got
AF.
two men trying to tell her she's wrong. And if you listen to the chat is telling you the same thing.
Get him,
I have
Otis.
women in the chat saying
Get
that
him,
shit is
Otis.
corny.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
baby.
she's wrong.
So here's the thing.
It is corny.
Here's the thing, Otis. I'm not a changed spirit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not either. And start with the whatever.
I'm not a switch spirit. You know
There you go.
what I'm saying? So
I'm not saying
that's
she's
number
wrong.
one.
I'm
And number
providing
two,
clarity.
Switch up spirit.
I'm trying to be. All I'm trying to explain is how men think when they hear certain things.
That's it.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Tony Golden, he says verbal is why they say treat women like hoes. Oh my God.
Wow.
No, but see, that's
I
exactly
don't agree with everything what Verbal has to say, but I don't agree with that though.
Also, Cola 314. I would say
That's right,
most
Otis. You better not.
Damn.
That's why some are choosing to stay single because they value their peace and sanity, that self-love and self-awareness to say, yes, I want you, sir. Whoever you are, bring to the table. That's what I want. So this way he can keep on bringing his self to the table like how you want him to be. You don't want him to lie to you because you don't want to. If you tell him everything that you're looking for, he's going to fake and be that. So tell him you are doing everything. This is the reason why I'm on a date with you in the first place. That's what you need to tell him. But for some reason, y'all batting the eyelash together. You can remix it the way how you want to. But if you don't want to tell him, you don't want to give him the answers to the test, you just say, hey, you already got all the answers to my test already.
Oh, hell no. You are tripping.
Just don't fuck it up.
You are tripping. Absolutely not.
Well, I can't wait to take Verb on a date.
Now, see, Otis. Oh, do you see what happened, Otis?
Man, listen.
What's up? What's going on, Aaron? Talk to me,
Now,
man.
if I were to explain to her the merit in what he's saying, because she immediately pushed back.
Yeah, without listening.
So if I'm explaining
Hi,
to her the
hello.
merit in what
I'm right.
he's saying,
I'm right here. I'm actually literally right here on the panel.
We got you.
You can
Verb.
talk directly to me. It's okay. I won't bite.
We got you. We got you. Go ahead, Aaron.
So Otis, if I were to push back and say, and try to give her some of the merit in what he's saying, and she does not agree still, then that's okay. I'm not trying to change her mind. I'm just offering clarity of context.
I agree with that, of course.
We're not switch spirits.
Yeah. So I was just pushing back on what you said earlier.
No. Okay, and I will clarify that. Let me make this very clear because you are right, Aaron. You are so correct. Sharon is the switcher, not Aaron. I want to make that very clear. So I apologize for putting you in that category. I want to make it abundantly clear. Sharon is the whatever that S word is. Yeah, he.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you be in danger.
PA's Diva, welcome back. You about to get in the headlock just now.
Thank God, PhD, but girl, I've been windmilling like a mofo up here.
Yeah, PhD finna get
you. She is not about to get me. No, she is not.
No, not you. She's finna get Sharon.
Go ahead, Aaron.
I'm gonna take off, man. I'm a dip. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
You better run. You better run.
Thank you, Aaron.
You better run, because PhD was about to be on your top.
Peace.
Well, wait a minute. I am the boss of my firm. I can make a few adjustments.
Exactly. Do that there, masculine man. Adjust that shit.
Oh my God! Don't fall for it, man. If you got to go make your money, go make your money.
No. The money is coming.
Don't be late.
Oh man.
What's up, Mella? How you feeling?
One
What's your
shot
thoughts?
move.
You should absolutely tell that. PhD, are you there? Let me see if PhD is there. You on mute? She ain't back yet. So, Mella, what's your thoughts when a man is asking you?
Yes.
What kind of man you are looking for? What should she say?
Play it like football. Be on defense. He's looking for something, right? Let's say the football is sexual exploration.
Can I before you jump into that and you go that? So now what I'm saying is this. So now if that woman says, I'm not willing to answer that question, did he not get something out of that woman when she says answer it that way?
If he's not willing to accept a non-response, that, I question his intentions.
So, but what I'm saying, Mella, is that not responding is a huge response. is huge.
I understand that it's a roadblock. I heard you all speaking about roadblocks and stuff. Like if she puts up a wall, then he's gonna put up a taller wall and all this other kind of yin yang. At the same time, she has a lot to defend. She can't just let anybody into her kingdom, okay? And
perfect. Stop right there. So so you don't think I gave her an appropriate answer? So this way, she do not reveal anything to his man, and he's not gonna. And also, she's not saying something where he was put his wall up as well.
I wasn't fond of your answer, actually. Like,
no problem. But
Yeah,
the words
it was
that I
trash. It was garbage, hot, stinking garbage.
now, even though I'm a man, even though I'm a man, I'm telling you what keep my wall down. Why do you disagree? Even though I'm explaining to you why my wall would stay down.
And that's what's puzzling. It's like you are a man. As a man, you're telling us what a man will accept. So it is puzzling that we're rejecting a man's response that he would find acceptable. That is puzzling.
And he don't speak for all men, for the record, because you're speaking as if all men would say that. I would never say that.
What would you accept? If she doesn't want to answer the question, what would you accept as a response? Being a man.
Good question.
She's talking to you, Otis.
That was a question for you, Otis.
Oh, me?
Hold on. I just want to show everybody how much I pay attention and how much other men do not pay attention.
No, I heard the question. Again, I understand the question.
As a man,
I wouldn't ask it.
Okay. Pretend. Let's pretend like you would ask. Okay. Let's pretend like you would ask.
Okay.
What would be an acceptable response that you as a pretending man would accept?
Right.
For me, if I asked that question, what would it be acceptable answer from a woman? That's a hard question.
Exactly.
And for the record, I didn't ask that question. Sharon did. That's why I wouldn't ask. I wouldn't.
So this is the beauty
right, because
of
that's not a question that a man should be asking.
Exactly.
Mela,
that's my point too. I wouldn't ask it.
Displayed this so beautifully. This is the problem, right? So when y'all get an answer that is acceptable, y'all have to learn how to accept it. Because like just on Otis' defense, most men that are in the intentional dating, they're not going to ask that question. Because they're already in a state of mind that they are him, the way how Otis always says, "I'm him."
Exactly.
So exactly that way.
So therefore, a man who asked that question in the first place, that's a red flag. So don't answer that. That's some dumb shit.
Right? They're fishing.
So that's
they
why.
Ask that question, they're fishing. Okay.
Right? They fishing, and that's why you don't give them nothing to hook on. Is what I'm trying to say. This way, I do not want. So what I'm saying is that. But if you allow your wall to go up, he's gonna put his wall up. Now y'all both just attempting to climb up and peek over each other's wall, and now you don't even realize as a woman you're creating an interest of mystery, which women tend to do.
And men love mystery. Y'all don't like hoes, right? Hoes leave out mystery, right?
Perfect.
They let it all hang out.
So that's why.
So
I'm trying
ladies
to get you,
do not.
So what I'm trying to get you to avoid is this mystery that he's going to put up as well, because women are more inclined to chase the mystery man.
Listen, let's tell the truth, Sharon.
Jesus,
everybody has.
But you just
no, you're not. You're not really, because you're trying to speak like tell me exactly what. Like I know what I'm talking about. Like what are you talking about? What's going on here? And everybody has walls, or you should have some type of barrier up when you're meeting a new person. You can't just go all open, silly, willy-nilly. That's how women get screwed up out here in the game. Being too open.
Sharon, you need a stress thimble. Like one of those little stress things. Yeah.
Sharon doesn't like people to talk. He just likes to do all the talking. And then he doesn't like it when you disagree with him. He gets really triggered by it.
Triggered.
I talk the least on my show. What are you talking about, Verb?
Oh, that is all kinds of lies right now.
Ooh, I can't wait till we go to Disney World.
Hey, so Sharon,
you're paying for everything. I just want you to know, Anya. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna run the pockets, girl.
Simp Nation.
Oh, go ahead, Brownsville, New York. Oh man,
am I coming through clear, bro?
Yes, you are.
Yo, so I just wanted to challenge Aaron's ideology in terms of this new brotherhood, because I think that's part of the problem. This new brotherhood, right? I believe that in this being shown on these panels is clear that men are becoming lovers of themselves, right? Because when they explain this brotherhood, they're totally excluding women. When you listen to Aaron, he's saying that the brotherhood is building him up and making him more of a man and giving him reassurance and all those things that you should find a good woman, right? As a man.
He said no.
No, I'm lost. What? No, that's bad news.
You still there, Brownsville? Because I know you don't want to end like that, because that was a weak ass statement. Please, I know you don't want to end like that. His reception must have went out. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
please don't end like that. Please.
He just put himself on mute, so So yeah, he probably lost reception. You know, he's always on the move. He is always on the move.
Go ahead, Aaron, because he addressed that to you, but I totally disagree with what he just said. He always
I don't know what.
Back. He is back. There you go. Try again. Brownsville, New York, you there?
Can y'all hear me? Yeah, where I left off at.
Start from the beginning.
What I was saying is I'm challenging Aaron's ideology on this new brotherhood, right? Because I believe that men are showing more and more every day that they're becoming lovers of themselves. And this new brotherhood, as opposed to the old brotherhood, is excluding women, right? Totally from the equation, right? Men in this new brotherhood are enjoying sausage parties. When I hear Aaron and he's articulating, well, men build each other up and they encourage each other and they're giving knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to each other and they're comforting one another. All of these things you should be getting from a woman, right? Because companionships begin between a man and a woman, right? And what I conceded to was the competition point, right? And also the knowledge, wisdom, understanding that you should be getting from your parents and from your family. But once you become a man, right, the whole end game is for you to combine with a woman and for y'all to go in a pathway of success together as companions, right? Your woman should be your top companion. She should be the one, your first phone call. She should be your last phone call. You should love and enjoy being in the presence of good women. And the old brotherhood, right, was, yes, you get around men through work, through friendships or whatever, but the end game was always to get in the presence of good women, right? Because that's where you should get the comfort, the intimacy, right? And I'm not talking about sex, right? I'm talking about the intimacy that a man craves and desires. It needs to come from a woman. Just holding a woman's hands, having a woman caress you, talk to you, reassure you, give you all of those things that come with the feminine energy, right? That's what men should need. That's what men should crave. But oftentimes, when I hear men on these panels, they're all, only thing they're talking about is some sausage party stuff. Oh, well, the men, we got to get together and we got to learn from each other and we got to do all this XYZ, and women don't have value and women should only be used for sex. And this is the crazy rhetoric that I'm hearing, right, is a big part of the problem. And so I want Aaron to kind of break down that ideology of this new brotherhood, because I don't understand it. And I think that it's dangerous and poisonous for our culture.
I'm afraid very little of what you said is even close to aligning with anything I said.
That part.
Let me provide some clarity. What I was referring to is exactly what the old brotherhood, I never even made the distinction between anything old or new. What it is always was. I mean, and that's the purpose of other men in a man's life, his wolf pack, essentially. Furthermore, I never said that a man should seek another man for anything over his woman. She should always be the first and last human that he seeks to have contact with. I'm saying is men have a distinctly different purpose in a man's life if he is to continue to sharpen and hone his self, his skills, his teeth, as it were. It doesn't just stop with separation from his family. Men used to hunt together. They used to band together and chase buffalo off a cliff. They used to also defend the village from saber-toothed tigers. That's why they took part in games and things to keep themselves. When you go to the gym, you should go with a workout partner, a spotter for safety, and to motivate you to get through that last rep that otherwise you wouldn't be able to. This is what I'm talking about. You go to the firing range with another, you go to the boxing, you spar with another man. You bounce business ideas off of another man so you can improve your negotiating skills. Find another man that is an excellent negotiator. Take a point that you have no interest in and argue it, defend it, just to practice your listening skills and your rebuttal skills. These are things that men need to engage. This is why men go to the golf course. This is why I go. And women are not in the equation at all. But I do go back home to my wife, and then she's the beneficiary of all of these skills that I've
Just saw Sherry's comment.
Go ahead, Aaron.
No, I mean, it's just what he was saying is just a very broad, a widely spaced departure from what I was trying to get at.
But you
I
resorted to
prioritize
lions,
my
tigers,
life
and
over
bears.
everything and everyone in the world. What are you saying?
So what they saying is that you would, like, you know, they go to the grocery store now. We ain't hunting no lions, tigers, and bears and chasing buffalo off a cliff anymore.
No, but that doesn't change.
So Brownsville was saying that,
that.
this is what Brownsville was saying, that like yesteryear of camaraderie, it was different from what it is now.
So yes, it
in
is.
Today's day and age, it is about we can replace a woman with men.
No, but
we could get vagina in a can. Is what they asked.
No.
Like,
see,
and that's why
you
heard it.
No,
You heard
I
it.
get it. But that's
So
why
they saying that they could just get a vagina in a can and just hang out with their dudes all day, every day.
But that's why these guys are doing it, because the thought is we're no longer chasing buffalo. So there's no need for that. When in fact, you still are in boardrooms chasing digital buffalo. I mean, the cerebral combat. It's all in the state of mind. I mean, why do you think men's sports is so prolific? Why do you think men in the military is so...
I'm glad that you said the problem is, Aaron, is that most men are not competing at the level that you are with business.
And that's the problem.
Or even in their job field. So therefore, again, you took out...
They might want to start.
Right, so you took that part out again. So therefore, what are they doing? They are just hanging around men on the stoop all day, every day.
No. So another thing you should do, never be the smartest person in the room. Try to be somewhere in the middle to the dumbest person in the room, so you can always learn and grow. Change the people you're with. You know what else? I'm a protector of my family as well as I'm a provider. How well can I protect if I'm not sparring in the ring? If I'm not practicing my martial arts? If I'm not at the ring shooting? I'm not going to start fighting my wife.
When we hear, Aaron, when we hear Gilbert Arenas say he would throw more money on a man twerking than a woman twerking,
no, I don't know what that's about.
But this is what is starting to happen more and more.
Oh, there it is.
We talk to the new generation of these men on how they are moving. They are moving more in a
suspect way.
They can go buy shit and shovel it. I mean, I don't care.
Which is my point, Aaron. This what I'm saying is you and I've seen you on these panels, because you know, for the most part, I only come on my cousin Sharon's panel, right? But I listen to a lot of the other panels, and I'm hearing the conversations from men, and majority of it, about 99% of these conversations, disgust me, because I see this new brotherhood of men becoming more tribal and lovers of themselves, and it's almost like they want to be together. And they no longer value the companionship of women, right?
That's true. That's a fact.
Before I got married, right? Back before I got married.
So now I want Aaron to get a chance to rebuttal. So we're gonna go Aaron, Otis, but I also want to put in the point that the woman's hearing the same thing that me and Brownsville is hearing. Go ahead, Aaron, and then we go Otis.
I'm not going to disagree. In fact, in many cases, I kind of know what you're talking about. However, I'm not going to accept or dignify any indictment that attaches me to any of that because I don't believe in it. I don't practice that in my life. If I agree with a fact, it's because I agree with a fact. Because it's in the hands of someone that's doing something stupid, I'm not going to change my position. But those idiots that are talking that shit, I'm not associated with them. I'm not in that camp, and I'm not going to. You're not going to paint them stripes on me.
And I think that's the scariest part. I think most of the men that are moving right, they're afraid, and they look at it once we start to call the certain men out. They think that we putting the stripes on ourselves.
Sharks don't give a shit about minnows and what they're talking about. I don't even focus on the negative shit. All that, I'm not. It's not even in the room. I'm discussing how to get better, how to grow, how to strive and succeed. That's all I care about.
Awesome. And the more men need to be moving in that sense of the fact, but also if they start moving like that, they will be around less men.
But the point is, no, Otis. The point is, and I'm gonna let Otis go. But Aaron, my point is, if you're on the panel with these men and they're spewing that remedial rhetoric, right? You have an inherent responsibility to voice your opinion that dissents against that rhetoric, right? Because if you don't, your silence becomes complicit to that ideology.
No, it doesn't.
Right?
Silence
Yes, it
becomes
does.
compliance. Absolutely, it do.
Y'all's favorite, Dr. Martin Luther King told y'all that.
Silence definitely becomes
Y'all love
compliance.
him.
You gotta pick battles, and you gotta spread the mic around. Though there's a lot of other people on the panel.
Opinions on a topic on a panel.
There may be another argument that I think is more valuable to make. I might see merit in something else, and then to be respectful, you got to share the floor. Like there's up to 10 people. I can't pick every, and those topics to me aren't. I'd rather deal with the things men are doing right when they do encounter women. If they're not interested in falling in the interface with a woman, then I have really no advice to give you.
And you know, another thing, when it comes to if a hit dog will holler, right? So which is it? Silence is compliance, or a hit dog will holler. Like, you know, a lot of times we complicate these panel discussions. You know, we are not obligated to respond just because we're hearing something that turns the stomach of others. We're not obligated to do that.
So here's the difference between science's compliance and hit dogs will holler. So a hit dog will holler he would be defending it and say, "Oh, we are not like that. We didn't do this. We didn't do that. We didn't do this." That's being a hit dog that's hollering. But if you just say, "Hey, listen, no, I disagree because that's not a hit dog. That's just you defending a point or an opposite point."
Are you obligated to say I disagree? Are you obligated to say that?
Panels so we can get out our thoughts. That's the whole purpose of it.
Yeah, you're right though.
A solution-based game, yes.
Especially after solution-based group. Absolutely. Get we're
not gang no more, huh? We're not gang no more.
I'm trying to get some sponsors.
Okay, group sponsors. We're the group LLC.
You got me. So go ahead, Otis. We skipped you probably wait till before you go. Let me just shout out to
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
To the sponsor of the show, Fincel Jack says, Sharon, what does Aaron, not O, think about the 13 things women are doing wrong in dating? If I knew he was coming up, I would have waited to send the super chats. Aaron, not O, is very articulate, and I would love to hear his opinion. I got you. Go ahead, Otis, I bring up the 13 laws of Fincel Jack.
I like how Brownsville would take he'll take one instant, one topic, or one point, one bullet point, and he tends to make a blanket statement about the individual, and it just runs rapid. And like Aaron articulated, just because he will understand or sympathize or not necessarily agree, but understand where that one person is coming from, that doesn't mean he agrees wholeheartedly with what he's saying. But someone like Brownville and a lot of people like Brownville would take that instant and just make a blanket statement. And I don't think that's fair. And that's what he does a lot. And a lot of people tend to jump on that. Two things could be true at one time. For example, to his point, you could be riding around in your car with your cousin, your uncle, or your male counterpart and have a great conversation. You're opening up to them, vice versa. That's not sexual, but at the same time, at the same very time, I have to call my wife, or my wife is calling me while I put the conversation on hold with my cousin. I'm talking, having a conversation, a very nice, intimate conversation, not intimate like that, but to the point whereas, you get what I'm saying, we're talking. So there's two things being done at the same time. A camaraderie, if I hate that word, with my cousin or my male counterpart, and the same womanness, that femininity that Brownsville say a man should long for from his woman. That's being done at the same time on a phone call and while I'm in the presence of my male counterpart. That's why I can feel two things could be done at the same time. But according to Brownsville, there's a difference. You can only be this. And if you're not doing that, it's a sausage fest. That's where I feel that argument is not valid. And also, too, maybe he's not talking about me. Maybe he's talking about the bad people, which I always fall for that, too. My plane is landing.
He did put a difference on yesteryear's version of the manhood's situation and in this day and age and how they speak. So this is what he wanted to hear from you, Aaron. So common mistakes. We're gonna go from 1 through 13, and you can stop me if you want to address anyone. So common mistakes women make in the dating scene is freaking for love. Number 2, dating for love, lifestyle, physical attraction. Number 3, dating, sleeping with multiple dudes at the same time. Number 4, having too many boyfriends. Number 5, this one's crazy, being a side chick. And number 6, which we all gotta agree on, going through a whole phase. And then we continue it. Also, common mistakes continue. Having a asymptomatic STI. Yikes. Giving a baby to a dusty, pookie, or a brokey. That is definitely a horrible thing to do in a dating scene. Going into credit card debt. That one is a little shaky for me. Gaining 30 pounds. That's a shaky one for me as well. Having a work husband. That is an absolutely mistake. Club hopping and thinking being young is an excuse to be reckless. What do you think about those 13 staples of women making mistakes in dating?
Some are right, some are wrong, some are self-annihilating, some are self-contained. I don't want to go through each one, but I guess what I'll try to do is just give a very brief general
synopsis.
A woman to be successful, all right, let's say credit card debt is not a bad thing as long as it's well managed. Building her credit is a good idea.
Correct.
If that's what she wants to do with her money. By the way, her money, where she get it from, work. If she's got a work husband, she absolutely should be social in her professional arena. Because that's where she really will get to know men and their work ethic, the trajectory that they're on. She'll be able to better see the potential that man has.
Oh, that's
because she can't just wait at the finish line, right? So I think aligning yourself with the people you're around is where you will best find what's good for you rather than trying to go out and meet them in the club. Oh, the club was mentioned. Yeah, don't spend your 20s going to the club. That's a bad idea. That's why Pookie and Ray Ray gave you the baby, because that's where Pookie and Ray Ray are at. You want to go to social functions, you want to go to charity events, you want to, join leagues and clubs and things like that. You want to travel. Focus on bettering yourself, being the best person you can be in all the ways that are positive. Leave toxicity alone. Leave this hot girl summer shit alone. Leave the bad bitch image alone. That's why you're stuck. So, a lot of that stuff on there, is brilliant. Limit the amount of sex you're doing, but still definitely date who you want. Variety is king until you are married. Having too many options can be a bad thing. However, all decisions should be wisely and fully informed. And the only way to do that is to consider all variables and to look at all options.
Absolutely.
And it gives you a better way to gauge what you qualify for as well by studying the market. You can only study the market with first-hand experience. I'll just leave it at that.
And Aaron, so I like
Good
your
job,
breakdown
Aaron.
there.
Shout
I
out to
like
you,
your
brother.
breakdown there, Aaron.
Yeah,
that was a good breakdown. But Fincel Jack, right? He's a good case in point of my argument, right? Because Fincel, he describes himself as a feminine incel, right? So he didn't tell us what that meant, but we understand what an incel is. It's the fem part, how that correlates. He didn't let us know. But his ideology, if you look at his 13 laws of woman, the first has to do with sex, right? The very first thing he's talked about is sex. And then he went on to number 3, and it was once again about sex, right? So his ideology is that sex is at the pinnacle, which means the top of his value system when it comes to women, right? And my issue is a lot of men on these platforms and in these panels, they're aligning themselves with that type of ideology, right? With this feminine incel ideology. And this feminine incel, it did not even exist in 10, 15, 20 years ago in the old brotherhood, right? The feminine incel is new brotherhood existence. So that's my point. I want to hear you speak to the feminine incel and why that is a danger to our culture.
Feminine incels always were there. The internet just didn't expose them. We had blinders on because we lived in our own little bubbles of the world. Now that the internet has given us a synapses-like connection with the rest of the world, now you can really get to see. But that's that whole thing I was saying about using variety to educate yourself on what the market really looks like. They were always there. Nothing's new under the sun. As far as sex being the primary objective, well, in a way, that's true. I mean, it is. We shouldn't treat it as such, right? We're more sophisticated than that. But other than survival on an individual level, what else are we here for? To continue our legacy, to push our DNA forward and in a way where it is allowed to evolve and improve. You can only get that through sex, right? So absolutely everything that we like about women, whatever we use to determine what we want in a woman and what women use to determine what they want in us is all based on the value we bring in the procreation process. Women want a man that can provide and protect her while she gives birth to and raises a baby. We want an attractive woman with big hips and titties because that's a childbirthing component of their physicality, and then they can feed that baby. We want femininity so that they can be soft and nurturing of the child. It all boils down to procreation. There's nothing wrong with that. But we can't move in an animalistic sense where we use sexuality to govern everything we do, which is why I said a man needs that post-nut clarity when he's vetting women. But he's not wrong in making that the primary objective. It's biological.
Post-nut clarity.
Post-nut clarity is great.
All I know is I need that femcel to drop his number in the back chat because he's
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Absolutely not. This is not a dating show.
Well, he's dropping
Jack,
dollars,
aka
though.
Mr. Gets No Cheeks.
He doesn't even know that he can just spend $20. He's dropping 50s left and right. What your number is?
Don't hate. Nope. Don't hate. Nope. Nope.
I'm just saying. It's hard out here for a
also,
pimp.
I got you. Also, shout out to Fencel, the sponsor of
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
He says, what is a Fencel? A Fencel is financially excluded, involuntary celibate. This is an incel who wants to date and have relationships with financially stable, intelligent, responsible individuals, but doesn't qualify because of lack of funds.
I don't believe that one bit. I don't believe that one bit. Then he's not a Fencel. He can't be.
Fencel is Brownsville, New York.
He's not a Fencel.
You know what's tripping me out is that the answer seems to be readjusted to what a woman should respond to when it comes to what are you looking for in a man. I guess it's post-nut clarity. Aaron tripped me out with that one. That's
Yeah, that was a good one to post that clarity.
post nut clarity.
Yeah, so this happens to men when we having sex with the wrong type of woman, and after we busting out, we like, damn, what are we doing in this bed?
Wait, so Sharon, he's saying that he doesn't have a lack. He has a lack of funds, but he didn't drop 200. I'm confused. That's why you have a lack of funds, sir.
He's saying the woman don't lack they don't
Well,
qualify because of lack of funds. So the woman that he's trying to date, the reason why he cannot date certain types of women is because they lack funds.
Well, why is he calling himself a incel then?
Because he is financially excluded in voluntary service. So he is taking himself out the market until he finds somebody that is at least at financial literacy as him.
Oh my God.
They could be
well, that's
stable.
easy. That's easy when it comes to women.
So what he's saying is that they don't have to be rich. He's saying financially stable. So I mean, they could
Are
take care
they
of
exchanging bank
their own
records?
house, their
Or
own
what?
car, they take care of their own self, and then he could build upon that. Is what he's saying. So he cannot find women that are financially stable. He said, once he
Where the hell is he looking?
he said once he start pulling back the onion.
Because he's looking in the wrong place. Because we know that women are out here making it rain, right? I'm confused.
Well,
where the hell is he
There's a lot
looking?
of well-off women in the world.
Tell him about
yeah.
What's it called? Disney World. Y'all can just meet there.
Men have the reputation of being homosexuals, not women.
Yeah, but clearly he's most likely not a homosexual. Clearly,
I'm sure he's not.
So but that's the issue that I believe a lot of people are having is that good men and good women, they are having trouble finding each other. They do not know where each other hang out at.
So then do you think that Fincel, and he can answer for himself, he could drop another 50 to answer? See how I helped you, Sharon? But look, so is he saying that then he should also agree that women should not date men who are not financially up to par for them then, right? So then he would be okay with that, the other side of it.
I think so, because I don't think the Fincel situation, it didn't seem like it had a agenda on it the way how he explained it.
Well, one of his 13 tenets was not dating for money or so
that was one of the tenets.
Right. Yeah.
Let me see. Was what, money?
Yes, don't date for money. Dating for love, lifestyle. That's what it is. Dating for lifestyle.
Don't. You shouldn't.
You shouldn't.
So you say, so you're saying it's a contradiction there because if you date, not really, no, because you said you should dating for love, lifestyle, physical attraction. So being financially stable doesn't necessarily mean it's a lifestyle. It just means
yes, it does. You have a certain lifestyle based on your money, right? Your money dictates your lifestyle.
No.
What do you think he means by that? Not dating for lifestyle? What the hell would a thinking person just assume that means?
Because you could be financially stable and not have a so-called financial lifestyle.
No, you're always going to have a certain lifestyle. It just depends on what it is. Is it a paycheck to paycheck lifestyle?
Right.
Is it a lifestyle of lack?
That's true, but I think
of abundance. You always going to have a lifestyle.
So I think we try to put a direct name on a lifestyle, but I think when most of the time when people are saying lifestyle, they're talking about their luxury lifestyle. When they say lifestyle, it's not a regular 9-to-5 lifestyle. It's abundance, luxury type lifestyle. When people say lifestyle, they usually mean luxury. Usually.
And so, what's the problem with looking for that?
I want to know.
What's wrong with dating for that?
Because it's always a problem. It's always a problem.
The problem is not wanting that if you get that within the dating, but the problem is when you just only looking for that, then now you are going to subject yourself to scammers as well, because they could provide that as well. So now you're not dating for character, you're only dating for lifestyle, and that could be very problematic.
And that's
you can do both. You can do both
at the same time, like chewing gum and walking.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can do them both. Yeah.
No.
Hey, they hear the logic, but it ain't logicking.
No. So you can do both, right?
No, you shouldn't.
This is my problem.
Did I not break it down pretty good?
You did.
No, you didn't.
This is
it was
my
terrible.
My problem with
The lady is right.
My problem with the ideology is this, right? And Aaron, this is what I was talking about, the old brotherhood versus the new brotherhood,
I
right?
get with you.
Because in the old brotherhood, men were supposed to be leaders, right? And they're supposed to lead the woman within the relationship, right? So if we're leading the woman, we're providing, we're giving provision, we're giving protection, we're giving all of those things. But the Fincel ideology suggests that, well, the woman needs to have the same financial backing as the man in order to even enter into the relationship, right?
No.
So that's what I mean by this new brotherhood. They're kicking some stuff that does not correlate with the old brotherhood of what a real man's supposed to be. That
No.
is my issue.
So I'm going to look at what was said, and I'm not going to add anything to it, and watch what happens. I don't know what level he's on financially, and we never really understood what level he's looking for in a woman financially. But what we can make clear is that he wants to avoid at all costs any potential liabilities. He evidently just dropped another yard on the counter. Evidently, he has some sort of means. He's extracting from a well of something. And he does not want a woman to come in and be a black hole to whatever's coming out of that well. And the only way to find that out is to see if she can manage resources. And the only way to find out if she can manage resources is to catch her in possession of resources. It's that simple. But he's not, I didn't get anything that said she had to be on a specific level, or, you know what I mean?
Well, he
Great
just
point.
sent a super chat. Can I read it?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Miss Diva.
Fincel Jack, aka Mr. Gets No Cheeks. Okay. I only want a financially stable one. I only want a financially stable woman, wealthy women with class. I'm not smashing any other type of woman without class. However, because I'm a brokey, they won't look in my direction. Therefore, Fincel I am, because I'm broke, live in my mom's basement, and I get no cheeks.
Discern the sarcasm from that
Gets
quote.
no cheeks.
But it took y'all long enough
Right.
to discern
Thank
the
you.
sarcasm. He was
Right.
being sarcastic from the jump, right?
From the whole time.
But
Well, again,
so
I don't know. I can't discern that because looking at the numbers and what he's dropping and what he's saying, I don't know it. I don't know anything about him until now. So.
Yeah, neither do most of us. But the thing is, okay, so he's saying basically the same thing we're saying, that yes, you certainly should take into account that other person's, financial standing.
Yeah.
And so we can agree with it on his end, but when we say yes, women, you should certainly be looking for that, then it becomes character, and we can look for both. We can look
It's
for both.
lifestyle.
Okay.
It's lifestyle that does that. For financial stability is a prudent choice to vet. When you start going into the lifestyle category, which is where we were headed, and you guys were saying you should do that, that's when we start saying character over, lifestyle.
No. We didn't say over. We said you can do both. Like you
Y'all
can look for
do
somebody
that.
with character who
No,
can match the
lifestyle
lifestyle
should
that
be
you want.
No,
lifestyle
because
should be lower in the totem pole than sex, and I think sex should not be anywhere near the top. Lifestyle should be lower on the totem pole than sex, and I don't think sex should be near the
absolutely
top.
not.
Not to a
Absolutely
woman.
not.
Not to a
No,
woman.
absolutely not. Mm-mm.
Okay, would you like me to explain why, or do you want to explain?
Well, because the thing is that if you're saying that lifestyle is less important than sex, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 100%.
Why would that be the case? Okay, so your hero, the hero of the day, Fincel, just told the ladies not to be getting with broke, dusty Pookies and Ray Rays and having their babies. I mean, having sex is gonna put me in danger of having a baby, right? But not someone's lifestyle. So why in the hell? Why would okay, anyway, go ahead.
And
You
to
just did it.
Virgo's point, Aaron,
You just put lifestyle underneath sex, because sex already should not be on the forefront of why you're dating. First, let me eradicate one problem. Let's not make any false equivalencies. He's not my hero, okay? It's not a good idea. So going back to sex, the importance of sex, when you get married, the idea, let's assume everybody that's talking about dating is under the premise that they want to get married, and that is with children. Sex is going to be in the picture. Lifestyle, you start opening the door to opulence and
how are you going to take care of those children?
Excess and all that kind of thing. that is not as important.
How are you
I'd
going to take
rather-
care of those children, sir? Please answer
You
this
don't
question.
need excess to take care of a child.
You need a lifestyle. You need a good one to take care of a child. Do you know how much it costs to take care of a child?
Excess. When you
But you don't
talk
have
about
to-
lifestyle, I'm
So
not
but that's-
ever going to suggest
Come through,
lifestyle
Chantel.
includes the
Come through.
unthinkable.
But
Listen,
Aaron,
we're not
you're
talking
kind of
about cardboard boxes.
You're windmilling here because
No,
when
no,
you
no.
first came on a platform, Aaron, when you first
God.
came on a platform, you said that women
Here
need
you
to
go.
play their role. Verbal assassin asked you, what is the role of a woman? You said to be a wife, right? So I'm gonna ask you if we're gonna concede to that a woman's role in a relationship is to be a wife. What is the man's role in a relationship, and what comes with that role?
To be a husband, to be a leader, to be a protector, a provider of more than just resources.
All right, let me cut in right there.
But resources
Let me cut
is
in right
included.
there. Right, let me cut in right there. So you said provision, right?
Yes.
Provision, which correlates with lifestyle, right? So we can't be windmilling here. If we're going to tell women that they need to, in a relationship, they need to play their role as a wife, then we cannot tell them that they shouldn't expect a man to also play his role as a husband, right?
That's not what I'm suggesting.
Who the hell said
That's not what I'm suggesting. You're misreading my words. Let me be a bit more
you
clear.
always do.
Let me be more clear. Lifestyle, when you consider the category of lifestyle to vet a potential mate, it should be done with restraint on your expectations. Do not look for a man that can provide the lifestyle that Jeff Bezos provided for his ex-wife.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I don't think women are doing that, or else they wouldn't be getting
let me
married. Because
finish.
most
At
men
all.
Can I finish?
Oh
There
God.
there's an upper and lower limit to what's acceptable. There's an upper, lower, and lower limit of what's possible. The lower limit, I'm not even going to address. I'm not going to dignify that with a response. Yes, a man should absolutely be able to keep his family safe, whole, healthy, productive, and in a position to advance and leave a little bit for his offspring when he goes, right? But I also know that Birkin bags and Mercedes G-Wagons in several colors
Oh my
are
God.
kind of high on the list when you talk about lifestyle. So I'm just making a distinction that when we include the word lifestyle, we have to acknowledge the potential upper limits and what it actually means in a relationship. The lower limits are not worth discussing because they're simply unacceptable. We can all agree to that.
I want to let Verbal Assassin
this
get in,
point.
PhD Diva, and then Jack knock it
Let me
off.
get
So
this
we'll be able
point.
to clear up everything.
Of course you do,
Verbal,
Otis.
PhD Diva, Jack, knock it off.
I mean, it's just so telling that a man, but you know, this is what men do, to sit up here and y'all are constantly telling us what we need to expect, what we should accept, what we can and cannot get, what is unrealistic for us. You don't get to do that. Okay, you don't get to do that. If you are not that man, you meet a woman and she has an expectation of how she wants to live. That is her damn business. And if you cannot provide it, you move the fuck down the road. Because all of this shaming of women, but then you telling them you want them to play the role of a wife. And what do husbands do for wives? They take care of them, right? That's what you're supposed to be doing. You want
When
to
did
talk
I ever
about
say
sex?
that you
Wait a
don't?
minute. Hold on. You want to talk about how sex should be above lifestyle? That is a horrible, horrible statement and ideology. Because again, you're talking about children. You brought up children dating with intention. The smart woman who dates with intention is looking for a man who is going to be able to successfully take care of her children. She does not want the man who's going to give her the bare damn minimum. So lifestyle and how he's living his life, how he's taking care of his financial responsibilities, and also providing her the things that make her happy. That's before sex. Like there ain't no romance without finance, my brother. So what are we talking about here?
I'll answer that. What would be more important in a marriage? The woman's willingness and ability to create offspring, or the man's ability to provide opulence?
You keep saying opulence though, and what you're talking
Can you
about is
answer the question,
Instagram.
please?
I'm telling you, right? I'm answering it the way I'm answering it. You're not going to dictate to me how I answer anything, sir. Thank you.
I asked the question. Can
You
you
keep
answer?
saying, you just sat up here and talked about Birkin bags.
Talk to him. Talk to him.
Who's talking about Birkin bags but you? Y'all go to the extreme. We're talking about financially capable men who can provide for a family in
So
a
we
way
can.
where the women and children don't have to struggle. Okay, what is wrong with that? What is y'all's problem?
I don't have a problem because I just agreed that a man should be able to be competent and provide for his family. When do we acknowledge the fact that I just outlined everything a man should be able to do for his family, include invest so that they are relatively taken care of and put in a position to move forward when he reaches his demise? Can we acknowledge the fact that I said that?
You said
Now,
it 10
I
minutes
also
ago.
said that lower limit
Did he say
possibilities are
relatively?
automatically
Yes.
excluded from the conversation because they're inadequate
And that's the
for the
problem.
conversation. However, I'm saying temper your spirit when it comes to upper limit expectations because they may cloud your vision from seeking what is most important.
Okay, so temper your spirit then, males. Temper y'all spirit with how a woman looks. Temper your
100%.
spirit with whether or not she can cook. Okay, temper your spirit
Arguable.
with all of that. Temper your
100%
spirit
a
with how
man should
big
temper
her
his
ass
spirit with.
is. Stop looking at looks for women. Stop wanting the bad one, the dime. Stop looking for all of that then,
100%.
because that's not what y'all do.
No, but if you
I
look at
mean,
married
Aaron
men, they're
is
not
pretty
marrying
close
10.
to. Aaron is pretty close to what I was actually speaking on about lifestyle. I like to think of it as like a drug. If you get a woman hooked onto a lifestyle or a drug, and she starts doing and moving in a weird way, so that she can keep access to these lifestyles, she starts to lose integrity for herself. This is what I meant when I said, well, a woman shouldn't be dating for lifestyle, because if you've ever seen somebody try to maximize or optimize for lifestyle, they end up basically funnel straight down into a prostitute to hoe pipeline,
Yeah.
because no one is entitled to give. You're not entitled to anyone's lifestyle. They can show you as much as they want. They can prance it around. They can put it in your face. They can make you feel like this is yours for the taking, but it's not, and they can take it back at any moment. So if you are dating for lifestyle and you get a hook to it, you get a taste of that, you're going to be on the hook for a long time. It's no different than being hooked on a drug. You're gonna be fucked
But
up
sex
down the
is
line.
your drug, because you just got up here an hour ago and told us that the only damn thing that you can expect from a woman is sex. You know you're gonna get that, right? That's what you said. Women don't offer you nothing but whether or not they can crack their legs open for you.
I don't agree with that.
Well, that's the lowest, most basest thing that you can, of all the things you can expect from a woman, sex is the only thing that a woman can give to any man she wants to without no training, no skill, no anything. It's the only thing you could actually legitimately expect from any type of woman, whether she got no teeth, no legs, no body, no anything. The only thing a man could literally only expect from a woman is that there could be sex involved. That's the
I
only
think
thing.
that
Everything else is just in his head.
I
Everything
think
else is just subjective.
okay,
Everything
I
else
think
is, it may not
the issue
happen.
is then is that you need to raise your start women, we're looking for women that you can see value in them besides their vagina. I think that might help you out, and you won't have to be a fem cell.
I appreciate it. I will take that into consideration. But I do gotta go.
Okay,
Thank you
good,
guys for letting me
very
up.
good, great,
So
awesome.
Thank you,
I just want
Jack. Go ahead, PhD Diva.
I want to get back to the lifestyle thing, because I think, when people, words have, as we talked about extensively, when was that, last week, both denotation and a connotation. And I think people are getting tripped up on their own connotation of the word lifestyle, right? Because a woman could be seeking a man who can provide a middle class lifestyle. As a matter of fact, that's what most women, since the industrial, revolution or whatever, have been looking for a man who can get them a nice stable house, the little white picket fence, a dog, two children, it. So I don't think most women have these grandiose expectations of what a man can provide in terms of lifestyle, even though I would suggest that most women need to expect more. um Oh, okay, Fincel Jack. But so that's not what we're talking about. Them expecting, whatever. And many women have, dated for and married for that, and it doesn't have to be a bad thing. A white girl I used to know, she said she asked her mom, "Why did you pick dad?" Because her dad was like a dork or a doofus. He was a nice guy though, and the mom flat out told her, "Because I knew he would be a good provider," right? And so I think a lot of, especially in other communities, that's one of the primary things they look at for a man. What kind of lifestyle is he going to be able to provide for his wife and children? And so I think, I don't know, I just have a problem with, in our conversations, that's always looked at as a bad thing. And I just want Black women to command more for, ourselves in terms of that. Make these men...
Me too.
Yeah, don't look at a man who ain't got shit going on for himself and
Exactly.
can't, do much for you. Or even if he can do, some basic stuff. I remember Otis was asking, would you date a man who made $40,000? Okay, he get up, he go to work every day, he an honest guy, honest living. But if you a woman who is, I got a friend who's a kidney surgeon. She's a vascular surgeon, actually. No, I would never expect her to want that man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that we should have that expectation in our community that, women are just, you certainly want to look at character, but you want to look at some other stuff too. And lifestyle is one of those things.
Mela, would you like to jump in there as well? Because I know you was trying to jump in as well.
If you're broke, you're a joke. Period.
And broke boys don't deserve no pussy. I know that's right.
I know that's right.
If you can't
What is this
afford
low
it,
vibe?
you got
I
to
don't
move
understand.
on.
Y'all was doing so good.
Oh, I'm sorry,
My
Sharon.
question to Fincel, right? Because he articulated his stance.
Don't nothing
on
move but the money, baby.
The only thing that a man can expect from a woman is sex, right? The only thing that a man can know for sure what he can get from a woman is sex. My question to Fincel is, what is the one thing that woman can expect from a man? Because he didn't articulate that.
So he didn't get a chance to. We didn't get a chance to answer because he grinding. So man, that would have been a good question for him. But I think Aaron
Fincel listening. Fincel, go ahead and tell us what is the one thing that a woman can expect from a man? Because you articulated what the one thing that men can expect from women in your eyes. So tell us, in your eyes, what is the one thing women can expect from men?
Great question.
What's up with the silence?
I can answer. I mean, I think expectation is the wrong way to look at it. I don't think anybody can expect anything from anyone. I think we can all have standards that require other people to qualify us for us. And what's the purpose of sex? What's the purpose of provision? What's the purpose of protection? What's the purpose of submission and cooperation? If you answer those things, you'll see how the mesh happens. And then you set your standards based upon that.
Give me one second.
Expectations is not in the window.
Good day to you, sir. American First Rifleman. What it do?
Hey, good morning. Or
You look completely different. I didn't recognize you.
Yeah, I had to shave some stuff off for charity last night.
Okay, cool. You look much better.
I feel a little weird without my mustache, but yeah, I look fine.
Yeah, you look much better than with the mustache. You should definitely keep it on.
What's up? What's up, King Pookie? What's up, Daryl?
So what's your thoughts, American First Rifleman? Are you willing to put your money first to also show this woman that you don't just got the mental fortitude, you don't just got the leadership skills, but you also have the money to back up who you are as a man? What is your thoughts on that?
I have no problem with that, but it's just, what am I getting with my economic buying or with my buying power? Because some, just listening to some of the ladies on this panel makes me financially recoil to where I want to tell them I'm a broke boy.
Okay, so now what is it about what they said make you financially recoil? What
The
is that?
whole broke boy thing, they shouldn't be dating. Now, there's a difference between not having a lot of money and being financially insolvent or irresponsible. Like, you can be a man that's single, that's childless, making 40,000 a year and make that stretch. And you can live in a nice neighborhood. I've done it before. Yeah, well, you could say that. And also it's
Really?
location. Hold on. Also, it's location. Let's just keep that.
What does
Uh,
broke mean to
hold
you?
on.
Yeah,
Hold
so,
on.
so let's
It's
get that
relative.
that foundation first, because maybe you putting yourself in the broke category, and maybe the woman wouldn't necessarily put you in that category of the conversation. So, in your ideology, what is considered broke?
What's considered broke is you cannot meet your financial obligations.
No, that's not true, because somebody's making 100,000, making check to check, and they're not
Oh
meeting
well, I mean, yeah,
it.
you're
So
financially
how much?
irresponsible.
So you saying just financial responsibility is considered, you could be considered broke if you
Yeah,
don't.
yeah, because earning a low amount of money is not the same thing as, because if you're moving a certain way, that low
You
amount of
saying it's
money is going to
relative.
get you somewhere.
So you
It is
saying
relative, but like I said, there's variables like I said, there's location and things like that you could factor in before, if you can have that
take your
conversation.
time, take your time, slow down.
Yeah, you can have that conversation about, maybe they're priced out, or maybe they shouldn't be in a neighborhood compared to what they make. You can have that conversation, but I think it's more of a state of mind and how you just move. That's what broke really is.
A
Because if
state of mind.
Yes, because
Born broke
it's like
addiction.
it's a form of insanity. If you keep doing the same financial things you've been doing and you don't have a lot of money, then yes, yeah. But if you're a single man that's making 40,000 a year, there's no reason why the next year you're not making about 42 to 45,000 the next year. Okay, it's too easy, especially in this economy. It takes work, but you
I
have to
was
do something.
I
And the
was
thing, yeah,
referring
go
to
ahead. Sorry.
people that have savings, right? I mean, you can be in the black every year and not have savings. If you don't have ample savings, you're broke. Like,
Right.
if
Yeah.
you can't cover an emergency, right? Like,
Yeah.
let's take for instance how financial planners do it. I'm not a financial planner. I'm just saying they advise that you have at least, they say 6 months, I prefer a year, worth of an amount of a certain
Mhm.
amount of money in your savings to cover your expenses.
Mhm.
And if you can't cover your expenses for a year, okay, for a year in your savings, you're broke.
Okay,
That's
well,
my standard.
okay, that's cool. One thing I will say, like, I don't. That's a good and a high standard that I will
I
never
don't
tell a
care
black
how much
woman.
money you make. If you can't cover it for a year
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
in your savings, you're broke.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is, I agree with your high standard, and I think more black people need to have those high standards. I think that's only going to help, not hurt. But the thing I will say is that when I say broke or moving, like, or I would say just a regular median income black man, if you are spending more than 30% of your pay to like live somewhere, or like the simple fundamental things to do to stay financially solvent, then yeah, you are broke. But like I said, you have to take the risk to go to where whatever you're earning a decent amount of money, you can live a decent place. You're gonna have to save and just live a holistic lifestyle to where you don't have to spend money to have fun and be entertained. Like, this stuff is possible, but like I said,
But
it's
girls just
lifestyle.
want to
So
have fun, though.
Jesus.
Girls
This,
just
this,
Save your
want to
money,
have
Mom.
fun.
Save your money.
Hold on,
Can I
Aaron
make-
Do that.
wants to jump in right there. Go ahead, Aaron.
I want to make a couple corrections. So poor is akin to poverty, meaning you have a low cash flow situation. Broke means it doesn't matter your cash flow, how high it is. Your debt to income ratio is off, right? You're either running into the red, or your maintenance of being in the black is so slow that you cannot develop a stockpile of assets. Now, saving your money for 6 months to a year is a bad strategy. Savings know what you should do is stockpile in a mass an amount of assets that are liquefiable that you can defer to in the case of an emergency within 12 hours time. Should you have cash somewhere? Absolutely, in a bank. I'm not saying don't maintain a checking account, a savings account with a positive balance, but savings is not the way to go. You want to have your assets actually become investments, which means it's something that can be liquefied for money. It holds cash value and increases in value over time as it sits. That is a sound financial strategy. But that is the difference between broke and poor. Broke and poor are two very different
What
things.
is that instrument called? What's that instrument, that financial instrument referred to that you
There
had
are many.
mentioned?
You can purchase hard assets. You can get into the stock. I mean, there's so many. I'm not going to make this a financially.
CDs, money market account.
There's so much.
Money
There's
market. That's
tons.
all he
There's
had
real
to say,
estate.
right?
Whole
What?
life insurance policy,
Yes.
all that. Yeah, it goes.
Yeah,
I get
whole
it.
life.
Yeah,
Yeah, stay
all
away
that.
from term life.
That's a
Whole
whole
life with
nother price.
cash
That's
building.
all he had to say.
Yeah, I mean, but there's
Beat
tons.
around the bush.
No, but there's tons. You can get in the automobile game. I mean, I have a car that is appreciating in value as I drive it. I mean, there's so many. I can't. It's too broad a question to answer. It depends on how much you're investing. What's that?
Okay, but so that's all. What American Rifleman said is all well and good, but then asking a woman to sign on to the lifestyle of, okay, you know, we gonna live in this area, so it's not more than 30% of, you know, the income. We gonna find all the stuff that's free to do. You know, we can't spend money to enjoy ourselves. We got to find all the free stuff in the city. You know, some women might go for it and then other women might not. And I don't think it's a problem for a woman to go for it or not go for it, right?
No one's
People don't
suggested
have
that.
hobbies anymore.
Yeah, you can have hobbies, but some hobbies take money, right? So if you're in
Yeah.
the arts and crafts, you got to buy those arts and crafts.
Hobbies
in
can be
order
very
to engage in
expensive.
that hobby.
But like
Why
this,
default to the
Golf
lowest
is another very
possible?
expensive hobby as
That
well.
was what the example he gave. Did you just listen
exactly.
to
Y'all
American
ain't listening.
Rifleman? I was going with
Did
what
you
he
say that,
gave.
AFR?
Yes, he did.
Say what?
The default to the lowest possible circumstances.
I don't think
No.
I did. No.
He didn't say that, but what he said was, don't live in a place that requires more than 30% of your income. He said, find all the free stuff to get to
Yep.
do in the
No,
city.
but 30% of
Yep.
your income. What if it's 30% of $1 million a year? That's what I'm saying. He didn't make a
No.
number distinction.
Oh no,
He
that's
was
opulence.
talking about a man who made $40,000 a year. Were you listening?
He wasn't
Yeah, but
listening.
is 40,000 the standard, or did he say there are people that can do
No,
it?
I'm just basing my comment was based on what he said.
40,000
I'm
is
asking
the
him, did he say
average standard
40,000 is the
though.
standard?
That is the standard.
That is the average, right? The average man is
Yep.
making anywhere between 40 and 53,000.
About 50,
right?
and I wouldn't say that's a standard. No,
but that's the average.
That is.
Oh, the
That is.
average is 50
That's
grand.
the average.
Okay,
That's
so
gonna
then
be the
that's the standard.
So then
Duh.
therefore,
No,
we
that's
know
below.
that. So we know that the average man, right? We know the average man is spending more than 30% of his income to just have a roof over his head.
The standard and average are different.
I'm not.
I wouldn't say that's a standard.
So you saying you're not average financially, American?
No, actually, I pay way less than 30% of my income to have a nice place to live. I just know how to game the system.
Okay, do we know what standard means? Because as an adjective, it's used or accepted as normal or average.
It means the same thing. It's a synonym. It's a synonym, sir.
In this conversation, though, a standard
The
is
word means the same.
No,
in this conversation too.
That's what
yes.
we're talking about. The average man.
No, when
he brought up, because like, so when he brought up the 40,000, he brought in that if they do 30%, that the average man could be sufficient enough for a woman, but he had to have the financial literacy to take care of a woman. So that's what he was saying. He was leaning towards the average man. He wasn't even talking about himself, because he said himself he's above the average man right now because he probably make more than 40, and also he spent less than 30%. So he
they
knows
said he's on
well
Section
above
8.
it. So he was really trying to cape for the average man. That's what he was trying to do. He want the average man to feel a little bit more accepted by having a possibility of getting a verbal PhD or a Mela, and they saying hell no.
And I want to say also, if he has
Let's-
roommates, that's a no.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
Let's
I want
not
to be.
forget these guys that got roommates out here
So
making they
so
ball.
hold on. Y'all say the cost of living is insane and all that, but you're shaming people for trying to stretch their bucks.
With
Like
a
having okay,
roommate, yeah.
there's a difference between having a roommate and having like a untenable living situation. Having a roommate doesn't mean
A
you're
roommate.
irresponsible man that shouldn't
Yeah,
get
Roommate.
laid.
Nobody
Yeah.
said that. Nobody said that.
That's how y'all making it
So
sound.
here's the thing,
No.
Yeah, he
AFR.
got a roommate.
Here's the problem. So when there's a
He
problem
got
that we was having a
triggered.
conversation. We having a conversation that's leaning more towards more than just sex. That's the issue. So like, if you just talking about sex, then yeah, he could get it $40. Cool. But we talking about people that want to have things beyond just a sexual situation. So now they got to think differently. So a lot of things going to have to change. They cannot just accept. You cannot expect the woman to accept mediocre, is what the ladies are saying.
Okay,
and the men
well,
got to be able to.
can I? Oh, Aaron, before you go, can I give an example of a roommate that I may know? Actually, I know of. This is not my situation, but I know of a man that's single that's in this situation.
Sure.
He may whatever. You see, you can't even just have a simple conversation on here. The women just go crazy.
Trust me,
Anyway,
I'm used to it. You good? Keep going.
all right. So there's a man that makes about $65,000 a year, and he lives in a house with another man that has about 6 bedrooms, but that he has a roommate in a big house, and they both earn pretty decent money. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's situations that of men out there like that,
and they don't share a room together.
They don't share no room.
I think that's weird as a girl. If
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
To me, that sounds like a Boston marriage, but
roommates
okay,
are for
well, what I'm saying is,
Yeah, no, not for grown ass 45-year-old
okay,
men. That's
hold on,
crazy.
hold on. Well,
PhD,
who said his
hold on.
age? Okay, for one, who said his age?
All right, hold on.
Go ahead, so it's the age cut off. Okay, Fincel Jack, aka Mr. Gets No Cheeks. I could come up for a few minutes if need be. I think this was before when he came up. Big Mufasa, $2. PhD Diva will like this foot rub in this box Chevy. I do. I want the wings in the box Chevy.
I just know I always give a man a side eye when he's over 30 years old and he has a roommate. That's just how it is.
Okay,
That's
well,
just
the
how
thing
it is.
Okay, well, I'm trying to
It's
give you
creepy.
examples to where you guys say it's weird, but other people it doesn't seem weird to me. I'll give an example. He probably pays about like the house is maybe like $2,500 a month, or maybe $3,000 between the both of them, and he pays maybe $1,000, $1,500 a month or whatever for living expenses, and he lives in a huge house with one other person in a nice, safe neighborhood. So it's not like
that sounds great. So now, are you saying that that man he should go and try to look for women and say, "Hey, we about to move into the 6-bedroom house with my roommate"? AFR.
Oh,
I'm sorry, say that again. You cut
Are you
out.
saying that man he should go look for his partner and say, "Hey, listen, I got this great situation. I got this 6-bedroom house, but I do have a roommate that lives with us, so you can't walk around our beautiful house buck ass naked because I have a roommate." Is that what you're saying he should do?
Why is that even why are y'all weird, bro? Y'all are weird.
That when a woman has a roommate, she does not feel 100% safe.
That's a weird woman. That's a
No,
weird
that's
ass
a
woman.
weird ass old ass.
Are you
right? I want to come over to your house and with another man living all up in the house and stuff. That's weird, man.
You just gotta clean it up for him. You just gotta clean it up for him. That's not
That's
realistic.
crazy.
Nobody's
when you
expecting. It's
have
crazy.
other men in a house that you are not romantically attached to, it's not a comfortable existence
At all.
Can we
It's
take
like,
that example
okay,
off the
I'm
table?
supposed to be cool
That's
sleeping in
a
your
one-off.
room, and
That's a
it's
one-off.
6 other
That ain't no one
bros
off. Plenty of these
It's not a
men got
one-off.
roommates. Stop it.
That's not
So here-
safe.
So here, remember, Sharon, when I was like, why are we addressing so much the undesirable situations? Why feed the dog you don't want to get big any food? This is why I'm saying the quality of the conversation, because we're talking about what we don't want.
So Aaron, so this is the problem is that like we do have people like AFR. He doesn't see the problem with life hacking and and bringing a woman involved into the life hack, right? Because in his mind, he like, listen, I'm saving a hell of money. I'm building up my my income on a back end side. I'm making all this money on the back end. I'm not spending as much money. So therefore, I should be a good mate. But what he's not realizing how it's going to make a woman feel unsafe bringing that woman into that household. That's the problem.
But that's what I'm saying. It can be a perfect strategy if well executed, but a man must temper his expectations about how women feel about it. And if they don't see the value in what he's doing, you're an idiot. If they don't see the value in what he's doing, then fine. They're not for him, walk away. If his plan is well executed and is fruitful in the future, the woman that does see the value in his plan will be the beneficiary of it. But if he's in a house with his buddies, and as a result of being in that house, he was able to leverage his income to buy other real estate that has tenants in it, bought one house, leveraged it to buy another and buy another, because he's not living in those homes, that makes them not assets, but investments. And the house that he is living in maybe belongs to his buddy, which is one of his rental properties, and they both together are growing a real estate investment firm. That's an idea.
That's ridiculous, man. They are not doing that shit. They're not doing it.
He's
just talking to fucking talk.
You gotta manage your expectations of how women deal, because they're not going to deal with all that.
So the only problem is
it's not. We can't deal with it when the men aren't doing it, honey. You talking to somebody who got 10 investment properties. Most men aren't doing that.
They're not doing that.
But I'm not talking about those men. I don't acknowledge the low.
You just mentioned them.
You gonna sit here and we supposed to have a whole conversation around 10% of men?
If that. It's not 10% of men, and it's definitely not 10% of black ones.
So I'm not talking about the bottom 10 either.
So, but that's
right. We're talking about the middle, sir. We're talking about the middle.
But the middle live in houses on their own.
$40,000. That's
The
why
middle have the middle have their own places.
What?
Here's the problem that's going on.
Yes.
Aaron, here's the problem that's going on is that AFR is attempting to represent the middle.
Right.
And
my question, hey Sharon, I got a question for AFR. Hey, Mr. AFR, can you hear me?
He's giving this ideal situation. Say, hey, look at this mediocre lifestyle that I'm living, and everybody else should be like, hey, look, it's the greatest plan in the world. And then when you come along and
really?
You use your
Did you just say that, Sharon?
Yes, because when you use it in a sense of, because it's a good plan, right? However, when you look at it in terms of relationship, most women are going to look at it as a mediocre lifestyle. So there's a problem. It's two different things it's two different ideologies.
But most of the women are mediocre and average.
That's fine. That is fine. I'm not arguing that point. I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is that when you're telling a woman to live less than, she is looking at that lifestyle as less than. That lifestyle is less than mediocre.
You let them off the hook with standards versus average.
I got a question for AFR.
Standards and average are the same thing, sir.
No, they're not. I'm looking at Merriam-Webster's definition.
Yes, they are.
Right,
they're
and
the
when
same
you
thing.
use
Open
standard
Merriam-Webster.
as an adjective, it means average.
Dang, he's still stuck. He's still stuck on that on the standard and average.
I'm looking at the dictionary.
We know what it means. It means the same thing.
There's no average on the whole page. Merriam-Webster's.
Oh my God, Lord Jesus, help us, Lord, please deliver us.
Something established by authority, custom, or general consent as model or example criteria.
General, exactly.
No,
it's the same thing that we're saying. Listen, the definition doesn't have to say average.
I got y'all. This way
to mean average.
I got you. This way we don't have no point of contention. I would read the standard. So the noun version of standard. So this way we are all clear. The noun version of standard.
What are you looking for?
Level of quality or attainment.
What are you looking at?
Merriam-Webster's standard. Yes.
Oxford. It's the Oxford dictionary because I'm looking at the same thing.
I'm looking at Merriam-Webster.
Okay, and so Oxford is a dictionary too, and English came from where Oxford at.
Let's take Oxford. What's the first thing you said?
So the first thing, the noun version is a level of quality or attainment, and adjective version is used or accepted as normal or average.
The noun is what I was using. A standard.
Right. So
oh my God.
The noun, not the adjective.
This is not how words work.
I was using the noun, not the adjective. Set a standard.
Okay, that's fine.
What's the second definition?
That has nothing to do with average.
So now when they was using a word, what they tried to establish that they was using it in an adjective form. So they gave
no. Even the noun, an idea or thing used as a measure, norm. Do you know what a norm is, sir?
Yeah, not average.
Oh God.
Oh my Lord, God damn, this is ridiculous.
Okay.
You need to be right so
Yes, I
bad
can
that
hear
you
you.
will.
Hold on, Aaron. So you
Oh
don't
my
think?
God.
Hold on. So you don't think the normal thing? So when we're using the word and we say, "Hey, a normal jump shot," we're not saying the average jump shot, or we say the normal height of America. We're not saying the average height.
You're using them in two different ways. An adjective, yes, would denote average, but as a noun, it is not.
It's
Here's
a
why.
measure.
Here's
Yes,
why.
it's
Here's
a
why. I'm
norm.
about to give you the jump shot, right?
Okay.
What is the average jump shot in the world? The normal jump shot.
Right.
Just make
Whatever
a
that is.
point, sir.
Whatever that is.
Yeah.
Is that the normal jump shot in the NBA? Is that the norm? No.
Yes.
In the NBA, the norm is higher.
No.
So
No,
it can move.
Perfect. But all you did was move it to a. So, but when we go to the NBA, it's still a normal jump shot. That would be the
But
average.
it's a level of attainment that is not average for the conversation, correct?
So again, so look, so
No,
this is the problem that you are having. I'm seeing it now. So when we saying the normal, right? We are talking about this part, and you talking about the normal of the top 10%.
Yes.
But still, they both still means average to
Right.
the
We're
relative that we are
debating
talking
nouns
is the
But if
NBA
we are
above
talking
average?
about the top 10%, what I'm saying is this: if we talking about the top
Adjectives.
10%, and we say normal or average, they still have a norm and average as well.
Which is the distinction I'm making. Because I am talking about things that are in the top 10%, I'm not going to assume
I
that
want to hear
everybody's
what
talking the
Otis
I
same
understand that.
conversation.
No, Aaron, but what you're missing is this: that it's still norm, standard, and average are all the same thing.
In the adjective sense,
Why don't
yes.
you take
Once
it
you
to
make it a
Otis?
noun, then it all depends on the arena that's in the context that you're talking about.
Yes.
In the
Okay,
NBA,
we're
the
arguing
average
words.
jump shot is not
Let's
an
not argue
average
words.
jump shot. It is an above average jump shot.
I get what you're saying in terms of the norm. Yes, it does apply to whatever group you're talking about.
That's
But
it. That's all I'm saying.
why are we talking about the top 10% of men, which that ain't even the top 10% of black men, and trying to have a whole conversation around it? That does not
That's
make
why I
sense.
made the distinction, my
Exactly.
dear. And that's why I say
Exactly.
I avoid the bottom 10% as
We
well.
talking about the
When we
middle
elevate
though.
the
We're not
thinking,
talking about
We're
the
not
top
talking about the
10.
bottom. We're talking about the middle.
Middle.
And the
We're
middle
talking
is
about the middle.
average.
so every
Standard.
time you
The
bring up the
average.
fact,
I
every
don't
time you bring up a
understand why
fact
we
that the
can't
Hold
man
on,
move
is
let's try to get an
suggesting,
understanding because for some reason I don't know why we missing the word
Right, this
standard
is
and average.
crazy.
But are we not so Aaron? Before we move it, standard and average does mean the same thing.
now that we know what I'm talking about, yes, I'm talking about something very
You're a
distinct.
fussy
Okay, so
teddy
now
No,
we in
you're
bear.
not.
agreement.
No, you're
Okay,
not. You
we
just
You
wanted to
just a
in
argue and be
agreement that
fussy
right.
old
standard.
teddy bear.
All right, hold on, y'all. We are in agreement that standard can mean average and the norm.
Yes,
Okay,
it
so
can,
now we
but
got
I'm
that
not
base.
talking on
Okay,
an
we
average
fine
level.
now.
That's it.
Now let's move the conversation forward.
Forward.
We are
Please
in
do.
agreement. Let's do that. That's
Wait,
great.
can I say something?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
we
yeah,
shouldn't
baby.
focus on lifestyle and whatnot, but he only talking about the top 10% of men, right? That doesn't make sense.
No,
Girl, I'm
allow me to
telling you.
explain. Allow me to
Woo,
Yeah,
we
explain.
all
we
over
know
the
you
Let him
place.
tripping,
jump
but
in there.
you know.
Let him defend the point.
Allow me to explain.
I got you, Brownsville.
When I said you shouldn't focus on lifestyle, you don't seek that as a primary objective. What you seek is things like work ethic, pedigree, his family upbringing, what brought him here, what is he doing, what is in his education attainment, what his friend group is like, what does his wolf pack look like, what does his network look like. From there, you will be able to discern future lifestyle. What he's doing right now, his lifestyle right now, is not an indicator of the lifestyle that you will experience. That's why men who rent cars bamboozle women into thinking that they're viable prospects when they're not. But a man that is moving wisely, living well below his means, making sacrifices now so that he can provide for his family in the future when it comes. When you come across that, recognize what he's doing so you can benefit from it later. But lifestyle alone should not be a priority, because if he's lacking lifestyle, he's probably saving it up for you.
That's not true, though. That's absolutely not true, because most men are going to be that average man when you meet him, and when he die and leave you nothing, he gonna still be that average man, right?
I'm not talking about average men.
Preach.
I'm talking about average men.
So hold on. I want to make sure. I want to make sure it's clear. Hold on,
And you
y'all.
think we should base everything on a handful of men when we got a whole population of women out here? Like, it's just not making sense.
So,
to,
why
like,
do
this is
women
what,
always
this
say
what
they
you
want
missing,
these
Aaron.
handfuls?
So I'm gonna try to beat the bridge real quick. So
Go
this is
ahead.
what you missing, Aaron, because what you're talking about, you're talking about someone that looks like an average man, but he's actually in the top 10%.
No,
So
no.
he's not moving. He's not living.
Potentially, it could be headed for the top 10%.
No,
Even
but
if
No,
he is
we
or
can't
not.
date off of potential. We're not doing that in
So hold,
2024.
but this is
Yeah,
the part that
forget
you're missing,
about
Aaron. This is the
potential.
part that you're missing. So that man, right, that has that mindset, he's in the top 10%.
Yes.
That is the issue that you're missing. So he looks average. He looks like AFR, but he is not AFR because AFR is making 50,000, right? But he got the same outfit as AFR. They twins, but his bank account is 300,000 and AFR's is at 40,000 and going and spending money. So that's the difference. So that man, even though they both make it 40,000, but the fact that he was able to accumulate 300,000 in the same lifespan, he is in the top 10%, and that's the issue.
You're missing a third person. The guy making 50,000, renting high-end cars, blowing his money. Now, when you look at all three, what I'm doing is I'm trying to tell you how to differentiate one from another. That's all. I'm telling you where the top 20, top 30% guy is, what he's doing, what the guy in the middle is doing, and what the guy at the end is doing.
So then we need
All right,
to.
Sharon.
So then we need to be getting a credit report. We need to be seeing bank statements. We need to be seeing investment portfolios. This is what we need to be doing in the first few days. Then for us to know. Then how we gonna know? How we gonna know? How we gonna know?
Parents, pedigree. Go to his workspace.
Oh Lord,
if he
that's
says he owns, listen. If he says he owns,
we're not going to use our
I got you.
imagination.
I promise I got you, Brownsville. I'm
We
gonna
want
bring you in.
facts.
I'm gonna bring you in,
a real
Brownsville.
estate investment firm, and he invites you for lunch one day. Stop by the office. His name is on the marquee. People in there address him as sir. You don't need to see you can come on. You can tell when someone's doing well.
The
Maybe
problem
he's
is
the mail
most human beings cannot tell. That is an issue. Most human beings cannot tell. They don't know the
That's what
language.
I'm
They don't know
trying to
how
tell
to.
you.
They
They're
don't
not
know
asking the right questions then. They're not asking the right questions.
It's not a
He could
matter
be a
of that.
clerk
We could
at
get
the
down
firm.
to what are the right questions. I want to get Brownsville, New York. He's been trying to get in, but his microphone's not up to par right now. Go ahead, Brownsville, New York, and we bring in Mella right after. Go ahead.
Hey, yo, can you hear me? Am I clear?
Yes.
All right. So my question is for AFR, right? So as you're presenting your roommate lifestyle to women that you're potentially entering a relationship
What
with,
is this roommate
right?
lifestyle? What? Why are y'all saying shit like this?
Because it's true.
Well,
Y'all just say shit to demean,
basically,
like
I'm
literally
going
the
off
way,
of,
like the way y'all say stuff is just to demean. But go ahead, brother.
okay,
That's exactly what he does.
I'm going off of your example, right? Of the $60,000 dude that live in a 6-bedroom house. So that's why I said the roommate lifestyle, because that's what it is, right? So when you're presenting the roommate lifestyle to women, right, that you're potentially intending to marry or be with in a serious relationship, are you still within that situation that you're presenting? Are you still expecting a submission from a woman? Yes or no?
Well, for one, why so loaded? Anyway, for one, the main thing is the main fact that you're using the term roommate lifestyle lets me know you're like where your mindset is coming from, because just because somebody has a roommate doesn't mean that's their lifestyle. Like literally, I know
But it
people that have lived
literally
on their own for
is.
like 10, 15 years.
That's
Okay.
literally
In
where
a
they
small,
live. Hence lifestyle.
that's not a lifestyle. You're just using words like that to make things sound worse than they are. But anyway, I'm gonna go with you. Listen, a man should be dating with intention. I don't have a roommate lifestyle. I have a roommate, and I'm not ashamed of that. I'm not ashamed of my finances or who I hang around or who I am, unlike the rest of these cats. So that's fine. You guys over here can try to make it seem like an average, non-criminal, everyday black man striving for his legacy and future just because he has a roommate is not a desirable person. It's just, look, he deserves the same amount of cooperation any other man that's trying to make something of himself deserves.
No, he
Okay?
does not.
So,
No, absolutely not, sir. Absolutely not. Nope.
And the thing about it is, I don't even know why this man even brought up submission, because that's like a dog whistle for one.
That's what he does. That's
Yeah.
what he does.
So I'm all about cooperation. I'm not trying to be no tyrant. You know what I'm saying? It's about cooperate. Like literally, the main word when it comes to men and women together is cooperation, not you submit to the man. Like that's lame stuff, bro.
Tell your brethren that. You telling your brethren that?
Good.
Yeah, tell them.
I'm good. Go ahead. Next. Next.
Exactly.
Bella, I
Now they
know you
want
want.
to
I,
keep
I
the
agree
whole
with you
world.
on that, American
Go
white
ahead.
women. I actually agree with
The
you.
Mahogany just joined the panel, so
Okay.
I yield. Hey,
Oh,
Mahogany.
hey, y'all.
Hey,
So I just,
Mahogany.
hello, sweetheart. I just wanted to add a little bit. American First Rifleman. So I know that you're military. I've seen you on other panels. And what you're I feel like what you're talking about is a military type of lifestyle. I was in the service for 10 years, so I know that lifestyle. But when my thing is in the example of a 45-year-old man, right? That should be, if ever that's the situation, that should be a very, very temporary situation, especially if he's looking to date. If you're looking to date, you should not have roommates. I'm sorry, because that does, I don't know, a woman in her right mind, that's how I don't want to get into it, but that's how trains and other ugly things can happen. But no grown woman with good sense is going to feel comfortable, especially if they're having sexual relations in a house with, say, 2 or 3 men. At least I wouldn't feel comfortable in that environment. I'm gonna be honest, I would not. And then I'm gonna add a few things. I'll give you an example. There was a period of time when my brother got a divorce, had to get back on his feet. A situation like that, yes. But guess what? He was not trying to date a woman at that point in time. He got himself together, he got his place, and then he started dating, and then he got remarried. I just think if men think about that, they would realize a decent woman is not going to feel comfortable in that environment. And at that age, because there's 1 or 2 guys that's living like that. I'm gonna be honest. Either the temporary situation, maybe they're going through divorce, whatever, something like that, or they're in their job, right, overseas or something like that. It's a temporary situation. Or the guy that's living that lifestyle because he does want to save money, because he's running from responsibility, or because he wants to be a player and a womanizer. I'm gonna be honest. I've seen it. I know what I'm talking about. So me personally, I wouldn't even think about dating somebody that's in that situation, because to me, if you want to date me, or if you're serious about me, you'd be working your way on out of that situation. But that, I just wanted to add that in, and I don't think Rifleman was really thinking about that part, but I understand his thinking because I know he's military.
Okay, can I push
Jump in
back
there?
just a little bit?
Okay.
Here's the thing. I don't know why like the whole, like, because you're military, it has nothing to do with me being military. I literally lived on my own for 13 plus years before I even decided to even consider getting a roommate. And I'm talking about me, not my buddy that I know that actually earns good money, lives in because I live in a nice house and he lives in a nicer house and he makes just as much money as me or whatever. And they, like, I don't know what kind of animal house you're used to where people are running trains. They, like, I'm talking about actual adults that work and have a life, have adult hobbies and friends and family. Like, I'm talking about these types of people that, you know, like the type of people that you say you want relationships with, not Pookie being the womanizer or somebody that's 35 or 40 years old acting like they're 25. I'm not talking about those people. If you're dealing with those types of men that have roommates and all this stuff, that's on y'all. Y'all should be able
No,
to
we're saying that we don't deal with men of a certain age who have
that's
roommates.
that's
That's what
fine.
we're
That's fine.
literally
That's
saying,
fine.
and you don't like that. You think
That's
that's
fine.
wrong
Okay,
and
that's
crazy.
fine. That's fine. But unfortunately, you guys
Yeah, see, you
act
don't
like
like
the
that.
modern economy doesn't. Hold on. I can look. I lived on my own for well over a decade. The one reason why I decided to get a roommate or get a better, for one, I was living downtown Portland, paying a whole bunch of money to live in crack central. Okay. So I decided I can save more towards retirement and live in a nicer, safer place, spending less money and putting more towards my legacy and retirement,
Okay,
living in
that's
a
good for
nicer
you.
place.
That's good for you.
So,
But that
so,
doesn't mean
so,
women have to accept that or like that. We're
okay,
gonna
but
give you
then
a
how is
side
that
eye.
an
So
indictment?
accept
How is
that.
that an indictment on the type of good man I am enough to date? That makes no sense.
What I'm
Hey,
saying to
Twan.
you, what the women are saying to you is just the optics
Go
of
next,
it
Sarah.
is off-putting. That's what we're saying. It's
So
not about
it's
whether or
not
not you're a
actually
good
not.
man or not.
Okay, I
It
understand y'all
doesn't
been saying
matter. It
optics.
doesn't
I
matter.
understand.
Y'all have optics for women, right? Certain things that you think women are doing in their life and you don't like those optics.
No,
So you
no.
decide she's not the right woman for you.
I got you.
Women don't like it. That's just what it is. So accept it. You have
No,
to take
I
the good with the
accept it, but I
bad.
accept that y'all
So stop
are
fighting
still
us on it
letting
then. You're
Pookie
not
that rents
accepting
the
it.
vehicle on the
You're not
weekend bust
accepting
you
it. Nope,
down.
that's not.
He busts you
There's a lot of
down,
different
and
men
that's
in
how it is.
between one who makes 50,000 a year living with roommates and Pookie who rents a Benz that he can't afford. There's a lot of different variables that go in between that. Why y'all so on the extreme all the time?
Exactly. We don't go
Go ahead.
Aaron, then Otis. Go ahead.
AFR. So these situations that they're talking about do exist. They do think about that, whether they've seen them or not, as they're navigating the world. So when you present a situation, you can't, that's what I'm saying, you got to manage your expectations well. You can't expect them to default to the high ground, just like I would hope they wouldn't default to the low ground. But what you do is you level set by establishing a new standard that fits more of what you're saying, and then offer to have the conversation again. But what they're saying isn't unreasonable, right? Nor do I'm sympathetic to it. It makes perfect sense. However, like I outlined, there are situations where what you're saying could make sense as well. But now that you understand the upper and lower limits, then you readdress the conversation.
Okay, last thing I'll say really quickly, like I understand they don't have to accept a guy that has a roommate, but there has to be standards. If they're complaining about, oh, I don't want him to be in a small apartment in an unsafe area with another roommate, like I'm sorry, ladies, I'm gonna no hold on. I'll land a plane really quick. Ladies, I understand you've been brainwashed to think that a guy living with another guy, there's something fundamentally wrong with that, or he can't provide, or whatever. I get that, but it's just that if you actually sit down and have a conversation with an actual person and get to know who they are, and not have these expectations like I shouldn't have, maybe you might get somewhere. That's
You
all I'm
want us
saying.
to accept your
No,
potential.
we're not going to do it. Sorry.
I'm not
We
talking
Let's
don't
move
accept
on.
about accepting my
potential,
potential.
Let
I
Tessa
don't.
respond.
I'm not even talking about potential.
No, when you use words like brainwash, right? So that
Yes.
kind of already puts them right where you don't want them. And I understand what you were saying. I don't think you meant brainwash, but maybe conditioned by experience or conditioned by the hearing of the experiences of others, right? Is what I'm saying. So it's not that they have to accept a certain thing either. You just have to make your position very clear and then let them roll with that. You know what I mean? Which is why I had the debates that I was having, because I don't want my words to be misinterpreted. I want to be very clear on what's being said and then readdress the conversation so that I know the word, because I distinctly use words that aren't inflammatory for a reason.
There we go.
Like words like brainwash, right?
And like
But
submission, like how you said earlier.
submission is a word. That's why I said cooperation. I know exactly what submission should mean.
Right.
Especially if I'm charged with the task of protection.
Right.
And I say move in a certain situation, your ass needs to submit and move. Because I'm the guy that has to jump in front of the bullet.
So to speak.
But you can't say that because the context, you can't assume the context is going to be in the same. You know what I mean? When you're in the NBA, you can't assume everybody plays at the NBA level.
Come on.
You just have to level set and then have the conversation.
Yeah, we gotta have a SOP, standard
operational procedure.
Okay, which is the average. Go ahead, Otis. You like that? Go ahead, Otis.
It was funny.
You on mute, Otis. You on mute still.
I'm sorry. I honestly don't have much to add to it. I do agree with what I understand where a verbal assassin is coming from. I really do, and I honestly understand where AFR is coming from. But verbal assassin said it so simply. She doesn't have to accept that because she has her standards. But I also understand where AFR is coming from. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's how they interpreted it. Trust me, I'm in the same situation. I tend to not explain myself well on this panel. I had to accept that. But I say what I say and I keep it moving. I don't take it personal. And that's what you have to do. Not that you're not, but I understand both sides. My plane is landed.
And you also got to learn how to change your vocabulary because it's what Aaron was saying earlier. This is the still sharp.
Yes, I did that earlier.
You walked that tightrope very well, Otis.
And so we can get better with our.
He tired of you beating him up.
So we can get better with our communication, especially communicating with the opposite sex, because we think differently. So we gotta have a SOP when we talking, especially when we talking to a broader human beings. We're not talking in our room with our roommates.
No, you did not. Deron, I done had about enough of this.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think we had a great and productive build today. Oh my
Wasn't
goodness.
this wonderful?
Yes, sir.
Anybody want to have some final thoughts?
Yeah, black men, get your passport. Get the hell out of this country.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
They gotta stop going to jail first, and they need to pay their child support.
Look, listen, I've
Just
never
tell
been
them
to
to pay
jail
their
one
child
time in my
support
life,
first,
baby.
because you can't get a
Baby,
passport with felonies, honey, or
non-criminal
child
black man right
or back
here
child
that's
support,
been all
baby.
over the
Tell them
world.
that part
I'm
first.
sure you and your
Okay.
Non-criminal black man that's never
Okay.
spent
But
1
if
second
y'all
in jail.
can get your passports and you don't have a record, then you can please do so and stop telling us about it. Just do it already.
Like Nike. Oh man. So I guess we know what we talking about tomorrow. We are talking about your passports tomorrow, goddammit, and how it could be a good thing or a horrible thing. You gotta watch out for those damn dirty foots, you know. Thank y'all. We are the solution-based group. We deal with issues every single day, and we do our best to rebel against remedial rhetoric. We want to make sure the words that's coming out your mind is your own thoughts and that you can substantiate your thoughts. We do this every single day, 9 a.m. See you mañana. Thank y'all. Put those airplanes in the sky.